Michigan basketball survived a close game at home last night against Minnesota with a 77-67 win. The victory clinched a share of the Big Ten regular season championship for Michigan. They have 3 games remaining to win it outright, the first of which is at Illinois this Friday. A win in any of the final 3 will secure the outright title for the Wolverines. Michigan's share of the title also marks its first Big Ten regular season crown since 2021. Despite Minnesota hanging around, Michigan ran away from the Golden Gophers in the second half thanks to a 15-point bounce-back performance from point guard Elliot Cadeau. LJ Kaysen also scored 14 points off the bench, while Trey McKinney dropped 12 from a non-starting role. Those 3 players were the ones Dusty May highlighted after the game.
I mean, they're both really good players, and they're dynamic, and their speed and quickness, and then obviously their shooting ability. Like, the staff, a lot of credit. Those guys were 7 of 14 from 3. They spent a lot of time in the gym with them, helping them prepare mentally, physically. And so those 2 guys were really, really good tonight, in addition to Trey McKinney coming off the bench with a really good, confident game.
The first of the Wolverines' 3 remaining chances to win the conference outright takes place this Friday at Illinois. That's an 8 o'clock start time in Champaign. And in case you missed it last night, Lions offensive lineman Taylor Decker announced he'll be returning for his 11th season next year, amid speculation that he might retire before this upcoming season. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Telephone number is 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Brendan. With Greg Hargrave, Tom Milliken, Heather Park, John Jansen. I'm Stoney in for Jim Costa. What's up, peeps?
Good morning, Mr. Stone. How are you this morning?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Anything exciting last night?
Well, not in the Jansen house. It was a pretty mundane. Well, that's not true. Jack started driver's training.
Oh, very exciting.
Yes, and so Dad had to be a part of the first half hour, and it was funny because the teacher said, Jack, do you have sisters? Because he's now the 4th to take driver's training, and it's pretty much been every year for the past 3 years, and he's the 4th, and yeah. So I did still have to be present for the first half hour. And they went through all of the requirements again as I was glazing over. And then all of a sudden, hey, he said, you guys can leave. All right, I'm out. So there'll be another Jansen on the road here within the next probably 6 weeks. And so
is he
look
ready?
out.
How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all know.
Don't say it, John. Don't say it. We
I'm
all
a
know
little more
what.
confident in my boy driving than I was my daughter.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he's got a little more confidence, which may not be a good thing. He may be a little overconfident, but I do think he'll be a really good driver. I know in the Stonehouse it may not follow that path in regards to.
So what you're saying is he won't drive safely at 65 on an interstate in the middle lane when there's 3 lanes?
A lot going on there. No, he will be, if it's 65, he'll be going 65. There's no question about that.
But what if it's 70?
He'll go 70. Yeah.
He'll go the speed limit.
He'll
Is
go
what
the speed
John
limit.
is saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like Dad.
Exactly. Who doesn't
And his
ever
sisters, right?
speed?
Yeah. No. I've said if it's 70, I won't go above 75. 5 miles over is my limit.
So does Ellie have her license?
Ellie does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question, because I experienced this with the girls who are now 26. But when they were younger, when they first got their license, when I was a kid, you couldn't wait to drive, right?
Oh yeah.
It's a lot different now. Like,
Oh, not for my bunch.
Well, good. I'm glad. I'm glad the old school driving is still around.
Oh yeah.
Because my kids, it's like, nah, if you're going somewhere, just drop me off, or they'd get somebody else to drive. I guess they didn't have enough confidence. Maybe it was being with me so much that they didn't, hearing their mother yell at me for my driving so much that they were afraid. But no, they just were not, and they weren't alone. From what I understand, kids don't anticipate or are as excited about driving as they used to be when we were younger.
I've heard that. I haven't experienced it in our house because it's new. It's different from when Tom, you and I, Greg, Heather, I'm sure you as well. that now you can take driver's training, and it's all virtual now. You could still go to the classroom, but I think in Jack's class, there's like one kid in the classroom, and
really?
like there's 13 or 14 other that are doing it virtually. So it makes it so much easier with busy schedules. But you can do it at 14 years and 8 months.
Which to me is incredibly young. Even if the parent is in the car with them when they get their permit at that age, to have a 14-year-old behind the wheel, even accompanied by a parent, is scary as hell to me.
Well, yes, and I think every parent knows their kid if they're ready or not.
Right.
And I mean, all of mine.
You would hope so. I don't know.
Well,
Some of the
yeah.
parenting skills that goes around in this country, you have no idea, or lack thereof.
And there are a lot of things that I do to push the kids to be independent and make their own decisions. And right or wrong, you got to live with them, and you got to deal with the consequences, and you learn from them. But they have all. Like they're looking at their calendar saying, Dad, I can now take it. Like they wanted to do it
Good.
ASAP, and we get their license, and it's really cool now because as soon as they pass driver's training, they get the hard copy, and then you only got to go to the Secretary of State once you pass level 2, and you do the on-road driving test. As soon as you turn 16, they'll send you a letter in the mail, but you don't have to go back. You're automatically able to drive.
Right,
So
as long as you
boom,
pass.
they're off to drive. Yeah.
So you don't have those pictures where they come out of the Secretary of State with
No,
the
there's no
license?
facsimile.
No, damn. That was
No, this
that
they
was
actually
good.
get theirs is vertical versus
Right.
ours are horizontal.
Right.
That way the police officer automatically knows you are a young driver.
Did you take driver's ed?
Sure. Yeah, but driver's ed used to be in school.
Yes.
You have to take
Oh,
driver's
it was
ed.
in school? Like through high
yes,
school?
yes. My driver's
yeah.
ed teacher.
Oh, wow.
My driver's ed teacher was like he was the assistant football coach actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so the driver's ed teachers are still, a lot of them are teachers.
Right.
They do this on the side, but they just work for private companies now.
Oh, see, ours it was class. It was like part of your curriculum.
Oh, really?
You driver's ed, once or twice a week or whatever.
Yeah, ours
And
was.
I get the virtual stuff because for the textbook stuff, what's the difference if you're learning it at home or go to a class or virtually? That
Right.
stuff is fine.
Yeah, and they get all this stuff, and they still got to go in person to take the test, and you still have your 6 hours of driving, and
Do they still have to parallel park?
oh yeah,
Just making sure.
Oh yeah, and we practice a ton, so that and all 3 girls passed on the first their written test and their driving test. And there's a competition going as to who can have the best score in the parallel parking or parking and driving test. So Jack has got a high bar to clear,
Yeah, I'm sure it's different.
which
but
I'm sure he will.
for me, we did in Pennsylvania when I took it. We didn't even. The road test wasn't really on the road. They had a building, where they had a course,
cones and all that stuff,
Yeah,
yeah.
you had to go through the serpentine. They called it,
Right,
right?
yeah.
And then you had, you go to the stop sign, but it was a huge area. And I flunked the first time. Gee, no surprise. But it was not. It was because of parallel parking.
Yeah.
I was bad, and then I passed it again. So.
Yeah. No, I think he'll do a great
Yes.
job, and yeah, I'm very, very excited for him to be driving.
Yes. Well, soon he'll be driving and listening to Tiger baseball on the radio.
Yes.
And or on the stream here at Odyssey. And right now, the Detroit Tigers, after losing yesterday to the Atlanta Braves, Tigers have been outscored 35-8. And I know we really talk about it because we had more important things earlier. But I remember on Saturday, I did the show, then we went to the baseball game. I just happened to flip on the radio after hearing McGonigal's first at bat, which was a base hit, by the way. Just 20-3? What was that? And now it's, like I said, 35-8. A lot of the guys still haven't, had a lot of at bats. Starting pitching, School pitched really good, and that's all
Yeah.
that really counts. But is there ever a time in the Grapefruit League where you get somewhat worried? The Tigers' run differential is minus 27. They're 0-3 with one tie to the Orioles. Do you ever at all get worried about anything that happens in spring training?
Not really.
Me neither.
I would like to see the bats get a little more active.
Well, they got their regular season bats going right now.
Right,
Or-
they got
or
their end of the
September,
season. Yeah, their
September.
September bats are they've started in February. How they finished in September, but I would like to see them gain a little bit of confidence at the plate, so that you can you have some confidence that they're going to be able to score some runs when the games actually matter.
You would hope so.
And the pitching and stuff, I don't care because pitchers are going to be using like, hey, maybe they go out there on a Tuesday and they're only using their fastball.
Correct.
Or they're only using a certain number of pitches in their arsenal.
Yes.
But, and they could be just simply trying to, I want to work on the, high and outside, or I want to work on high and whatever it is. So I don't really care about that. But in terms of the bats, other pitchers are doing that too.
Yes, exactly.
So why can't our bats make contact?
I don't know. Because our bats aren't that good.
They're not. But I also don't think they're that bad.
No.
So
I don't even know.
There's still plenty of time.
Yeah, we have over a month.
Right.
Right? Well, no, the season
and it's
starts the 26th of March, I believe, in San Diego.
I'd like to see a little confidence like Torque was able to build last year in spring training. And we all believe, like, okay, because of injuries, he was on the Major League roster and did well enough to obviously stay on the Major League roster. Whether it's Colt Keith, obviously we would love to see Kevin McGonigal, his bat be on fire. But it's all of them where I'd just like to see a little confidence.
Yeah. They might have it. Who knows? They could be working on things as well. But yes.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah, I'm not worried. It means nothing.
Yeah.
Don't get worried about exhibition football either or any of the other sports.
Yeah, sure. And it's but how about our Big Ten champs?
They're terrific. They're one of the best teams in the country. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Yeah, they clinched the share of the Big Ten.
Woo! That's what's wrong with sports right now. That I have to say, woo, who cares? They win the Big Ten.
Okay. Well,
Talk to me in March. When you have a team that's this good.
Well, they're not playing in March yet, so
I understand
you
that.
can only win the games and win the championships that are ahead of you, and they've clinched a share of the Big Ten title. And I would love for them to be able to clinch the title alone in Champaign.
I know
hold
where
on.
your wife went to school.
So Stoney is saying, well, that's what's wrong with sports, and then is perpetuating said wrongness in sports by having that behavior.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, let's celebrate a championship.
Well, it's not Michigan State, or he'd be going nuts.
Right.
Nah,
yeah,
I would
yeah.
not be going nuts, but
Oh,
yes.
Izzo!
Izzo did it again.
Mr. Izzo!
Yeah. Dusty May in year
What
2.
what I liked about yesterday's game, because I did watch a decent amount of it, was my first impression was, where was Cadeau on Saturday night against Duke? Technically a game that mattered less because of it was a non-conference game, but he looked like a completely different player, and that's because they played a team that's certainly not as good. But yeah, it is. Look, I'm being facetious. It is nice that they are Big Ten, at least right now, co-champs. Chances are they'll win one of their next 3 games, or Illinois will lose one of their next, and they will be Big Ten champs, which is pretty cool. What's more important to you, the regular season Big Ten championship or the conference tournament to you?
I don't know. When Michigan won the Big Ten conference tournament last year, everybody was tripping over themselves saying, well, what Michigan State did was more impressive because it was the regular season. So I guess
Right.
it's the regular season, right?
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, if we're just following what we heard last year.
I'm just asking. I don't. To me, they're both nice. Absolutely.
Sure, I think they're both great. If you win the regular season, then hey, maybe it sets you up for a better seed, which Michigan has done throughout the course of the regular season. But if you win the Big Ten championship in terms of the tournament, now maybe it gives you a little bit more momentum going into March, even if you don't have a 1 seed.
They put the ball up. There's officials. They put it on TV. You want to win the game.
Of course you want to.
They did broadcast it, didn't they?
Yeah.
So it did happen.
I'm Big Ten Network.
Yes.
With
So
Rick-
you can now
well,
see it coast to coast.
It was Kevin Kugler and LaFonso Ellis on the call. Mm-hmm. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, we'll talk about the Olympic overtime. Will there be a change in it with all the belly aching that was going on? And also, one of the Lions is coming back. I'm sure you know all about that. That's coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, 97.1. I got to tell you about Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness is the best. Get you in the great mental shape, physical shape. I am a cardio guy. Bum-ba-da. Get on that treadmill, get on the elliptical or the recumbent bike, and it just helps me relax. An hour on it, look, not losing a ton of weight, but I feel better about myself. And at Planet Fitness, they have everything. It's a judgment-free zone. They got all the machines. If you want to do weights, most people do more than cardio. They have all the new weights, the cable weights, the supine machines, all that stuff for your back. It's all wonderful. And like I said, I go to the one in West Bloomfield. They got a great deals right now. $1 down, $15 a month. You heard me right. $1 down, $15 a month. There are over 50 locations in Detroit area, including new ones, Waterford and Dixie, and the one on Harbortown downtown. So feel right, be right, judgment-free zone. Go to your club online. That's why you join anywhere. We're all healthy on this planet, Planet Fitness. 248-539-9797. We'll get into Taylor Decker coming up at 6:35. Was it good news or is it same old with Taylor Decker? All right, the United States winning the gold medal in hockey over the weekend. There was some controversy as far as how it ended with the 3-on-3 and the overtime rules. And, John Cooper said, quote, you take 4 players off the ice. Now hockey's not hockey anymore. There's a reason overtime and shootouts are in play. It's all TV-driven end games, so it's not for a long time. That's a reason why it's not in the Stanley Cup final or the playoffs. Well, if you're looking for the format to change in the next Olympics in 2030, don't hold your breath. According to Mr. Tardif, I believe his name is Patrick Tardif, of the International Ice Hockey Federation. My apologies, it's Luke Tardif. He says that everything's going to stay the same. Quote, it's the best rules to fit in a tight schedule. We have to figure out 30 games in 11 days for men, and for the women, 28 games in 13 days, 50 games altogether in 16 days. Monsieur Tardif, that does not answer the question. Yeah, I don't think anybody's clamoring for 5-on-5 overtimes in the preliminary rounds.
Right.
I think it's just the medal rounds and maybe even just
The gold medal game.
gold medal game. But to me, it would be great for the medal rounds. You have regular overtime, maybe 5-on-5. Start to, adjust. You can make adjustments. You start out 5-on-5 after 20 minutes, then maybe cut it to 4-on-4. And if it's in the third overtime, then you go 3-on-3. Okay. If you can't get a goal, then, as long as there's no shootouts. But it's not and it's not, whining, I don't think, by Cooper. It just is a bad look after the game because they scored a goal and won a game on 3-on-3. That great play by Mitch Marner.
So,
But this whole TV stuff is more for the closing ceremonies than it is for trying to fit all these games because nobody's talking about having this format or the rule change of, sudden death till it ends in the early rounds.
I agree. And Heather, you may know the answer to this question. Did they use the same ice for hockey as they did for figure skating? I don't watch a lot of figure skating, and I don't know if they had the hockey.
I would say no.
markings.
I don't think so.
I don't
No?
either, but I
Okay,
don't know the answer.
Because that would obviously be part of the scheduling issue as well. If
Right.
it was used for more than just hockey.
From what I heard from the broadcast of the figure skating, that they shared it with the short track speed skating.
Okay. All right. So not an issue for hockey. Hockey had their own arena.
Right. I don't even know if they were even in the same town.
No, I know it's all spread out. It's just a question.
Yeah, I know.
And so, but I agree with you. I think if you're getting to the gold medal game, at that point, if you're concerned about it affecting closing ceremonies, then move the game up. Like in Italy, the game didn't start at 8 a.m. It started at what, 1 o'clock?
Yeah, something like that.
I think that's the 1 or 2 o'clock.
Right.
So have it start at noon. And I know in the U.S., all right, we got to get up at 7. So be it.
Yeah.
Like that's part of it. So just move it up and give yourself a bigger window.
I mean, the solution would be to put it on Saturday.
Yes.
And they played a lot of games at 3, and that's where to put it. And then if you had, endless overtime, it could go.
It could go as long as it
leak
needed.
into prime time, which would be great for them.
Yeah.
The problem is they want the event to be on Sunday as a reminder. Don't forget about the closing ceremony because it's the last event.
Correct.
They need an event to kind of put that in your head. Oh yeah, now let's watch the closing ceremony.
But
I understand that, and so then just give yourself a buffer so that if it goes into overtime, it doesn't affect.
I mean, what does he think about when Crosby got the golden goal with 4-on-4?
I know. Who, Cooper or this other dude?
All of them.
I don't know.
I mean,
yeah. I don't think they liked it. I think hockey purists like the way it's all, we play sudden death till the end.
Right.
I mean, at least they got rid of 1 year. Forsberg won it with a shootout with an unbelievable goal, but at least they got rid of that.
Yeah.
So they got rid of the shootout. No problem. 3-on-3.
I like the 3-on-3. I'm not a hockey purist.
It's better than the shootout. I'll give you that, but it's not a way to.
And they're all playing with the same rules.
Yeah.
They're all playing 3-on-3. Like it's not an advantage.
No, I know.
for either one.
It's like pin placements in golf. People bitch about pin placements.
Right.
Yeah, well, everybody has the same pin placement.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know?
It's like Major League Baseball parks.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, they're not standardized,
I know.
but the two teams are playing in the same park.
That would be cool if other sports were like baseball. Like, you come to you come to LCA to play the Pistons, and their 3-point line is like 35 feet back. As opposed to
Yes.
how cool would that be? Because that's one of the charms of baseball. All right, it's time for news. Here's Heather.
Well, new data shows that our highways are getting safer.
Oh, good.
That's great news. In 2025, highway fatalities dropped significantly. So last year, 37,810 people died on the nation's roadways, which is actually a drop of 12%. And this also comes as the number of miles driven increased by 0.9%. So more people were on the road, more people were driving, fatalities dropped. In Michigan, we didn't see quite that number or percentage dropped. Our fatalities fell by 3%, but still, they still fell, which is great news. Obviously, you might remember during the pandemic, highway deaths rose significantly, right? People were driving a lot faster. There was less enforcement on the roads. And now officials say deaths have been falling the past few years as enforcement has been increased. They say dangerous driving behaviors, which includes speeding, distracted, and impaired driving, still remain the leading cause of traffic deaths for all roadway users, which is also pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers and passengers. So. A 76-year-old West Bloomfield man is behind bars after he opened fire and shot 2 people on Saturday. We spoke about him. The shootings took place at an apartment complex and at a liquor store where he apparently used to work. Police believe the shootings were targeted. They were not random. Prosecutors said the gunman fired multiple shots through the front door of an apartment unit, striking a woman in the torso. Also, a worker at Mapleview Liquor Store was shot. Both were taken to the hospital. The woman has been released. The man, however, remains in serious condition. So this gunman has been charged with 2 counts of assault with attempted murder, discharging a firearm in or at a building, and other firearm charges as well. He was given a $3 million bond, citing serious danger to the entire community. I've got some sad news for children out there, particularly those who like trains, like my son. He will be, not that he would hear this and know what I'm talking about, but Thomas the Tank Engine will no longer be chugging into Dearborn.
What?
The Henry Ford announced that due to unforeseen mechanical complications, they will no longer be able to host the popular Day Out with Thomas event at Greenfield Village.
Oh, we've been there the last 2 years for it. Teddy loves
I
that.
know. Brooks loves trains, loves Thomas.
Well, they still have the train.
Well, they still have a train, but not Thomas.
Not Thomas. Yeah, no, I know.
The Henry Ford has been hosting the event for 25 years, and they did make it known that this is permanent. This is a permanent cancellation, not just like a temporary hiatus. So, bummer there for sure.
Yeah.
You remember that wild story about that mom from North Carolina that just up and left her family about 24 years ago and was never
yeah.
seen since? Well, we're learning a little bit more about her. Michelle Smith, she was 38 at the time when she disappeared in December of 2001. She went to go Christmas shopping at Kmart, and then her family, friends never saw her again. And people searched for her. The FBI were involved. Authorities were looking all over for her. Well, she has now told authorities that she left due to ongoing domestic issues at the time. Authorities are not going into any detail regarding those issues. They also said, though, that they had never had any reports filed at the police. They had never known of any issues going on at that household prior to that. But she was found alive and well last Friday after officers received a tip. Her children, she has 3 kids. One did post a pretty long statement on Facebook just talking about the wild ride of emotions they've been on. Like,
happy she's alive, but
and then also like,
a little upset.
How dare you? You just, what was wrong with me? Why did you leave me? So quite fascinating. There's a lot more to the story, I'm sure.
But she didn't do anything illegal.
No,
So
not
she's
at all.
not facing any charges.
She's
she just decided that I'd like a different life.
Apparently so.
All right, thank you very much, Heather. The telephone number 2.
Stoney,
Stoney, turn your mic on. There you go.
It's only Wednesday. First big mistake. Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
All right, coming up next, he's back. Is it good? 97.1.
Hey, look, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros tech to the doctors. Forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery and action. Get David, get paid means more when you hire their team, but the accident response team... Put the accident response team in your corner. Call 855-65-CRASH. You can visit them on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
NFL Combine going on right now. And yesterday was a day where many teams, coaches and general managers spoke. And the Lions, no exception. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell speaking about a lot of things, including, Taylor Decker, whether he's going to come back. They said they're in, contact with him, yada, yada, yada. And then we find out around 5 o'clock via his Instagram page, Taylor Decker announces he's back.
Well, good for him. And
more importantly, is it good for the Lions?
Well, when we heard from both Brad and Dan, they talked about, needing to get clarity from him by the start of the league year.
Right.
Which obviously they got.
Very good. I'm glad about that.
Neither of them said anything about, oh, yeah, he'll definitely be on the team. So I think they've left that door open to, hey, we heard him talk about other players. We've been in contact with them. We're getting, in contact with our medical staff. They're going to have to determine if they believe he's going to be physically capable of performing for X amount of games. What do they have to get out of him? And I don't think he stays healthy or is available for 18 weeks. But are they expecting 14 games out of the 17? 13 out of the 17? They've got to, because then that'll determine what they do moving forward, because Skipper is now part of the coaching staff.
Correct.
And they're going to have to get somebody to back him up or get his eventual replacement.
In the draft.
Yes.
Look, his cap hit for this season is $21 million. If you release him or whatever, the dead cap is $9 million. And as good as Taylor Decker's become, he hasn't been as available as you would like, Johnny,
right.
And you stress it more than anyone else.
Availability is the best ability.
Yes, indeed. And do they draft his replacement in the first round? I think it shows if they're not going to restructure his contract, which I think they should, because they still have they need money to fill other needs, whether
right.
It's interior line, whether it's pass rush, interior, the defensive line. They have holes on this football team. And bringing him back, is it a 1 year, thing, and then they'll, cut him for next year? We go all in this year and not worry about down the road? We'll do Gibbs later too. I mean, these are the things you have to understand and figure out, because Decker is not the same player he was 2 years ago. A lot of it's not his fault. It's injuries.
Sure.
He could hardly practice last year, let alone play in all these games.
So practice, I'm not going to go full Allen Iverson on us, but when you get to that part of your career, and I was in the same boat, practice for a guy that's been in the league for a decade is different than practice that for a guy that's only been in the league for his first, 2, 3, 4 years. When I was at that point in his career, it was at the beginning of the year, I would practice for, I don't know, maybe if you Tuesdays off, I would also have Wednesday off, and then I would practice Thursday, which was still a, somewhat padded practice, walk through Friday, and then, travel or do whatever
right.
Saturday, and then play Sunday. And that was the process. And then later in the year, it would be, they'll adjust practice by itself anyway. And
Correct.
If it's not a physical practice, then maybe he does practice on Thursday. There are other times where, hey, you're there, you're paying attention, and you're mentally invested, but you don't need the physical reps, and maybe you don't practice until Friday.
Does he need more physical reps in training camp more this year than he has in the past couple because of a new offensive coordinator?
No, because when we heard from Dan, Drew Petzing coming in, and one of the first things that he talked about was Drew Petzing is getting up to speed with our terminology. So they're going to be using the terminology of Dan Campbell's offense. Mm-hmm. And it's the offensive coordinator that is going to have to adjust more so than it is. Now, there's going to be new wrinkles because new OC. There's going to be new wrinkles because it's a new year. What worked last year? What didn't work? What do we got to continue to work on? It's not going to be the exact same offense. And so there are going to be wrinkles, but it's not going to be Drew Petzing is not going to bring a completely new offense to this bunch.
Right. In a perfect world, in my mind, and we'll take your phone calls and text 248-539-9797. As much as you need, because he will be making $21 million this year, you need that money if you think you can get, I don't know, a Linderbaum or a Trey Hendrickson or somebody like that on the other side. You cut him. But I think you're better off, if you can't get one of those guys, you restructure. And you have to do something. You have to improve the line play on both sides of the ball. And you have to have enough money to do that. And whoever you draft has to be a starter, play more than Tyreek Williams did. He played a decent amount, but you know what I'm saying.
The number one restructure that has to happen is Jared Goff's contract.
Yes.
The number two restructure that probably needs to happen is going to be Amon-Ra St. Brown. Number three that could free up some more money is Aleem McNeil. Now, you get a little bit squirrely when you start talking about Aleem McNeil's contract because now you're trying to figure out, is he going to be this year what he was 2 years ago before the ACL injury? Mm-hmm. That one they may put on hold. But in terms of Decker, you could add a voidable year on the back end of it.
Right.
And spread out his cap hit over an extra year. So there's a lot of different ways that they can create cap space and go get Tyler Linderbaum and keep Taylor Decker at left tackle, and then you get the cheapest available talent, which is out of the draft, to come in, and maybe you draft somebody in the first or second round that is eventually Taylor Decker's replacement, but you put him at left guard. And you allow Mahogany, you allow whoever that player is, and Miles Frazier to battle it out. And the best man wins and gets the reps, gets the experience, and it would probably be that draft pick. And then all of a sudden, hey, next year Taylor Decker is no longer on the team, and you bump them out to tackle.
But you obviously know this a hell of a lot better than I do. How many guards are out there where you're going to draft them, and then eventually you're drafting them to play guard now, but eventually you're either going to play tackle?
Well, so you draft a tackle, and you let them play guard.
Right.
That's an easier move. You don't draft a guard and say, okay, well, in year two, we're going to move you out to left tackle, or we're going to move you to right tackle and move Penei Sewell over. You draft a tackle, and a lot of people don't remember this, but when in my first year of starting at Michigan, John Runyon, Sr., he was the left guard because we had Trezell Jenkins at left tackle. And then when Trezell left, John moved out to left tackle. That's the move that is easier to make.
Right.
And so, I mean, would everybody sit there and say John didn't have a great career as a left tackle in the NFL? No, he did.
Right.
So that to me is the path that you take. You draft somebody as a left tackle, you put them at guard, and then when you need to, because Taylor Decker needs a week off or he just can't go for a couple of weeks, now all of a sudden you bump that guy out to left tackle, you put in Mahogany or Frazier or whoever it is, and that's how you manage this year.
But are you going to spend that 20? You have to restructure it.
I just said that. Yeah.
Okay.
You add the voidable year and you restructure them, but the big restructure is coming from Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown. That frees up the money then to go get your center.
Yes, but yes, you're right. They have to restructure Decker a little bit here because you can't give a guy that much money who you're, even under your scenario, you're hoping for 14 of 17 games. That's not going to get it done. All right. We'll take your text, your phone calls coming up next, 248-539-9797.
We all love having a green lawn in the middle of summer. And to make that happen, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call now. That number, 888-GET-GREEN. You can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. And here's why. If you're tired of fighting those weeds in the middle of summer or watching your grass thin every single summer, great lawns don't happen by accident. They've been working on my lawn for the past 5 years. You need the right timing and the right program for greener grass and fewer weeds. Early treatment is the key. You got to take care of that crabgrass now. You've got to take care of those dandelions now. Early treatment sets the tone for the entire season for a limited time only. Purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. Get green, stay green with Natural Way and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. You can find more information by giving them a call at 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
That's Lions general manager Brad Holmes speaking to the media yesterday at the Combine. Taylor Decker, after about 2 hours after Brad spoke, announced on social media he's coming back. We have some ticket texts on this, John.
Okay.
Here we go. Decker said he was coming back, but the Lions didn't say they were having him back.
Correct.
With or without Decker, we need to address his replacement.
Well, okay. Since that one came up, let's go ahead and hear what Dan Campbell had to say. Let's go to number 6. This is in regards to finding the replacement for Taylor Decker, whether or not he is going to be on this roster, because we did hear that he wants to come back, wants to play another season in the NFL. And prior to that, we just heard from Brad Holmes, and now we have Dan Campbell talking about it.
Look, if it's not, then we got to find a guy, right? But if it is, we still got to find a guy, because as much as I love Jack, he's got some things that are going to need some management, and that's kind of where we're at. So we're one way or another, we're going to need somebody that can play over there, and that can help us if we need him in a crunch or we need him as a starter. So that's important. We talked about the interior of the offensive line too. That's important.
So, yes, if you're going to have Taylor Decker back, and he obviously knows that of his injury situations over the last few years, he's not going to say about restructuring, but they have to restructure.
Yeah, they've got to restructure. They're going to have to add years on to the end of the contract that can be voided, and you're going to pay the piper at some point on his contract, but you can lessen the blow right now, and you can lessen it over time in regards to what Taylor Decker is making. And if I think the best path, it's not the only path, but the best path is to draft his replacement and allow him to play next to Taylor Decker as the guard.
Somebody suggests move Sewell over to left side, draft a right tackle, which you can find later in the draft.
Again, that is a path that they could take.
Yes.
But but that doesn't do anything. If Taylor Decker's going to be on this roster, you're not moving Penei Sewell over and having Taylor Decker be a backup. You're spending way too much money. Even if you restructure his contract, you're spending way too much money for him to be a backup, because he's not going to be a swing tackle. He's not going to play on the right side.
With all due respect to the player, if Taylor Decker does intend on playing football next season, I would cut him if I was a Lion. It's a business. Just move on and create the savings that way.
Another path.
A lot of people feel that way. If you cut Decker, you aren't going to save a ton. Will you find a guy who's better at or below $11 million in the dead cap hit if we cut him? Probably not.
Here's the issue with that. Now, at some point, you're going to have to, whether it's this year, next year, whenever, you're going to move on from him. Do you want to have a rookie left tackle if you draft him? Because Dan talked about having a rookie center versus a veteran center, and he clearly said, in that position, I'd like to have
a veteran.
Mm-hmm. And I think it goes the same with the left tackle, because and I can't remember if it was Dan or Brad, but I think it was Brad talking about having Jared Goff as a right-handed quarterback. That's the backside of the quarterback. He's not going to see what's coming from there. So you want a more veteran presence at that position. If Decker is on the roster, I don't know that they're going to have enough money to go out and get a left tackle out of free agency.
Good morning. What are the cap ramifications if the Lions decide to cut Taylor Decker? I feel like his time has passed. Respectful in doing so. Find a way to release him or rework his contract. Yes, that's what we'd like to see him rework the contract too. The cap hit for 2026 is $21 million. The dead cap is $9.4 million. I love Decker, and he is owed respect from the organization, but it's irresponsible to bring him back at his current salary as the starting left tackle. He is basically a part-time player with diminished physical ability now.
Yeah, I mean that's where he is in his career. Not to his detriment. I mean, it's honestly it's to what he's been able to do and what he has given to the organization. The way he's going on and play, he's a physical tackle, and you get beat up as a physical tackle. I know. And at this point in his career, I don't know, especially with the injuries. We don't know exactly what they are, but in listening to Dan talk throughout the course of last year, it's not something that's going to be fixed. It's something that they're going to have to manage. Now, what does that management look like, whether it's throughout the course of the week or when it comes to game day.
Yes. Another ticket text says Decker said he was coming back, but the Lions didn't say they were having him back.
Right, and that's so the first domino that had to fall is, does he even want to play?
Correct.
Okay, now we know he wants to play. Now the ball is shifted from Taylor Decker's court to the Lions' court. Mm-hmm. And what are they going to do with him, with his contract, and his eventual replacement?
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to talk about, the interior of this offensive line as well.
Yes.
I don't think you can go into this season, and I don't think anybody's suggesting they do, with Glasgow as your center and Mahogany as your guard, and Ratledge as your other guard. You can't come in with the same offensive line. That's what started this team. The downfall is the offensive line.
Correct. And the way Dan started off the press conference too was, hey, we were still a top 5 offense, but we didn't have the same rhythm. We didn't have the same punch as we had in the previous years. And they are going to have to address that center position. It's not going to be, I'm not much of a betting individual, but I would put money on the fact that it's not going to be Graham Glasgow. Maybe he is on the roster because he's not a huge cap hit as a backup for all 3 positions. Yeah. I would rather have him as a backup than probably Mahogany. Yes. I just would trust him more at the guard position than at center.
Now, the question is, last year they drafted somebody in the second round, Tate Ratledge, started at center at the beginning of training camp, realized he wasn't going to do much there, and they moved him to guard. Brad Holmes was asked whether Ratledge could play center.
Well, we tried him out there early in camp. He wasn't doing anything wrong, but we had to move him back. We just felt like he was at the stage of his career being a rookie. We felt right guard was just going to be a little bit more of an easier acclimation for him. And then Graham's previous experience playing the position center in our offense was a little bit more easier for him as well. So at that stage, we felt like that was the right thing. But 1 minute for Tate to move in that position. But I think that's the beauty of it, is that that's flexibility that we have. So whether we add guard, center, whatever, I think take away.
And look, we saw with Ragnow. He
started out at guard.
Yes.
Yep.
And then became a tremendous center.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, it is much easier to play the guard position in the NFL than it is the center position.
Correct.
And some of it is just the mental side of things. Getting the pass protections, getting the run blocking.
So you're saying TJ's not mentally strong enough if he would have played center, right?
No, he just never had to.
I know.
I think he very well could have. But we'll continue this conversation on the other side because there's a lot more for us to get to. This 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. With a 10-point win over Minnesota last night, Michigan basketball claimed at least a share of this year's Big Ten regular season title. Elliot Cadeau led the Wolverines with 15 points. LJ Kaysen and Trey McKinney also provided scoring bursts off the bench. The trio of Cadeau, Kaysen, and McKinney combined for 41 of Michigan's 77 points and shot 11 of 21 from three-point range. The win gave U of M its first regular season Big Ten crown since 2021, but Dusty May said the team has to stay locked in on its loftier goals ahead.
It's tough to really celebrate this moment. And like I said earlier this year, all glory is fleeting. As soon as we start to feel good about what we've done, we're going to get knocked down. And every game, every possession is incredibly important going forward. So we're trying to stay locked in on improving while also feeling good about doing something that's really, really difficult.
77-67 the final in Ann Arbor last night. A win in any of Michigan's final 3 games will secure the outright Big Ten championship. The Wolverines close the year at Illinois this Friday, at Purdue, and at home against Michigan State. Some other local college basketball news. Detroit Mercy's Orlando Lovejoy was named one of the U.S. Basketball Writers Association's 5 Oscar Robertson National Players of the Week yesterday. Lovejoy averaged 29 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists in wins over Milwaukee and Green Bay last week. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Brendan. Glad that you are with us here on your way to work or you're home working out, doing whatever you're doing. By the way, I woke up today and I did not expect to see a little coating of snow on the roads. It wasn't horrible or anything like that, but it kind of surprised me today.
Yeah, in the neighborhoods. I was surprised that I was going to have to clean off the windshield yet again. But when you get on the main roads, they're wet, damp, but not slippery.
No.
At least the roads I was on.
Exactly. All right, so Taylor Decker coming back. We think. I mean, he wants to come back. I assume the Lions will keep him in some capacity, but we all believe it should be restructured where they get some cap relief and avoidable years. But they still need help on the offensive line, in particular the center position.
Yeah, and the 2 big names that are going to hit free agency or may hit free agency are Connor McGovern out of Buffalo and Tyler Linderbaum out of Baltimore. And it was released yesterday that Eric DeCosta, who covers the NFL, the general manager Eric DeCosta said that
I thought DeCosta was in the Cayman Islands.
Yes. That would be Costa.
Oh, okay.
Not Da Costa. Yes. He's not from Chicago, so it's not Da Bears and Da Costa.
Yeah.
But general manager Eric DeCosta talked about they've made Tyler Linderbaum a market-setting offer. And it's been reported that it would be around $23 million per season. Wow. Right now, the average, the high would be about $18 million. And that's where, the franchise tag would be. But they want to lock him up. They don't want to use the franchise tag on him. And so Linderbaum right now is mulling over a record-setting deal, and it may be signed before, and he never enters free agency. Right. If he does, you're going to be competing, obviously, with the offer that the Ravens have put out there. You're going to be competing with the Giants because I do believe John Harbaugh would be one of the guys that would want to go after Tyler Linderbaum. And the Lions, I think, would be at least making the phone call. Now, the question is, would you want to set the market with Tyler Linderbaum at around 23? I mean, if you're going to outbid the Ravens, it's going to have to be $24 million, which is $6 million higher than the highest paid center right now per season.
Well, we saw last year how important the center is.
Yeah.
Because we lost ours. Mm-hmm. And the offensive line, and it's not just Graham Glasgow's fault, okay? Right. But the offensive line went from a top 3 to 5 offensive line, or some even thinking better than that, to basically middle of the pack.
Yep.
So you need that center. Mm-hmm. And I don't care if it sets the market or not. That's a lot of money. I'd make sure I couldn't get McGovern first. And if I couldn't get McGovern, then I would I'd pay the money. Because you have to have that guy. You have to have that guy, in my opinion, for you to have a top 3 offensive line.
Right. And I already mentioned that I think it was Brad Holmes. I can't remember if Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell said you would much rather have an experience. I think it was Dan Campbell. Experience at that position versus throwing a rookie in there.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, you start looking around the league, and we talked about the 2 guys that might be available in Tyler Linderbaum and in terms of Connor McGovern. Now, Connor McGovern, I know that they are somewhat pleased with their backup center, and they may not want to spend the money to keep Connor McGovern.
Right. Connor McGovern started with Dallas, and then he went to Buffalo. He took
Correct.
Mitch Morse's place when Morse went to, I believe, Jacksonville. They did a really nice job, and he would be a little cheaper than Linderbaum. But if I'm Connor McGovern, I wait to see what that market is for
Right.
Linderbaum first, and then I fall somewhere in between. Another name to look at, John. I don't know if you've Cade Mays.
Yes, Cade Mays from Carolina.
Carolina Panthers.
I talked about him a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
He's the next in line. So if Linderbaum sets the market at 23, and all of a sudden Connor McGovern says, "Oh, hey, well, thank you, Baltimore."
Yeah.
Now instead of, it looks like he would have been right around 16, 17 million. Maybe now it costs 20 for Connor McGovern. And Cade Mays is probably third in line. And instead of what you thought might have been between 13 to 15, now maybe he is 16, 17, 18 million.
Correct.
You're going to be paying, and you're going to get what you pay for, right? If you want
Yes.
the best, then you make it known to Tyler Linderbaum that, hey, I know Baltimore really wants to keep you, but if you would like to play for a team that is actually going to be competing for a Super Bowl, then come on over here to Detroit and we'll give you 24. You're going to get what you pay for. Mm-hmm. That's the best on the market. That's the best available. Connor McGovern next, Cade Mays third. All three of those guys would be a major upgrade from what the Lions had last year.
Correct.
And so it does come down to finances, because what are they going to do with the four guys that they took, in the 23 draft? And what are they going to do with contracts moving forward in regards to Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, even Penei Sewell
Right.
is in that mix in regards to you can restructure him. I think everybody believes he's going to be here for his entire career.
Yeah. And look, all indications are they're going to do everything possible to extend Gibbs, give him a new deal. They believe he is, one of a kind type of a player. Who knows? The way Penzick has used his tight ends, Laporta might be more valuable if you have to make these type of decisions.
Sure. And so we talk about dominoes falling. The first one was, does Taylor Decker even want to play?
Right.
We found out he does. Now it's a matter of how do you manage his cap number, Goff's cap number, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Ali McNeil, Penei Sewell, and create as much cap space as you possibly can before the league year starts, so that you can now decide, what do we want to do with the replacement for Taylor Decker? What do we want to do with the replacement of our center position? Also, what do we want to do on the defensive side of things? Because it gets complicated there as well. Who's going to be playing in the secondary? These all cost money. And Brad Holmes talked about the pot. Like, there's one pot, and it's not just for the guys that you draft, develop, and retain. Was one of the things that, and he said, well, it's not retain, it's pay. And it's, what are you going to do with free agency? Because you've got to be able to add players in that, and it all comes from the same pot. So how can they maximize that pot?
It's going to be a tough decisions.
Well,
there are going to be some popular players that are going to be let go.
Need to be, yeah.
Look, I know the cap is going to be going up. However, they will not be able to afford to pay market value for Gibbs, Laporta, Jack Campbell, and the fourth guy,
Branch.
And Branch. They're not.
And
for
they need clarity
you-
on Branch.
Yes, exactly. You have to wait to see how healthy Branch is.
Right.
All right. Also, at the NFL Combine, the Rules Committee is always meeting. Always chatter about having new rules. We've already heard the tush push will not be taken away this year.
Right. It's unlikely that any rules are passed to change the tush push.
Right. And part of that reasoning is Philadelphia, who obviously started it, their teams have become much better at stopping it.
They have. And now there are more teams that are trying to utilize it. And so, it's not going anywhere.
No.
It's still going to be a part. Like it, love it, don't, whatever. It's not going anywhere.
Right.
But there are three that proposals that they think are going to get a look at. One of them is make roughing the passer a reviewable call. Your thoughts?
Absolutely. They've made this game appear to be a little bit softer than it was when even you played. And the quarterbacks, when you hear guys like Brady and other quarterbacks absolutely get annoyed by roughing the passer calls at somebody from their position, there has to be a change.
It needs to be addressed. And I'm against all reviews.
I know.
It's not going away, so I have to accept some of it. And if it's going to be a part of the game, as long as they can make it timely and efficient, it should not take a long time to review a roughing the passer call. I do think that this is one that they should institute.
Yeah, absolutely. And
because so many times we see, somebody graze a quarterback's
Yes!
helmet, and
Come
all of a
on,
sudden,
really?
we see guys get pushed into the quarterback.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, like you look at it, and I think an official would look at it and say, oh, what I saw is not actually what happened.
Correct. And I know a lot of times it looks a lot, worse in real time than it does in slow motion also.
Yeah.
Look at it.
And some of those calls, I mean, they all extend drives because they're 15-yard personal fouls.
Yeah.
And they've been impactful. I do think that they need to be addressed because the roughing the passer call is not going away, nor do we want it to, right? That's the quarterback is the one that drives the NFL.
Correct.
So you've got to be able to try.
But if you make this reviewable, maybe the narrative that people like Mahomes and Josh Allen and the superstars get away with, maybe they don't get away with as much, or the other, what I'm saying, they're not going to call roughing the passer as much because it used to be, you just breathe on Patrick Mahomes, he gets a flag. Well, maybe not now, maybe not so much if this would pass. There are a couple of others that were discussed, and we'll get to them coming up next. 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a truck this month, a new one, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram. I've driven all of them, and there's really not much of a competition. Loved my Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And I got to ask a question about the competition. Why would you trust any of those full-size pickups at any price with just a 4-cylinder engine? It's ridiculous. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. They also have the Ram's 5-link coil suspension. All it takes is going to be one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram's ride actually is. Right now, Ram's truck month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and all you got to do is tell them I sent you.
Stoney in for Mr. Costa. Now, we've already decided that we like one of the three rules that I don't know if they're going to change for this year, but things that
They could
they are talking about.
put on the docket, discuss, and I do think whether it's this year, next year, I think there's some tweaks coming.
Yes.
Some of the other ones are eliminating fumbling out of the end zone, resulting in a touchback. I know there's a lot of people that if you fumble on the 1 yard line going in, the ball goes out of the back of the end zone. The opponent right now gets the ball at the 20-yard line going the other way.
I think the opponent should get the ball where the ball went out of bounds or like the
Was fumbled?
1 yard line. Yeah, or whatever. Make it, the nearest yard line. That's where it should be. So you're sitting there saying, well, they're being penalized because of field position. No, they're not being penalized. You get the ball.
No one got the ball.
No, I understand.
So why do they get the ball versus the offense?
They made the play. I'd rather see it, put it that way. I think that's a good compromise rather than them taking over at the 20, them just taking over in, where the ball went out of bounds.
Mm-hmm. I think that's one way they could do it. I don't have an issue with this rule.
You like it the way it is?
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're going in, ball security is job security, is program and franchise security. And if you can't control the ball going into the end zone.
Well, the argument is, why don't you lose possession if you fumble out of bounds at the 1 yard line?
Well, because I think there should be a bigger penalty if it goes out of the end zone.
Why? I mean, it's because it's run out of field. I mean, you're better off.
Because if you're going in and you don't fumble it, you get a touchdown.
I understand that. So you lose the ball. You get a penalty. I mean, you're penalized, or not, whatever the word you want to use, by the fact that your opponent, the defense, who
gets the ball where you fumbled it.
Yeah.
I think there should be, if the reward is greater, the risk should also be greater.
Okay. All right. We disagree a little bit on that one.
Sure.
What's the third one?
And the third one is change pass interference to be blanket 15-yard penalty and not a spot foul.
Absolutely.
I agree. I don't think there should be any 40 or 50-yard penalties in the game of football.
People are trying to get interference penalties.
Yeah. It's like baiting a foul in the NBA. Like hey, let's throw this one up, and if it gets intercepted, it's a punt.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, it's an incompletion, but let's see if we can get a free 40 yards.
Yeah.
I agree. It should be a 15-yard penalty, and it shouldn't just be an automatic first down.
No.
So if it's 3rd and 20, and you don't lose it down, so then it's 3rd and 5. If you get the pass interference, you still got to convert. I don't think it's an automatic first down.
All right. That's okay. I don't care that much about it. I just having these long-ass penalties for pass interference is ridiculous to me.
I agree.
Now, the UFL has come up with some interesting rules as well. Unfortunately, because the Michigan Panthers will no longer be at Ford Field, we won't get to see them in person.
Correct.
So you can watch them on TV.
And some of their rule changes that are going into effect this year is they're putting in a 4-point play. And it's from any made field goal of 60-plus yards. Now, in the UFL, I'm not sure there's a whole lot of kickers that are going to be able to make a 60-yard field goal.
I don't think there were any this year, but there was some guy named Jake Bates who did it the year before.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, put it in, fine. And at the end of the game, if you're down 3, 60-plus yard field goal, you got a chance to win it.
I disagree with that. I mean, there's so much emphasis being put, not on purpose, but on the kicking game now. These kickers have gotten so much better
in the NFL.
But
yeah, I don't want this one in the NFL, but for the UFL, they're just trying to create some excitement, a little more eyeballs on the sport. Okay. So I have no problem in the UFL. I don't want that one in the NFL. Now here's another one.
I really want to hit this, Fred. With that rule implementation, do you know what the worst play in football is? The 59-yard field goal.
Yes.
Right. Yes, exactly.
It's like having your toe on the line for a 3-pointer in basketball.
Worst shot in basketball, Stoney. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. How about this one? This is a college rule. Receivers would only need 1 foot in bounds.
Again, for a league below the NFL, college, it's fine. UFL, okay, fine. Mm-hmm. Create more excitement for that league, more opportunities for big plays. I have no issue with it. Here's another one. You cross the 50-yard line. And unless it's within the 2-minute warning on either half, end of the half or end of the game, no punting. You have to go for it, or
Kick a
you
long
have to
field.
kick a field goal. You cross the 50-yard line, and there's no more punting.
It definitely would make it different, more exciting. But the punting, like as we saw in the Super Bowl, is such a tremendous weapon, and we have one here with Jack Fox.
Yeah.
That to take that away, UFL, yeah, because I don't give a rat's ass about it, but that'd be fine. But yeah, I don't want to see that in the NFL.
Okay. Well, I agree with you, and I think
Okay.
for UFL, again, it's about creating excitement,
Right.
Greg?
Don't give these cowardly coaches an out.
Right.
Show their cowardice on display when they punt it from the 43-yard line on 4th and 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now they did ban the tush push.
Yeah.
And now here's the other one. A 3-point conversion. If a team wants to attempt a 3-point conversion, the ball will be placed at the 8-yard line. So you score a touchdown instead of going for 2 or kicking the
Right.
extra point.
Extra point's normal. The 2-point conversion is from the 2-yard line, like normal.
Yeah, 3-point conversion. You get the ball at the 8 and go score.
I like that.
That's interesting.
That's fun.
I think I could say. Now, do you want to put that one in the NFL rule book?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So
maybe in the last 2 minutes of the game.
just put it in the last 2 minutes. So now, if you're down,
24, you can still.
if you're down 3 scores,
Yeah, you still have a shot.
you're screwed. Unless you're the Atlanta Falcons in New
Right.
England. I think it's more interesting if you're down 8 with a couple of minutes left and you're going to score. Now instead you have a chance to either tie it up, take it to overtime,
Right.
or you put the ball at the 8-yard line and you got a chance to win it.
Yeah,
That's where I think it's exciting and fun.
absolutely. So you're down 24-0. You can. Oh no, yeah. If you're down 27-0, you still have a chance.
To tie it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
by 27 points. All right, very interesting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for news. Here's Heather.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can go and get your own today at 7-Eleven. This year's Winter Olympics averaged 23.5 million in the United States, making them the most watched Winter Games since 2014 and up 96% from the Beijing Games 4 years ago. Wow. NBC Universal said the average includes combined audiences on NBC, Peacock, CNBC, USA Network, and other digital platforms. Says it covered the live afternoon and primetime windows. A big deal because, as you just heard, the games in Beijing posted a record low for viewership. I mean, this was up 96%. Hardly anybody was watching those games. And the executive producer of NBC's Olympic coverage says that these Winter Games exceeded their expectations. And they were reminded that the Olympics are the most exciting, unpredictable, and biggest stage in sports.
I think the hockey game was like the biggest ratings that a sporting event that took place before like 9 a.m. ever got.
I believe it. So, yeah, when it comes to viewership, obviously a ton of Americans were watching that game. The game averaged 20.7 million viewers. And when the game went into overtime, 26 million people were watching.
What do you think it was?
Well-
No, obviously not the hockey game, but the rest of the Olympics.
They think it dealt with the time zone, the European time zone, made it easier to watch these marquee events live.
That was a huge part of it.
Also, compelling storylines with some U.S. Olympians. They specifically said like Alyssa Liu, who won gold in the women's figure skating, first time in 24 years. So just those were the things they cited in this article.
I also think it was a much more fun watch with the extra, camera angles. The drones were awesome. Absolutely awesome. So it gave the viewers a new perspective. And when Mike Tirico was done with the Super Bowl, he is king of all broadcasters.
He's incredible. I saw Van Pelt do a little tribute to Tirico. He goes, I know my bosses aren't supposed to like this, but I mean,
He
when
was
Tirico
phenomenal.
ended it, he's the best.
Yep.
A 76-year-old man from West Bloomfield is being held on a $3 million bond after 2 shootings. Police say the man targeted a pair of victims, one at an apartment complex and another at a liquor store where he used to work. He also fired shots at a third location, but nobody was struck. The gunman was charged with 2 counts of assault with attempt to murder, along with other charges as well. And due to his serious danger to the entire community, the court issued that $3 million bond. The motive is still unknown.
Glad I wasn't in that
My gosh.
store that day.
Yeah, me
I've been in
too.
there before.
Yeah.
Very close to where I live.
An Oakland County woman has been charged with child abuse after the baby she was caring for suffered brain damage. On Tuesday, the 44-year-old woman from Troy was charged with first-degree child abuse. Like I said, officials say the 1-year-old she was babysitting suffered these serious injuries. At the time of the incident, the woman claimed that the baby fell backwards while eating and began choking. Now, the child was taken to a hospital with severe head trauma, suffered serious brain damage. The Oakland County Prosecutor's Office said that the injuries were not consistent with choking or a backwards fall. If convicted, she faces up to life in prison. Here's a more heartwarming story. This is kind of cool. A 5-year-old from Colorado who loves planes, aviation, spotted a mistake in a Southwest Airlines training manual. Right? This kid's not even in kindergarten yet.
Right.
And because of it, it earned him and his family a tour of their headquarters in Dallas, which was pretty neat. This little boy, William Hines, is in pre-K. And his parents, through a friend, I believe, got hold of this Southwest training manual, and he was looking at it at home, and he noticed that 2 terrain monitors in the picture of the cockpit didn't match. Something was off, and the mom mentioned something to the friend, like, just so you know, little William spotted something. They took it back to Southwest, and Southwest flew him and his family to Dallas, gave him this VIP treatment, and for him, the biggest highlight was that he got to climb into a flight simulator.
Wow.
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
check it all out, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's wild.
I know.
Might be a pilot someday.
That is his goal
Good for him.
at 5.
At 5.
I love it.
That's amazing. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Still ahead. What competition is there for the Hughes family? That's at 8 o'clock, 97.1.
And we've got some great sporting moments on the horizon, and it doesn't matter the sport. There's a lot of big ones coming up, and America's favorite place to watch all of them is Stadia Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, you can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
that's important. We've talked about the interior of the offensive line too. That's important.
That's Dan Campbell. That was before Taylor Decker announced he was coming back, but Dan Campbell made it pretty obvious that even if he came back, which he is, they're going to need help at that position, whether it's the draft or free agency. And, in doing early draft research, there's going to be a lot of offensive linemen still available when the Lions pick. Not the top of the line tackle, the kid from Miami, but there's names that you've heard of before. Caden Proctor. There's also one of the two. I think one of the tackles from Utah will be available, and the inside line. I love the kid from Penn State, the guard.
The guard, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll be there, but that's who I love to see. By the way, we have some text on the rule changes that we were talking about. The NFL needs to get rid of the 15 yards from spot for foul for pass interference. It's already hard enough for cornerbacks to play, and wide receivers are taking falls for minimal contact to get huge gains in yardage. Totally agree. Would they be reviewing no calls on roughing the passer? Yeah, that's what it's saying.
Yeah.
Reviews. Check out the UFL rule changes. They're pretty interesting concepts. Well, we did. The problem with having penalties reviewed is who is reviewing them. It's not like the current reviews get it right. That's a very valid point. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah. And, we'll know in the next couple of weeks
Yeah.
what they decide to do with any or no rule changes.
Yes, indeed. All right, so with Taylor Decker coming back, what's your best opinion out there, 248-539-9797, of what they should do with Taylor Decker?
Yeah.
They just ride him, and he's going to be the starter, obviously, and, if his body holds up. That's one suggestion. Another suggestion is, you restructure his deal, so if he does become unavailable a few times, you're not hurt, number one, and you still have enough money to either get his replacement down the road or pick up another position of need in free agency. Or number three, you just cut him and you save, about $20 million.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you only save like $11 million because
Right.
the dead cap hit
Right.
is 9.
Right.
The first domino that had to fall was him deciding whether he wanted to play or not. Now he's come out and said, I want to play. Now the ball has shifted from Taylor Decker's court to the Lions' court. And they've got to decide because they didn't say, well, if he decides he wants to come back, he's going to be our starting left tackle. Maybe that's an assumption, but I don't know that that's necessarily the plan in place. So they could release him and say, you know what, hey, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know that that's the best plan of action. I think the best plan would be to restructure him, see how much you can get out of him. Now it depends on what the medicals say and talking to him and making their own judgment call as to how many games he think he'll be available.
Correct.
And then you go out and you draft his eventual replacement.
Do you get his eventual replacement in round 1 or round 2 or even later in the draft? See, I think
depends who is available at round 1. Do you think it's that big of a upgrade than what you could get in round 2? Now, round 2, you could always trade up, and it may be Caleb Lomu, who is the other tackle. Spencer Fano is the one that's probably going to go higher. And maybe you get Caleb Lomu as, high in the second. Maybe he's available, maybe he's not. I don't know. That's one path. I don't know that you really get down the list very far and say, well, we want to get, Decker's replacement. At that point, you're probably drafting a right tackle, and the plan is to move Penei Sewell over to left.
Yeah, because it's obviously, with all due respect to my right tackle friend,
It's the backside of the quarterback.
right, the left tackle is more important in this offense.
Now, there's no disrespect there.
Okay,
And I did block for Mark Brunell, who was a left-handed quarterback.
That's true.
So I was a blind side of the quarterback.
Boy, and he survived.
He did survive.
I know. Being facetious. I think this Decker decision this is some text, will show how serious the Lions actually are about winning. Decker is nowhere near the player he used to be. and his weekly injury drama is a burden to the team. It's time to make a decision for the sake of the team and move forward without Decker. That's from Jim. That is one option. There's no doubt about it. I definitely feel that restructuring should be in the conversation. I don't think you bring him back at his current salary.
Not if he's not going to be your only left tackle. If you're going to have to basically platoon at that position, then you want to sit there and say, okay, well, how much do we want to spend on that position?
Is there any chance, and I'm just throwing it against the wall, that you move Sewell to left tackle and Manu in his 2 years of development and practice and things like that is good enough to start at right tackle in this league?
No.
Is there any shot of that?
No.
Okay.
No, and it's so is there a shot? Sure. Like, I don't know what the development has been. We only saw him in one game against the Bengals, and then he magically disappeared with an injury. And so I don't know what his progression looks like. Was it good enough last year, what we saw? No, absolutely not. And so I don't think there's any world where you move Penei Sewell over to left and Taylor Decker is still on the roster.
Oh, I agree.
That's ridiculous because no one is questioning Penei Sewell's durability or availability. And Taylor Decker, you're not going to see him ever play right tackle.
The comparison that Ragnow played guard his rookie year, then moved to center for Ratledge is not a good one. Ragnow played center in college. Ratledge has never played center. If the Lions go into next season with Ratledge at any place other than right guard, they will have a similar outcome as this year, guaranteed. Well, yeah, that's not optimal, but they would know from practice.
Sure.
Whether he can handle it or not. I have lost all confidence in Brad Holmes with his recent drafting and pathetic free agent acquisitions. His stubbornness in acquiring a legitimate secondary pass rusher may be overshadowed by his incompetence in getting a free agent center. All right. I believe, number one.
Has free agency started yet?
No.
So we don't know.
Well, I think he's talking about they should have been prepared for Ragnow's departure.
Okay.
That's I believe is what the texter is referring to. But I do agree that they have been stubborn as far as addressing the other pass rushing aside from Aiden.
Correct.
Considering, they brought Davenport back. Pascal hasn't done squat. Who knows what his deal is going to be.
Onwuzurike hasn't done anything. He's not an end, but
right. And Davenport's Davenport.
Right, yeah. There's no shape or form should he be on the roster this coming season.
No.
But in regards to, neglecting the offensive line, I think it was very apparent to everyone, and certainly to Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, that the offensive line that they put together last year was insufficient.
Correct.
So I'm not going to sit there and say that they can't learn from their mistakes. Was it a mistake? Sure.
Yeah.
They're not infallible, but they are able to take a look and say, how do we adjust this and how do we do it differently moving forward?
How do they do it differently moving forward? We'll discuss that coming up next. 248-539-9797.
Hey, Planet Fitness is a great place to go if you want to get a great workout in. And here's the thing. If you like what you see there, because they got a great deal going on right now, it's $15 a month. The dollar down gets you in the door, and the first month is free. I mentioned if you like what you see there and you want a little bit more, you can upgrade to the Black Card membership, and you're going to have access to the Black Card Spa. You'll have access to 2,800 clubs nationwide. So if you travel and you want a place to work out, most likely there's going to be a gym near you. If you're just moving around Metro Detroit, they've got 50 of them in Metro Detroit, and that gives you a chance to, whether it's where you work, you live, you play, a gym near you, and you get unlimited guest privileges, so you can always take a guest with you. It's a great value for the membership. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it online, in club, or on the Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
248-539-9797. Michigan defeated Minnesota last night at Chrysler 77-67 to win a share of the Big Ten title. They just need to win one of their next 3 games or some losses by other clubs to be the outright Big Ten champ. And Elliot Cadeau had the exact opposite game he had against Duke. He was terrific. 15 points, 6 for 10 from three-point range. Michigan shot 50% from the field, including 14 of 33 from 3. By the way, all the top 4 played last night. Duke, Arizona, and Iowa State, and they all won.
Mm-hmm.
Pistons taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight right here on 97.1.
Big game.
No word if SGA is playing or not, but they are the defending champs. And Boston won again, man. Pistons lead the Celtics by 4.5 and 6.5 over Cleveland, who beat the Knicks, and then the Knicks are 6.5 out too. And they play Cleveland here on Friday night.
Yep.
Cavaliers
Big
are getting
week.
interesting with the beard. We just have to wait till Harden goes Harden in the playoffs, though. That's the problem. But,
Any thought of going down tonight?
no, I'm going to go Friday.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little easier to turn around the next morning.
Yes, exactly. The 9 o'clock start time for me on Saturday is a little better than the 6 a.m.
Yes.
We have some ticket texts. Why do we have? This is the definition of insanity. We tried this last year. Replace a veteran with a rookie on the offensive line. This team needs guys like Zeitler a few years ago who are proven contributors. It's getting close to now or never. Don't rule out Zeitler coming either back here or maybe even he going back to Baltimore. I mean, I know he went back to Tennessee because he lives there or whatever, but
Well, the
that team-
family's established there now. They could stay there, and he could go for 6 months and play somewhere else.
That team's terrible. Between bad contracts and injuries, the Lions have gone from Super Bowl contenders back to their normal mediocrity. All the enthusiasm from the previous couple seasons has turned to despair. With so many holes to fill and Brad Holmes' lack of urgency, there's no excitement for the upcoming season.
I do believe that this offseason is going to be different than the ones that we've had with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell since they've been in Detroit. I think they're going to do things differently, and I think we'll start to see it in free agency. I also think we're going to see it differently than we've seen in the last 3 drafts, where I don't think they are going to be taking developmental guys at any point. It is, hey, we need dudes that can help us win now.
Right. Look, guys, in any job, you learn from your mistakes.
Yes.
And they made, some mistakes after the first few years of the draft. The trading up to get guys like Broderick Martin and Manu just didn't work out.
No, and it's weird, too, because, first...
And even you can argue Tesla was not as, he played well when he played, but it wasn't worth the draft capital that they had to give
gave up
to move
for
up.
him. Yeah, and he wasn't as productive as they needed. Now I think we're going to see more of him this coming year. But it's weird because, and no one masters the draft, but Brad Holmes came in and was really good at the draft.
First 2 were great.
To get this team to where it was 2 years ago, where you're the number 1 seed going into the playoffs. And the year before that, you're in the NFC Championship game. It's usually the other way around, where general managers come in and they'll spend money to get veteran, proven talent, make some big splashes, and they find their way through the draft. Maybe they hit on a couple. It's been the opposite for Brad Holmes, and now he's going to have to adjust. He still needs to be good at the draft, and he's going to have to do it different than he did in the last couple of years by not drafting those developmental guys. But he's going to have to get veteran players, proven players, impact players in free agency.
John, can you explain why can't Decker play right tackle?
First of all, I don't think he's going to want to make that change. If you're contemplating whether you're playing or not, I don't think part of it is, well, if I come back, I'm going to have to change to the right side.
Technically, for those who've never played the offensive line, like most of us, what's the difference?
It's really hard to just change your stance, going from a left-handed stance to a right-handed stance. It's a very difficult thing. If he's done it for 4 years in college, he's done it now for 10 years in the NFL. Mm-hmm. That's not an easy thing to do. I tried to do it at the end because I just wanted to play. I didn't want to contemplate retirement. And I think that's the bigger thing for Taylor Decker. He wants to come back, but I think he wants to come back at left tackle. I wanted to play at any position. I played left guard for a couple of games. I took snaps at center. I just wanted to play more football, so I was willing to make that chance. And it was not a great showing at left guard by any stretch of the imagination.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was a kid living near Los Angeles at the time when the Dodgers released Fernando Valenzuela. It was a necessary business decision. You'd have thought there were going to be riots for a week. As much as people may like Taylor, the front office needs to make these tough decisions because the window will start to close faster if we hold on to the family favorites. That's from Salvador in Roseville. Yeah, that's always a tough decision.
You're going to have to make those.
And they're going to make one. Obviously, I don't think they're going to bring Anzalone back.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. We didn't hear Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell commit to Taylor Decker.
No.
And even after, they already spoke, and then Taylor Decker came out with his proclamation.
What do you think about that? They knew he was coming back. I mean, he just happened, 2 hours afterwards, right?
I don't know. Maybe he was listening as well and was like, you know what? Hey, no. I'm coming back.
Tony says Decker needs to be off his team. You got to move on from players that are a burden. Great guy. Here's a couple more. Good morning. I have friends that are 49er fans, and their feeling is they're going to cut Trent Williams. Thoughts on him over Decker? Well, he's got injury problems as well, obviously, but he's a much better player.
Yes. Then it comes down to at that point, you would have to cut Taylor Decker and designate him as a June 1 cut. Then you could save even more money. But what's it going to require to pay Trent Williams? Because you're not getting him at $15 million.
Bring Decker back, but it has to be with a restructured contract. Draft the best defensive end in round 1 and the best offensive tackle available with the second round selection, with the intention that Sewell become the left tackle of the future. All this contingent on signing a veteran center, but I'm certainly not a GM. That's from Jeff and Petoskey.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to let Brad cook? Do you have any idea how upset you would be with the meal that was served after this wait? That's from PO'd fan. Let's see what happens here. I don't think they're going to do anything drastic, huge splash and all that stuff. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think they're going to have a much more productive free agent period than they had in the past. They have to.
I agree. They need to get, and Dan was asked about that in regards to whether they're okay with a rookie coming in and playing the center position, or they would prefer to have a veteran. Mm-hmm. And I think it was pretty clear that he would prefer to have a veteran playing that center position. So I do think, and whether it's Linderbaum, seems like he probably will be staying on the East Coast, whether it's in Baltimore or with the Giants. Connor McGovern, Cade Mays. There's going to be options for the Lions to take a look at and say, if we can't get Linderbaum, let's go down the list. Connor McGovern. If we can't get him, let's go down the list to Cade Mays. There are many options in free agency, and I do think that's the route that they decide to go.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next, the Hugheses put on a show at the Olympiad, and we're going to discuss some other families of sports figures and who has the best family in the world of sports. We'll take your calls and your texts, 248-539-9797 here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC. Michigan basketball claimed a share of the Big Ten regular season championship with last night's 77-67 win over Minnesota in Ann Arbor. The Wolverines rolled to the win thanks to Elliot Cadeau, who led the team in scoring with 15 points. LJ Kaysen and Trey McKinney also combined for 26 points and to shoot 8 for 16 from deep off the bench in the win. There wasn't too much celebration from Michigan players after the game, however, and that's because Dusty May knows his team has already won the sprint, but they have to keep their focus on the marathon.
Guys that we've been able to weather the storms to go through this marathon that we're on to get to this point. You get to last 5 it's all for naught. So we got to keep pushing forward and keep growing and get better.
Michigan can win the outright Big Ten championship with just one more conference victory this season. The Wolverines have 3 games remaining against Illinois, Iowa, and Michigan State. They'll head to Illinois in just 2 days on Friday. And yesterday, Lions GM Brad Holmes and head coach Dan Campbell spoke at the NFL Combine. Despite Campbell reaching the podium before Taylor Decker announced he'll be returning next year, Campbell discussed what the team would have to do even if Decker did come back. He said the team still needs to get someone that can either start or fill in a pinch at the tackle position. The NFL new league year begins in 2 weeks on March 11th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Brendan. 248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Coming up at 8:35, John has a problem. And we're going to try to help him with this problem.
Yeah, just this one.
Oh, yeah. Well,
There's many more.
baby steps, John. Baby
Yes.
steps. All right. As everybody knows, the United States men's Olympic hockey team won the gold medal. Jack Hughes with the golden goal. Quinn Hughes also was dominant in the Olympics. He's been great since going to Minnesota. Pretty look good on the wing wheel. Anyway, that family is incredible. Mm-hmm. And they also have Quinn Hughes scored a big goal to win a game as well. They also have Luke Hughes, the youngest, who plays for the New Jersey Devils. 2 of the 3 played at the University of Michigan. They went and did some United States developmental hockey stuff here. Their father played and coached around college and some minor leagues, and actually I think worked with the Maple Leafs at one point. Mm-hmm. His mother, Ellen, was a great player, and she also
played on the national team.
And she actually works a little bit for the women's team right now as well. So we were wondering, so you have the Hugheses and what they've accomplished. What family would you say is the best sports families, or your favorite ones? 248-539-9797.
Like the most famous sports family currently is probably the Manning family. Archie, former quarterback for the Saints, and then obviously Peyton and Eli, and now Arch. I think they are the most notable family, but I don't think they're the best family.
To me, and because I am a hockey geek, I think it's the Sutters. You have 6 sons, 6 brothers, all played in the NHL. Brian was really good with St. Louis. He had over 300 goals. He later became a coach. Brent was a stalwart for the Islanders during their Stanley Cup days. Dwayne played for them as well. Darryl played for the Blackhawks and was a coach. He coached the Kings to a Stanley Cup. And then you had Ron and Rich, who were twins, who both were drafted 6 spots ahead of each other, basically back in 1982. Ron played for the Flyers. Rich played for, I think, a few other teams. But and I remember just hearing the lore growing up, about them from Viking, Alberta.
Yeah.
I forget the father's name, but I always knew the 6 sons of Grace Sutter. And they are, I think, to have that many, even though none of them are probably Hall of Famers, it's the best family in sports. But then the Mannings are a really good one as well.
No. I think there's another one that's even better than the Sutters.
Okay.
And I'll go back to the game of football, and I'll give you the Matthews family.
Oh, yeah.
Clay Matthews Sr. started everything off, played in the 50s. Yeah. Clay Matthews Jr., 4-time Pro Bowler, linebacker, played 19 seasons. And then obviously Bruce Matthews, who was a 14-time Pro Bowler, also played 19 seasons. And then you had Clay Matthews III, who we know played in Green Bay.
Right.
Jake Matthews, longtime offensive tackle for the Atlanta Falcons. Casey Matthews was a linebacker for the Eagles. Kevin Matthews was a center for the Tennessee Titans. So you got 7 of them.
But are there
and
7?
You have Hall of Famers.
Yeah, they're right up there. I'll give you that.
I think there are.
But they're from they're the same family, but they're not all from the same mother, right? Aren't there like this?
Oh,
You
well,
said
no. I
there's
think when you're
uncle,
talking about the third, I think there were extra women involved at that point.
no, but I mean,
It wasn't that incestual.
some are cousins, right? Or no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I think it all is of the lineage of Clay Matthews Sr.
He befell the same fate as Carlos Alcaraz one day will.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Nolan, what's going on this morning?
Nothing much. How's it going, boys?
Good.
Yeah, I would say one of the most notable ones in my mind is Drake May's family with all of his brothers that played for North Carolina in baseball, and then he's a pro in football. I mean, you can't really beat that. Their genes are insane.
They are insane.
Yeah.
Luke May was a really good college basketball player,
Yeah.
but he never
Yeah.
played.
He-
They never played professionally, did they? He?
No, I don't think so. But Luke hit that shot in the Natty, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a natty.
It's the regional final.
Regional
Send him to the Final Four.
Sent him to the Final Four.
Oh,
Yeah, he was really he was really good.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drake's obviously the star. I mean, well, he was a rookie this year, wasn't he? And he went to the
Second
Super
year.
Bowl. or-
Second year.
Second
Yeah.
year.
Second
but-
year, yeah.
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 He played,
Yeah,
played really well.
Good family, yeah.
Yes.
I don't think it raises to the level of the ones that we've already talked about.
No, because we have like multiple. Oh, look, there's been a few that have 2 or 3 that have been great. I mean,
Right, the Williams sisters.
that's right. They're right there. I didn't even think about them. I was thinking of the Griffies.
Yeah. Griffey's, the Bonds.
Yeah.
And if you go not mainstream sports, but the Andretti family. You got
right.
Mario, Michael, and Marco,
That's true.
all icons in IndyCar.
Is Marco really an icon, though?
Well, Mario and Michael are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's still.
I know. He still is a professional race car driver.
Sure.
I get
Yes.
that.
Yeah. So when we could throw any member of these families under the bus.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Arch Manning he didn't win the Heisman this year.
No. What about the Holes? Bobby was one of the greatest,
Yeah.
arguably the greatest
Brett.
left wing ever, and Brett Hull. Mm-hmm. And, excuse me, I forgot about Brad Hull. Brad Hull. Bobby Hull's brother, Dennis Hull, was a really good player. Mm-hmm. Really good. All right, we have some texts here. Reggie and Cheryl Miller.
Yeah. Brother-sister combo.
Yep. Best family, the Mannings. I don't even think it's close. They're number 1. That's from Tony.
I would still go with the Matthews family.
Well, the Mannings, at least so far, have won Super Bowls. So they've been more champions than, the Matthews, right?
Well, I'm not going to. I don't know if Bruce Matthew with the Houston Oilers. I don't think they ever won
No.
a championship. But
No.
did Clay win one with the Green Bay Packers? Was he on that team?
I
Yes.
think so, yes.
Yeah. So he's got a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was 1. Yeah. The
Oh,
Mannings-
okay. Yeah. And let's just discount the 27 Pro Bowls that they played in.
Well, I know. I'm not discounting, but championships, I mean, everything seems to be about championships these days. And the Mannings have, 3, right?
Correct.
The thing with the Mannings is if
No, I think
Arch is
They
a
got 4, right?
No, Eli won 2 and Peyton won. Oh, Peyton did go 2. That's right.
Yeah.
He won the one in Denver where he had his neck was like Frankenstein.
Yeah.
if Arch becomes a franchise quarterback, they're undisputed
Yes,
as the greatest
because of
sports
that
fan.
because of that position.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
LeBron James and Bronny are statistically one of the best duos ever. It's true. And it's like at one point before
Throw Bronny in there.
before Bonds, the family had the most home runs was the Aarons. Hank had 755, and his younger brother Tommy had 12.
How about the Harbaughs?
You know what? That's a pretty accomplished family. More
Coaching side of
coaching
things.
side. Yeah. Now that Jay Harbaugh's got a Super Bowl.
Super Bowl,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And then here's one that people have forgotten about. Still in the news some here and there, but the Ball family. Remember?
Oh, yes.
yeah. LaMelo.
LaMelo,
and, yeah.
Lonzo. Who was
Yes.
the other one? And then LeVar was the dad.
Langelo, right? Was it Langelo? One of them became like a singer.
A rapper.
Yeah. Well,
LiAngelo was the one who played for UCLA and got in trouble overseas.
right. Let's go to Jess here, 97.1.
Yeah, the best all-around sports families, the McCaffreys.
So you got Christian, you got his father Ed, who won a
Yeah.
Super Bowl with the Broncos. Who else? What other
Well,
ones?
you had Luke.
Well, you got
Luke.
Olympians, the grandmother, the mother. There's like several that were Olympic athletes too.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of studs in that family, that's
Yeah,
for sure.
What was the name of the quarterback who played here and like never? Everybody thought he was going to be the greatest.
Luke.
That was Luke. Okay.
Yeah.
That's his first name.
But what about the Darnold?
Dylan.
Oh,
That was
Dylan.
Dylan, yeah, I
Dylan.
know.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he's the one that got knocked out against Wisconsin.
We got the Darnold family too, because he won the Super Bowl. But then his grandfather, Dick Hammer,
That's
Right.
right.
was
Well
an
done.
Olympian.
Great poll.
Yeah.
I do have one actually that has been mentioned. It actually goes back to what Stoney was talking about the Matthews, about the origination from different women. How about the Diggs family? You've got Trevon, you got Steph, and you got all of his kids from his different baby mamas.
That's right.
A lot of potential.
That's right. Someday they might be right there. Danny, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, so I'm going to name one that I don't think is the greatest because it's not a very popular sport. But in terms of like what they've done, I got to say the Gracie family, who started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, kind of the whole framework of the MMA.
What's the last name there?
The Gracie family.
Oh, yeah, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Yeah.
Yeah, because didn't they basically, I don't know if they founded Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. And then Hoist Gracie was the surprise at UFC 1, the very first event. He won. And then from there, it just became worldwide.
All right. Excuse my ignorance. What's the difference between Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and, let's say, Argentinian Jiu-Jitsu? Is it a special type of Jiu-Jitsu?
That's a very good question. I'm not educated on the subject of Argentinian Jiu-Jitsu.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure that exists, but
Why Brazilian?
because I think they're from Brazil.
Okay, I figured that out, but do they have? Never mind.
American Jiu-Jitsu. Why can't we be the compete in the Jiu-Jitsu family?
It could have been people who do Jiu-Jitsus, and before they compete, they get Brazilians done. I don't know. I never heard of Jiu-Jitsu as Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Heather, would you like to care to jump in on the
No
Brazilians?
No.
All right, we'll take some more. I need a shave. 97.1.
Just a trim. Hey, we all know colder temps will make a comeback, and they're going to be here for a while, so don't risk a furnace failure. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So get in touch with them now. Same-day service and financing are available. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Because of the success of the Hughes family, we were asking what's the greatest family in sports. The Mannings are pretty damn good, and the Matthews. I'm a fan of the Sutter brothers, 6 of them, and they still are involved in hockey today. It's incredible to have 6 kids playing. Basically, I think they all played at the same time at once. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to the text. Unquestionably, the best family in sports are the Sutter family. I believe they had 6 brothers playing the NHL. 4 of them are coaching or general managers. How about the Earnhardts? First family of NASCAR.
Mm-hmm.
2, though, right? Was there anybody else besides them?
No, I think it's
Dale and Dale Jr.?
Yeah.
Now, this actually, shame on me for not for remembering this. This is best family is the Hanson brothers.
Love that one.
3 triplets who hit hard and don't whine. All effort.
Time to put on the foil.
That's right. I love when they played with the cars.
I love that entire movie.
It's one of the greatest movies, and it's lasted the test of time because you talk to hockey kids if they take bus rides or wherever you have to watch it.
Just quick couple notes from the ticket text. The Williams sisters have 37 major titles and 3 gold medals.
Pretty impressive.
Like, if you want to talk about accomplished, how do you beat that? And then just for the Matthews family, they've played in a combined 73 NFL seasons.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Larry in West Bloomfield. What's up, Larry?
Hey, Stoney, you finally got me to call in.
Oh, I'm glad it's such a intelligent topic here.
It is. But anyway, if you're a Michigan State fan, there's 2 Michigan State royalty families. For football, you got the Bulla family, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Started with Hank Bulla, then Shane and
Max.
Chuck, and then Max, Riley, Byron. Just kept going.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's maybe not championships, but definitely Spartan royalty.
Absolutely.
And then for hockey, go ahead.
No, I'll go ahead if you're gonna. Yeah. I'd say absolutely on the Bullies.
Hockey, it's the
Millers.
The Miller family.
Yes. Local too. Yeah. That's a great one. Thanks for calling, Larry. You got Kelly, you got Brian, you got Drew, you got Kip Miller, Kevin Miller. I don't remember how they all weren't brothers, but they all were related and they all had really good careers. And I'm sure there's some who never made the pros that were really, really good as well.
We haven't mentioned the other obvious one, unless I missed you guys say it, with the Kachucks.
Yeah, you're right. We did not mention them.
Yeah, 3 of them.
Yeah, I think it's fun. I love the fact that they call Keith, the father, Walt. That's his nickname because there used to be a Walt Kachuk who played for the Rangers in the 60s and the 70s. Spelled his name completely different, but that's his nickname. They call him Big Walt. Al, what's going on? Excuse me, I'm
Jeff.
Jeff, my bad.
Jeff, good morning.
All right, Jeff isn't there. Here we go.
That's all right.
That's all right. All right. Now we'll go to
Al.
Al.
Okay.
What's up, Al?
Al, how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. So I know you guys talked about the Bonds family, the Griffeys, but we have our own royalty here in Michigan with the Fielders, with Celso Fielder mashing home runs, hitting home runs over out of Tiger Stadium, and then having Prince come back and play for the Tigers. And I think he was 14 years old when he was basically practicing with his dad and hit a home run at Tiger Stadium.
Yes, you are correct.
So But yeah, those I had fond memories watching Celso. And by the way, Stoney, happy belated birthday to your daughters. I'm one of those knuckleheads that I remember listening to you when they were born.
Oh, thank you.
So happy belated birthday to them. And one last thing to you. Happy New Year.
Save that for 6 o'clock when he decides to show up one of these days. Let's go to Jeff in Bloomfield Hills. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, guys, can you hear me this time? Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay.
How you doing?
Good. So I had a question, too, but the one I was going to offer up was the Curry family.
Sure. Starting with Dell?
Yeah, Dell, and then you obviously got Steph, and even Seth, who's kind of better than people realize.
I know.
Yeah, just overshadowed, obviously, by Steph.
Yeah, the guy was like, I think he led the league in 3-point percentage last year, the year before. But the question I was going to ask you guys was, have you noticed, and I think it's particularly in baseball, how many second generation, like how many sons are now coming up, and it's constantly someone's kid that you knew, like Jackson Holiday or whatever. There's just more and more. And I was curious if you guys had thoughts as to why that would be.
I don't think it's any more than
it
has
was.
been,
It's more publicized now
Right.
because everything is.
Yeah, and you recognize as you get older, and all of a sudden you say, "Oh my God, I remember his son." I remember his dad. I watched his dad play, and then as you really start to get older, you even get grandkids in there. It's like, whoa.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking about grandkids and everything, we got the Carr family. Lloyd,
right?
Son Jason played at CC here, and then at Michigan,
Right.
and then obviously CJ, the quarterback at Notre Dame. Tommy's now at Michigan.
Yep. Ed, what's going on?
Not much. I don't think anybody's mentioned the Anoa'i family for professional wrestling. Most famous, they got Yokozuna, Rikishi. They're connected with the Mayavias. So you have like The Rock in that family. They've been connected. There's like 16 of them all together from the early territories all the way up until even now.
Wow.
I did not know that.
Yeah, there's
what's
a lot.
What's that family again?
It's the Anoa'i family.
The Anoa'i family?
Yeah, going back to the territories.
I don't know, Evan or,
We
Kenny
talking
Cobb
Northwest
would know.
Territories
I have
or
no idea.
Louisiana Purchase?
Yeah, I'll take one more before we go ahead with news. Calvin, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
How y'all forget that Muhammad Ali and his daughter, both of them world champions
Yes.
for the longest.
She was Layla Ali was very good. What about
Layla Ali.
Joe Frazier and Marvis Frazier?
Yeah. What about Ken Norton? and his son?
Ken Norton's a good one. He's a great football player. He's still an assistant coach somewhere, I believe. I think back in his, did he go back to UCLA or is he at USC? I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway, yeah.
What about Rocky Ismail, the rocket and the missile?
Yeah, Rocket and Raghib was the other one. Yeah,
yes, indeed.
Yep.
Hey, you want to go father son? The Hutchinsons, Aiden and Chris.
Yeah.
Chris
Throwing their cousin Steve.
It's time for news, and here's Heather.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So tons of people woke up early to watch the Olympic men's hockey gold medal game between the U.S. and Canada, with NBC announcing that the game averaged 20.7 million viewers. Viewership peaked at 26 million during the overtime game-winning goal, and it was the most watched pre-9 a.m. sports event in the U.S. in history, and it was the second most watched hockey game ever on NBC, only behind the 2010 Vancouver Olympic showdown between the two teams that averaged 27.6 million viewers. The women's game also broke records as well. The women's hockey game. Average of 5.3 million viewers and peaked at 7.7 million. And when it comes to the overall Olympic viewership, this year's Winter Olympics averaged 23.5 million in the U.S., and that's a massive upgrade over the 2022 Olympics and the most watched Winter Olympics since 2014. So lots of people were taking it in. Yes.
They were great games.
Yes. Someone who bought a lottery ticket in North Branch is now nearly $4 million richer. According to the Michigan Lottery, a Lotto 47 ticket matched the winning numbers drawn last Saturday. The winner has 1 year to go and claim their prize. A Troy babysitter has been charged with first-degree child abuse after a 1-year-old child suffered a serious brain injury while in her care. The woman says that the child fell backwards while eating and then started to choke, but prosecutors say that the injuries were inconsistent with either of those things, with either choking or a backwards fall. The babysitter faces up to life in prison if convicted. Here's a little warning. You may not want to use the coffee maker the next time you stay at a hotel. There's a woman named Tara Woodcox. She is an influencer and fitness coach on social media, and she recently went viral after suggesting that her followers clean their dirty underwear in hotel coffee makers. Okay, take a listen.
And then the next guest goes in there and makes a cup of coffee and gets a little extra flavor.
Exactly. So a lot of people were calling her out. She received tons of backlash, but the video went viral. So many people watched it. She has now responded, sort of, and she said that she's never actually done that herself, but she said she heard it as a travel tip from a friend before. So.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, a friend told me about this.
Groves, have you ever used a coffee maker in a hotel room?
I have.
You have?
I had.
I wouldn't.
My underwear doesn't fit either.
I don't drink coffee.
I need more than the one cup.
No, but my son
maker.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have used the coffee maker for other things, not like
What?
this, but I was doing someone's hair and I used the coffee pot to like mix their color in. Just things you just may not want to use it.
They make them. So some of them are so complicated. It's like the pods are like so like I can't even describe them. They're tough to get in, and it's really weird.
This was at a really old school hotel, not in Michigan. And
Well, what's funny about this story is we were just in Chicago a couple of weekends ago, and Lisa has been battling the winter cough and cold. So she had used the coffee maker to make some medicine, and then she sees this story, and I was laughing.
Yeah, I know other things too, just from traveling a lot for a while. People use it for all sorts of things. I would just not touch it.
Really?
Yeah.
Other than coffee
Yeah.
or just hot water?
Yes. I wouldn't use them if I were you. Anyway.
Whoa.
Huh.
I don't know. Nothing like this. No one's putting their underwear in it that I know
curious.
of. But just, I don't know. I seem kind of dirty. Anyway, that's the news.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. No surprise, John needs some help.
Yes.
We'll help him out next. 97.1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for years because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know you, learn about you, and whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life and my family's life. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know that I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel the same confidence in your financial journey, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn about how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
248-539-9797. Michigan beats Minnesota last night, 77-67. They got a share of the Big Ten title. The other three teams in the top four also won: Duke, Arizona, and Iowa State. By the way, speaking of families, the Boozers.
Yeah, they would be right there.
This one is really, really. How would you like to be the twin who's not quite as good? He's still a D1 athlete at Duke, but
sure.
Yes. And also last night, the Boston Celtics, they won again. So they're 4.5 behind the Pistons, who take on the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder tonight at LCA. The Wings back in action tomorrow in Ottawa. All indications are Dylan Larkin will be playing, so that's good. All right, John, you said you have a little conundrum, a little problem that maybe we can help you with.
I know that there's a lot of people, especially that are of, I don't know, my age. Heather, you probably have run into this as well.
Hey.
Not my age, but I'm trying to broaden the gap here. In regards to like old stuff that you've just kept, or maybe your parents kept and they've handed to you, and it's I've redone some things in my office, and I'm trying to put some memorabilia on display. But as you start going through it, I'm finding like old high school pictures of homecoming, prom, and I'm finding like awards that I got, like an academic achievement award, and you get this little certificate. How much of it do you keep?
All of it.
Well, okay, but then what do you do with it?
All
Because
of it.
do you just keep
That's
it
why God
long
invented
enough?
basements.
In boxes.
Right. Well,
And
we've
Sharpies.
got basements and boxes, and we've got all this
I
stuff.
know.
But like, I'm in the middle of like some of it. I'm obviously going to keep. I've got some old jerseys and uniforms, whether it's from Clawson, it's from Michigan, it's from my time in the league, all-star games that I played in. But then there's all this other, and I'm, for lack of a better term, I'm going to call it crap. That if it's just going to sit in a box, and it's going to be there until I die, and then I'm going to put all the guilt on my kids,
right? And they'll
sit there and look at it and go, "Oh wow, this was dead in high school.
Yeah.
Let's toss this."
Yeah,
See, I don't think that's how it's going to be. Some of it that you consider crap is probably crap, and you should throw it away.
Yeah.
But old pictures, to me, like your kids are going to want those. They're going to want to see what you were like in high school.
Okay, so but like how much of them? So I had the same girlfriend throughout all of high school, and so like every single, if it's freshman homecoming,
Right.
senior homecoming, it's all me and her, just in different outfits.
That's okay. I don't know. I mean,
Now, what I did was because when you buy the photographic package or whatever, right? You get the wallets, you get the 5x8s, and the big one.
You have all that stuff.
Yeah, and so I've tossed
Okay.
all the duplicates.
So
you don't need all
could
that,
you could
but-
send that stuff to what's it, Legacy Box, and
like the
and
videos,
get
you
it,
can.
get it videoed.
Oh, that's right. I've
You
got
can
a whole bunch
digitize
of
it all.
like my high school game film. It's all on
Yeah.
VHS, and I've got no way to play it.
Yeah, I did some stuff to get a lot of like early on air things that I've done.
Yeah.
They're pretty funny to watch when I look back at now. But I had the same problem. I have boxes of old programs and things like that just I one of these days I'm going to have Kang and Evan just come over and tell me if this stuff is even worth anything.
Yeah.
I mean, like the Charlotte Hornets media guide I have from their first year. I mean, what's that worth? Like $5? I have no idea, but it's just there. And then I have,
I'd toss that.
all this.
Yeah, I would too.
I mean, eventually, if this all goes to your daughters, they're probably going to toss it. Like that stuff, the stuff that has like a really good connection to you, all your videos, all your photos, things like that, keep that.
Right.
But yeah, have them come over, see if it's worth anything for sure before you toss it.
Is it expensive to take all those VHS tapes and put them and get them digitized? Is it really?
Yeah.
You can do it yourself.
And I did it stupidly. I
don't have a VHS
Well,
player.
you have to go on eBay, go on Facebook, find one for $5. And I've done it before with some of them. With some of my VHSs, you got to connect it to your computer, and it just you play them, and it goes.
And you could so it just takes the amount of time to play it and record it digitally.
Like this was a long time ago. I put them all on DVD.
Oh, okay.
Now I don't even want the DVD.
Now
Now
I
I want
put
them.
them on-
Now I want them on the cloud.
I did my
or an external hard drive.
Sure.
Right. I did my stuff a few months ago, a lot of it. okay? Like all the sweater updates I did with Davey Llewellyn and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And instead of doing it on the hard drive, I did it all on DVDs. And Cindy goes, well, where are we going to play this?
Yeah.
Well, we have that one TV that's VHS and a DVD downstairs.
You still have one?
Yeah,
in
I still
your
have
fitness
it.
center?
Maybe I need to get it on loan.
In the workout
In
room.
the workout room.
Yeah.
Bring in the tube TV so I can
Yes.
borrow your VHS player.
Yeah, absolutely.
I actually have one if you need it. If
Oh,
you
you
really
do?
want to. Yeah, you know what I do.
All right, we have some texts, and we'll take your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Just scan it so you have a digital copy of it.
Okay, just scan the pictures and then
Yeah,
get rid of the crap.
Like I wouldn't call it crap. Like I put a lot of those pictures on my phone. Like yesterday, I posted pictures of my girls on Facebook. 'Cause
Yeah.
It was their
Yeah.
birthday, but they were all from pictures. They
Pictures
wasn't-
of a picture.
Yes.
Yeah.
John, I don't think you should get rid of anything. I like looking through all my old stuff the older I get, but also other people might want it. You never would think about that. Maybe go through it with your kids also.
Yeah, maybe I should let them take a look at it. I have brought some of the. I had an elementary school basketball picture
I love it.
where they had the old like the single shot of you, and then underneath is the shot of the team. And I still remember everybody's name, and obviously my dad was one of the coaches, and I think the kids enjoyed seeing my dad in his younger years
Yeah.
versus
You.
me.
Well, I still have my my team photo from one of my little league years.
Oh, you do?
Oh yeah, where I was on the Cubs.
Okay, can you bring it in?
Yeah.
I'd love to see it.
Okay.
Young Mike Stone.
Look at this. See? That's why you got to keep those pictures.
Yeah. Let's go to George. What's up, George?
Okay, Mike, you and I are age appropriate. As we've discussed before, my children, 36-year-old daughter, 32-year-old son, we've shown them tons of pictures and stuff that we have of theirs, and I'd say it's a 95% refusal rate that they want it. Okay. A couple of pictures are nice. My parents are both deceased. When we cleaned out their house, I had a sister saying, do you want this picture of Dad and Aunt Carol when they were 10 years old in 1939? I said, no. I'm just being
I
realistic.
want it. And I don't even know them. Like I'll take it. I love it's part
What
of
are
your
you gonna
history.
do with it?
I
I
don't
mean,
know,
what-
but I love that. Like I wish I had more pictures of my dad when he was a kid.
When's the last time you looked at your high school yearbook?
Oh, it's been forever.
Well,
I have
actually
all
just
of them.
pulled it out last night.
How about the wedding album?
But the thing is like Colin and I, my husband, we were dating in high school. So like I want to keep that, like the message he wrote in my yearbook.
Right.
That's so cool that my kids can go back and look at that. That's amazing.
But you George, you make a great point. Like the wedding videos and that kind of stuff. I think I've looked at my wedding video maybe 5 times in the last 20 years.
I get that,
If
but I
that-
still want it. Like I don't.
No. And you go to sports memorabilia. I have a mint condition 1968 World Series, Tigers World Series pennant with a picture of the team on it. I mean, an actual photograph that they did.
Right.
I went on eBay, $13. I'm like, I am keeping it because I grew up with the 68 Tigers.
Right.
I've gotten it. It is so liberating to get rid of all this crap. I'm just telling you, my wife and I spent a week in November doing this, and it was like awesome.
I can imagine. It's because I'm going through this now, and I've gotten rid of some stuff, but other stuff, for some reason, I refuse to get rid of it.
Yeah, you have some emotional attachment that just prevents you from putting it in the trash bag.
Yeah, like my dad used to take pictures when we go to games. He thought he was going to be a photographer, or not, but he got into a hobby.
Yeah.
And I got a picture of like at a Sixers game with Julius Erving making a shot and stuff like from a parade, a Phillies World Series that he took.
Were you in him?
No.
No, but it's a memory of you being there with your dad.
Yeah, I still have that. Yes. All right, 248-539-9797.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And I've seen a Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven all of them, and I loved my Ram. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And why would you trust, from the competition, any full-size pickup at any price with the 4-cylinder engine? Seems useless, and it is. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it's going to take is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is from the competition. Right now, Ram's truck month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's simply that easy, and then all you got to do is tell them, I sent you.
What does John Jansen do with his old memorabilia, his old pictures? He wants to get rid of most of them, but it's tough to get rid of stuff, even if you don't look at it for like 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I know this is not the same thing. I have like boxes of, record albums, the originals from like, the late 60s and the 70s.
Do you have a record player?
No.
You should get one. Not like they make some really cool,
Oh, I know.
like
retro looking
Yeah.
ones. Yeah, I've seen those. Had one for a little while. It broke. I just need to get a new one because I've got some albums as well.
I do have the most strangest piece of memorabilia. I have a framed Lions jersey signed by the great Kevin Jones. All right, let's go to who is this? This is Cerna. What's up?
Hello. So I've learned you get one tote, you invite your family over, you go through it, you see what they want, you put all your stuff in one tote. If it served a purpose, get rid of it. If it's still serving a purpose, you go ahead and keep it. But you only have one tote that you keep, and that's it. Because why, like George said, why would you want your family to have to go through this after you're ill or gone or whatever? They shouldn't have that burden on them.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought as well. I don't want to put the guilt on them of, well, Dad kept this for a reason, and so now I have to.
And I totally get that. I don't want to go through, like my mom, I was telling you, had some flooding in her basement. And she was going through boxes of like old work emails. I don't want that.
Right.
I'm going to throw that out. If it's a tote or a bin of old photos, I want those and I'm going to enjoy looking through all of them. There's certain things I think you keep and things you don't. Like the pictures to me are something you keep.
So I have one box from my childhood. I dumbed it down to that like 10 years ago or so. And all that's in there is just like kind of sports things that I kept throughout, like tickets and things like that. But the one that I still got I got about a stack of 30 of them is SI covers.
Wow.
Some of the coolest ones from the 80s and 90s. Like I got the Dion with the glasses. I got Gretzky with Magic when he got traded to LA. Some cool Pistons ones when they were the bad boys.
Yeah, that stuff's
cool.
great. I wish I was not an SI kid growing up. I used to get the Sporting News.
The Ben Johnson busted steroids cover.
Oh, let's go to
not
Vic.
that Ben Johnson.
Vic, what's going on?
Yeah, so I'm still a student. I feel like I'm speaking more on the child side of it from a parent. I think John definitely keep all the photos and videos. One thing was my sister and I were kind of going through my dad's photo book, and that is the stuff that reminds you that your parent was a kid just like you. You know, you got to make fun of them for the wacky hairdos and the crazy outfits. And although I like keeping memorabilia, looking at it as a kid, it's hard to relate to it, and some things just don't have as much significance as seeing your parent as basically you before you were there.
It is cool. You look at some of the old videos like of my mom, and it's like the hairdo she had, and she's pregnant with my sister, and she's still smoking cigarette. I mean, it's just it's a whole different time.
It is
But
a whole
it's like
different
a
time.
snapshot into history and
Yes.
your history, which is so neat.
Yep. Bill and Pinckney, what's up?
Yeah, how's it going, gentlemen?
Good.
Yeah, my mother recently moved in, and with that came all this memorabilia. But the best thing is she brought my baby teeth with her, and she keeps hounding my wife and I, like, what do you want me to do with these baby teeth? And my wife and I joke, like, what are we going to do with these? I mean, and not only that, but she also brought a tooth indention of my dad's, born in 42. And it's like, I think we're just going to get rid of it on the sly. But we laugh about it often because here's all these baby teeth, and, we don't want those.
I get it.
Is he being for real or is he mocking me?
No, I think he was for real. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
Look at that. Someone else with all their baby teeth.
I used to have a little box that had some teeth in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You were sure they were yours?
Yeah. Here's some text. John, you need to purge. Remember that one day your kids are going to toss most of it out, or because you were a pro athlete, they'll sell everything off for the money.
Well, then it would serve them a purpose.
Yes. Hey, John, great idea. Auction your stuff off for charity. I'm sure you have a charity you love. Thanks. That's from Hoff.
I could do that.
That's cool too.
Yeah. Remember, when you do pass on, it's very cathartic for your kids to go through. There's a company in Livonia called ProCan that will transfer everything over for you, VHS or DVD, and they'll put it on a flash drive if you want them to. Yeah, I got mine on DVDs, and that was stupid. Stoney, your media guide is worth $10 to $45. Marty and Novi. Somebody probably looked it up.
Depending on the condition, sure.
Yeah.
You know what I did find? One of the first shows that I did in Washington when I was still playing it was a TV show, and we had Alex Ovechkin on. I can't remember if it was his rookie year or the year, and maybe it was his second year, but he was a guest, and he signed, and it says, to John, which I had him do, and then it's a jersey signed by Alex Ovechkin.
Wow.
So I've got that one. I'm going to get that one framed and put it up in the basement.
Make sure if you're going to copy VHS to the cloud or the computer that you have saved in more than one spot. Back up your backups because digital media fails.
Good advice.
Yeah. And I'm looking at right now, since we were talking about this topic, old VCRs.
Yeah.
And you can get a whole bundle of stuff. And I'm just curious, like it's this one, and I don't know if this seems expensive to me, but they're selling for like $300.
Wait, no, you don't need it though. You really just need someone's old VHS, which I have. You can, if you really want to do this, I'll give it to you.
Okay.
I do think you might need a DVD player too. In fact, I think the one I have is the VHS combo DVD player, and then you just need the right chords and it transfers right
ready
there.
Ready to go?
E in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Morning, fellas.
Morning.
So I got my pops. He got all my Little League sports pictures. He even got my helmet from way back in the day of my last year of football. Got my jersey, and it's something he wanted to keep. So I'm going to keep it and put it in his garage now. But when I have my grandkids, I'll be able to show them different pictures and different things like that, like he did for my kids when they were growing up and getting into sports. Yeah. And then I got one more thing. Like on that last topic, we forgot about the Go Blue guys, the Steiner brothers from Michigan.
Oh yeah,
that wrestled for over 20 years.
Yep.
Go Blue.
Go Blue. Steiner brothers, great dudes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, great personalities, no question about it. But yeah,
I know
they wrestled.
I know. Like in my mom's apartment, there are pictures that she has of her when she was a little kid, and my grandparents. And I even have ones of my grandparents when they were little kids, like on the boardwalk of Atlantic City back in like 1925 or something like that.
I think that's awesome.
It's kind of cool to see, but after you see it once, it's over and done with. That's the problem.
Is it?
How interested are your kids in seeing that picture?
I think they look at it when the few times that they go visit their grandmother.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll be something that maybe they would even keep.
Yeah, I don't know, something like that. My sister might keep. Who the hell knows? I mean, there's so much. I remember when my dad died, we found all these really weird pictures. All right, 248. Not like that. 248-539-9797.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Lions leaders spoke to the media at the NFL Combine yesterday in what was a big news day for the franchise. Of course, Taylor Decker unveiled on social media that he will not be retiring and instead will be returning for his 11th NFL season this year. Another player whose status with the team has been brought into question is running back David Montgomery. Brad Holmes was asked about the halfback yesterday and said that he has remained in talks and has a, quote, healthy dialogue with Montgomery and his agent. Montgomery had a down year last season and appeared at times to be dissatisfied with his role in Detroit. Also last night, U.S. President Donald Trump welcomed Dylan Larkin and the Team USA men's hockey team to Washington, D.C. for his State of the Union address. At that address, Trump said Commerce native and American goaltender Connor Hellebuyck is in line for a big honor.
Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Hellebuyck made 41 saves on 42 shots in Team USA's gold medal win over Canada. He would be the 46th athlete in history and fourth under Donald Trump to earn the Presidential Medal of Freedom. No hockey player has ever won it. Also, the Pistons are back tonight. They host the Thunder at LCA right here on 97.1 at 7:30. Pre-game coverage begins at 7:05. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Brendan. 248-539-9797. He did mention the one, the only Taylor Decker.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lions, it's there in their court, really, so to speak. I mean, they can just bring him back as is. And he makes, about $20 million a year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Or they can cut him. All right? They just cut him.
Yeah, flat out cut him, and then you obviously have to be able to replace him at that point.
Yeah. And then, or you restructure him. And you talk about the voidable years. That way he's here. If he stays healthy, he plays. But you still have to prepare for what's next at that position.
Yeah.
Either through the draft or through free agency.
I think the most seamless path forward is first you got to take a look at all the medicals and see and determine if you believe there's going to be value in bringing Taylor Decker back. Because the ball is in the Lions' court right now, and they've got to make that decision. If they feel that there is value in him playing football this year for the Lions, and Dan Campbell talked about it. In fact, let's go ahead and go to Dan Campbell when he was talking about whether or not Taylor Decker is available to play.
Yeah, it is important.
It is important. And so to hear him talk about the eventuality of whether he's back or he's not, either way, they have to address it. Now the question is going to be how much money they want to allocate to that position. Because if he is back, and you're going to have to bring in somebody that is better than Dan Skipper was, but maybe not what Taylor Decker is when he is healthy, but you need somebody to go over there and play. He's making $20 million right now.
Right.
Are you going to bring in somebody for 10 and you're going to pay that position $30 million? Like, I don't think that works for where they are in the salary cap. So I think the restructure has to happen.
Yes, they cannot go into this season with that salary.
Right. So if they were planning on, hey, okay, we've already got 20 or 21 million allocated to that position, and if you're looking at the top positions, it's going to be more than that. So let's just say they want to spend $25 million on that position. They can lower his number and still bring in a quality left tackle to be able to play. I think the best option, the one I would go with, is you draft his eventual replacement and you play him at left guard. You play him right next to him. And on those those weeks where he can't play, boom, you got your left tackle. And next year, you've got somebody that has now built up some experience, and you're not drafting a guard to play tackle. You're drafting a tackle to play guard for a year.
Why is that easier to do? I mean, give me the offensive line stuff that I wouldn't understand.
So guards are guards for a reason. And this is not a shot at guards, and I know TJ is probably already jumping out of his seat right now, but there's different skill sets, and there's more athletic ability that is required for the tackle position in regards to being able to change directions and being able to get back to a mesh point where that speed defensive end is trying to get to the quarterback. You got to get back there, drop an anchor. Guys will generally, and not generally, guys will go from tackle to guard. And you don't necessarily see tackle to guard to center.
Right.
But the older you get, the closer to the ball you move, basically.
Okay. Thank you. Because I'm kind of, a novice in that, even spending as much time with you.
And we've seen guys that have been drafted at tackles, and they play there for a year or two, and it's not at the level that the team needs, so they bump them down the guard, and they're really good guards.
Yeah. But the Lions are not alone here. I mean, Trent Williams, arguably the best tackle in the league, right? Left tackle?
Arguably. Left tackle, yes.
Right. So he's under contract through this year with a cap number of $38 million, almost 39, including a base salary of $22 million. Now he has a $10 million option bonus due in coming weeks, which has matched up the urgency to get something done quickly. So the 49ers are going to have a situation as well. You know, he has voidable years remaining on his deal as of now. So I think that's what the Lions have to do with Decker. They have to restructure the contract. I mean, or they just cut him.
Yeah, I mean, that's an option. And if you cut him and you utilize the June 1 cut time, designate him a June 1 cut, you save even more money. So that those are all the options that are on the table right now, and the ball is in the Lions' court. First of all, they had to know whether or not he was going to come back. And now that he has said, yeah, I want to play football again, they have to decide whether or not he is going to be good for the team.
And based on his availability the last few years, it's not optimum for this team.
Not optimum, no. But they have a lot of holes to fill. They have to address the center position. They're going to have to address they're going to have to get more reinforcements on the defensive line, especially the edge opposite Hutch. You don't know if Al-Quadin Muhammad is back or not. He's a free agent. And then you look on the back end of it with Branch and everything that's going on in the secondary. Kirby Joseph.
Yeah.
So there's more pieces to the puzzle than just Taylor Decker.
Is Terry and Arnold good to go when he comes when training camp starts too? That's another one you have to figure out.
I don't know. And so there's a lot of question marks. And what are you going to do with Alex Anzalone? And if he's gone, are you bringing in another off the ball linebacker?
See, that's the other thing that bring up. I mean, it's a different topic, but like Jack Campbell, everybody assumes he's going to get the extension and all that kind of stuff, which he deserves. He's getting better every year. But here's my problem with that. The linebacker is becoming, I wouldn't call it antiquated, but it's becoming a less important position. So,
but we thought that about the running back too, and then there was a resurgence of the running back.
True, but this league, and Jesse Minter, the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, has said yesterday, and he's right, this league is now driven by lines of scrimmage.
It's always been that way.
No, well,
it's always been that way. It's a tenet of football. It's driven. It has always been driven by the offensive and defensive lines.
But I think more people know that now because it used to be.
Well, maybe more fans know it. I think all football people would look at it and go, "Okay, since they invented football, it's been the offensive and defensive line has been the most important part of building your team."
But this was we went through a phase where this was such a quarterback-driven league. Now, you have obviously your offensive line has to play well to have your quarterbacks play well, but all of a sudden, this game that, I loved so much with, running the ball more than passing, and then all of a sudden it's evolved into, you got to be speedy, get the fastest guys, the best quarterbacks, and it became a passing league, and they actually took some of the rules and made it easier to make it a passing league. And then lately it's gone back the other way a little bit. And I think people realize that, when you see the Lions and some of the other teams that have had success, why have they had success? Yeah, they've had good quarterback play, but it's their offensive line and the defensive line. That's how the Philadelphia Eagles became Super Bowl champs.
Right. There's always going to be an ebb and flow of
the Lions' improvement came, Goff was good and Gibbs is nice and all this kind of stuff, but it was their offensive line and that built this team to what it was. If they didn't have a good offensive line, it wouldn't make a difference. I mean, like I said, as good as some of their skill position players are, if you have a good offensive line, you don't even need as good as skill position guys as they have.
You do, because you have Jared Goff as your quarterback. You still, if you don't have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jared Goff, I don't think is the same quarterback that we've been talking about for the last couple of years. And so it all goes hand in hand. Okay. And I would even say, look at Patrick Mahomes and the Super Bowl that he lost to Tampa. What did he not have?
An offensive line.
Right. And so it doesn't matter what your quarterback is. Now, obviously, if you have the best quarterback in the league, you're light years ahead of anybody else, but you also have to protect him.
Right.
So my argument is, I know that we may talk more about the quarterback or about other positions, but a tried and true tenet of football has always been you have to be good in the trenches.
Well, yeah. Look, my 3 tenets of football are simple. You have to have a great quarterback, protect that quarterback, and get to the opponent's quarterback.
Sure.
That's it. That's what football's about.
And the biggest issue the Lions have had is not getting to the opponent's quarterback.
You are so correct. Yes. And look, Josh Allen, arguably one of the best quarterbacks, if not the best quarterback in the league right now. He isn't one. Why? Because their defense didn't hold up, right?
Right.
So you can.
And you could look at Jalen Hurts. Why did he win a Super Bowl?
Because he had a great offensive line.
Great defensive line.
Front. Yes. And why did part of the reason the Eagles fell apart this year was Lane Johnson's health. I mean, it's so obvious. So they have to address those positions. They have to figure out what they're going to do with defensive line, not just edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
They need somebody up front. DJ Reader, I don't think is coming back. Okay.
I don't think we want him
Nor
back.
should he come back. Right. I'm not saying it's up to him because he had done. Ali McNeil, hopefully it's just one of those things. A lot of times when guys get injured, they need a year to really get going. Hopefully he can return to be the Ali McNeil he was. Because if he's not, they're in trouble. They'll need somebody there because as good as Hutch is, and even if you get, I'm not saying they would, a Hendrickson or somebody like that, whether Bradley Chubb or something like that, if they get nothing up front, it doesn't make a difference. They'll run the ball down your throats. And they have to fix the offensive and defensive line. Mm-hmm. Priority number 1. And if it means down the road you don't pay Jahmyr Gibbs $20 million or whatever, then don't.
Well, but you have time.
I know.
Like you have his 5th year.
Right. I know.
You have the franchise tag.
Exactly. But, same thing with Laporta. I get all that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 248-539-9797. What do you do if you're Brad Holmes? We're giving you 3 choices. Bring him back at his regular salary, cut him, or restructure. 97.1. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. What do you want to do with Taylor Decker? 3 options. You bring him back at his current salary. It's around $20 million a year. Restructure and get some voidable years on there and make it reasonable, or just cut him. Here's some ticket takes. Decker is dead weight. John, can Decker move to guard and sign a tackle?
No, I'm not going to move him to guard.
I think it's Decker that should move to guard. Move Sewell over and go get a right tackle. Does Decker coming back make Frank want to take one more run at it? I think it became more possible.
I don't necessarily think that those aren't connected.
The trenches are so important. Look at last year. The Kansas City Chiefs had bad offensive lines not winning the Super Bowl. Kurt from Houghton Lake says, linebacker needs to be able to match up with tight ends. Still very important. Yeah, but the coverage linebackers are, but the middle of the field isn't as big a deal as it used to be. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but I think Jack Campbell is one of those guys that he could just do it all.
Okay.
I mean, they're important, but it's all about priorities.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you guys were talking there. It's a QB league with the trenches.
Yes.
And then, you want to have one really good corner. It's like there's only so much money. That's why I just scratch my head at the JMO extension.
That's the one that I do as well. And I was a little bit uneasy with Kirby Joseph's extension.
Well, that's supposed to be somewhat friendly, right? If they have to part ways.
Yeah.
Not immediately, probably, but.
Well, and he's further down the road, obviously, than JMO. I mean, if you were to trade him or do anything with him that he's not on the roster, it's a major cap hit this year.
It's still a quarterback league, but you have to have a good line and have a good quarterback, just like the entire history of football. You also had to have a good defensive line to stop that good offense. Let's say hello to John. You're a 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Hey, just kind of thinking about this a different way. You look at whether you're going to replace Decker and move Sewell, a right tackle or left tackle market. The top tier guys are 25, 26, 28 million a year. Decker's hit is high, but it's a 1-year deal. And I guess the question I have to you guys, whether you spend a draft pick, first, second, fourth round on a replacement, which you're going to have to do, tell me why, as Decker had a 77 PFF rating last year, why this isn't somewhat ideal to groom somebody in, because you're not, if you look at the free agents that are out there, and I've been throwing out some decent names that may cost you similar to Decker, or a rookie, I don't think any of the free agents, right or left tackles, or a rookie, are going to be a significant upgrade over Decker.
Well, they might be.
And I guess-
Here's the reason they might be, John, and sorry to interrupt you, is because Decker's availability, as John likes to say. If you're not available, what's the point?
Fair, but he only missed 3 games last year. And if you draft a guy, you're getting him reps, you're grooming him under Decker. It's a 1-year transition. I guess I'm not as down as everyone is saying. I don't understand. The free agents out there are not. I don't think they're huge upgrades over Decker. And the draft, you're going to draft a left or right tackle anyways. That's different way of thinking about it.
You hope they're going to draft.
John, I am more in line with you. I think that is the best path to go. Get as much as you possibly can out of Decker this year. And who knows, maybe he's fortunate and is able to stay healthy for 15 games versus the 14 he was healthy for last year.
Yeah, I agree. And I think a year of grooming a first, second, or fourth round rookie only helps us. And the cap hit of a left and right tackle elite is 25 plus million. That's people aren't talking about that as much.
Look,
have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
You too, John.
Look, he's still under contract for next year too.
Right.
According to this, the dead cap hit's a little less at $6 million as opposed to $9 million now.
Right.
But the cap's going to go up at least $3 million next year anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just how much money do you want to allocate to go get an extra free agent this year or a higher quality one? Ken, what's up?
Well, good morning, gentlemen. Go Blue.
Go Blue.
I think they've already said what they're going to be doing, regardless of Decker's condition. They're going to be bringing in another offensive lineman. So, to me, the no-brainer would be to restructure his deal so he could mentor whoever they do bring in. And if he refuses, then then you cut him. But I would definitely use him, as much as we can, but definitely there to mentor whoever we do bring in.
I don't know if he wants to be a mentor. Not every player, just because they're a veteran, wants to mentor their replacement.
No,
I'm not saying he doesn't, but not saying he does either.
I mean, the one thing that you do start thinking about when you get to that point in your career is, what's the legacy that you're leaving behind? You're not going to play forever. He knows that. He's already talked about that. So if you go into this season and Taylor Decker knows that if he's on the roster, he's going to be the starter.
Right.
You bring in somebody else, and he may have already told Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes last night, like, hey, I'm in for one more year, but that's it. Like, this is my last year. So you then think about, okay, what do you want your legacy to be? Obviously, individually, it's winning a Super Bowl and having the best career possible. But then what does it look like when you're gone? That's the way I looked at it. I'm not saying that's the way Taylor Decker can look at it.
I got a question about that, and I'll get to that coming up after Heather's news. Hi, Heather.
Hey, you guys. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. I was just watching this video. I'm going to start with this quick little news. There was a soccer match in Istanbul that got delayed after one of the players stopped to do CPR on a bird. No lie, I just watched it. So the ball got kicked, hit like a big seagull flying in the air.
Right.
Boom, went down like a rock right onto the...
And it wasn't breathing.
And it wasn't breathing. So the captain of the team ran over. In fact, everybody from both teams ran over, huddled around this seagull. The captain started doing chest compressions, lifted the beak, got some air in there, and saved the bird's life. And he says he plans to go visit the bird as soon as possible. Brought it over to medics on the sideline.
I was going to ask if he did mouth-to-beak resuscitation.
He did not, but he did do the chest compressions and lifted the beak. Because I was waiting for that. I'm like, I got to see that. He didn't do that, but fascinating. Fascinating
I know
stuff.
somebody who would do that.
Your wife, right? Yeah, I know. In other news, a college party accident is getting lots of attention after a 19-year-old landed in the operating room after a freak beer pong accident. So this teen showed up at the hospital, had difficulty breathing, had difficulty swallowing, just all around wasn't doing well. And it was right after he played a round of beer pong. Well, it turns out that he accidentally swallowed a metal bottle cap that was in
the bottom of the
red Solo cup, right? Or whatever they were using.
Yeah.
Apparently it fell in there. He didn't even realize it when he went to go chug the beer. And the bottle cap got stuck in the upper esophagus.
Yeah.
Yeah, had to have surgery to remove it. Doctors say cases like this are very rare, but obviously he's doing okay. He's probably right back at it.
We're not going to be shooting a beer anytime soon.
Maybe not, or maybe. A planetary parade will take place this week. This is pretty cool. Make sure you go outside and take notice. Starting on Saturday, 6 planets and the moon will line up above the horizon shortly after sunset. So they say you want to go outside about 30 to 45 minutes after sunset, which on Saturday will be around 6:20 p.m. And you're going to be able to see... they say Jupiter will be the easiest to see. It's going to be the brightest, closest to the moon. You'll also be able to see with your naked eye Saturn, Mercury, and Venus. You're going to need binoculars or a telescope to see Neptune and Uranus. But pretty cool. This is not like the first time it's happened. I can't say it, can I? I just...
What was you want? How are you going to
so
view
silly.
Uranus?
With a telescope, John.
You don't have to bend over to see Uranus.
Yes.
Anyway, you just need clear
And a
skies.
mirror. Yeah, you better be sure it's clear.
Goodness gracious.
Don't want to see it red.
such
You
a
knew it
simple
was
article.
coming.
I mean, I did, but I also thought they're adults, right? I'll talk about the planets all lined up in the sky. Pretty cool.
Whoa. You called me an adult?
Yeah.
Well,
Your
technically,
assumptions are wrong.
I know mentally it's different, but technically, right?
Yeah, ID says.
Yeah. Some bad news for all of you who have maybe taken in Thomas the Tank Engine at the Henry Ford will no longer be taking place. Henry Ford announced that due to unforeseen mechanical complications, they will no longer be able to host the popular Day Out with Thomas event at Greenfield Village. We've done this
man.
before. My son, Emily too, but more so my son loves trains, loves Thomas. Henry Ford has been doing this for 25 years, hosting this event, and they've made it clear that this is a permanent cancellation and not a temporary hiatus. So
We've done this
bummer.
the last couple of years
Yeah.
with Teddy as well, and he's going to be
It is
bummed.
fun, I know. McDonald's has unveiled their big new Arch Burger, which will arrive for a limited time next Tuesday. They say it's their biggest burger yet. Features 2 quarter-pound beef patties, 3 slices of white cheddar cheese, crispy onions, slivered raw onions, lettuce, and pickles. And it comes with the big Arch sauce. And it comes in at 1,057 calories.
What's the
Wow.
What's
Yeah.
the price for that?
They haven't unveiled the pricing info yet, but one estimate suggests that it will run around $12 to $15 for a meal.
Okay.
That's fries and
Yeah, fries and a drink.
try that once.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. Probably not.
Why not?
I don't like fast food.
Well,
Unless it's
you go
Five
to-
Guys.
Right, I was gonna say you go to Five Guys all the time.
Yeah. I'm just not a. Yeah.
You're not a
I get it.
drive-through guy.
No.
There are certain times when McDonald's is just outstanding.
And
Like when you're
those would be.
hungover. That's what I think of. I
when
think of
you're
hangover
like I'm
food.
driving
Yeah.
home from up north. There's
That's when you want one of their greasy sausage biscuits.
when they're
Well,
hot.
minus
When
the
they
sausage.
when they are
You're
right
missing out. That's
when-
the great time.
when they're right out of the cooking, whatever they cook it on, or
Yeah, the oven.
or whatever they use.
Yeah.
When it's really hot, they're really good.
Hot now.
Oh yeah, baby. All right. Thank you, Heather.
You're welcome.
97.1. Last night at Chrysler, Michigan beat Minnesota 77-67. Kind of a slog fest early, and then Wolverines pulled away.
Woke up.
Yeah. Elliot Cadeau, God, I wish he would have played like that on Saturday. 15 points, 6 for 10 from 3. Michigan is a team shot 50% from the field. They can wrap up the overall Big Ten championship, the unshared version, with a win in the next 3 games. They're at what? At Illinois this week. That would be a
Friday night,
really
8
nice
o'clock.
win. Illinois is pretty good. Duke, Arizona, and Iowa State all won yesterday. They're Duke's number 1, Arizona 2, and Iowa State is 4. Pistons take on the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. I haven't seen anything on the injury report whether SGA will be back. Hope he is to a certain extent, because you like to always see, especially a team comes in just once, you want to be able to see,
Their best players.
Their best players. See how you match up against them.
And I'd also like to see Cade and SGA go head to head.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Pistons are lead the Celtics by 4.5 games. They keep winning. They won last night, and the Pistons are 6.5 over Cleveland and the Knicks. Cleveland just killed the Knicks, and Cleveland is here on Friday night. So some tough games coming
Good night
up
for basketball.
Absolutely. All right. I do want to ask you this when we were talking about Taylor Decker, and the telephone number is 248-539-9797. There's an adage out there that I wouldn't know about because I never played at any level, let alone your level, John. But once the thought of possibly retiring enters your brain, it's very rare that even if you come back, you psychologically are the same, because they say sometimes once you're looking at the door to leave, it never really closes.
I would disagree.
Okay.
And because I think it more depends on the time of year that thought enters your mind, because as soon as the season's over, and if it's been a struggle all season long, one, in terms of pain management, also the results of the team weren't what you thought they should have been. As soon as the season's over, those thoughts can creep into your mind, and Taylor Decker, obviously they did. He talked about it. But then you get a little bit of a separation, 4, 6, 7 weeks, and your body starts to feel a little bit better. You start to get that juices flowing again for another year. I don't have an issue with him talking about it and then coming back.
Okay. I don't have an issue with him talking about it, but I just think sometimes psychologically, I was always told that once you start to think about it,
yeah,
it seeps in more than you even know, because it's all subconscious. All right. I wonder how Taylor Decker would think about some of these rule changes that are being proposed, John.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to where I had them. And so the first one that the NFL is talking about, and we all believe that the tush push is here to stay at least for another year, so it won't be that. The number one rule change that they're talking about is making roughing the passer, the call, reviewable.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I think it would be awesome as well. I'm not a big fan of adding more reviewable moments, but I think there have been so many that would have been overturned.
Correct.
And impactful ones that would have been overturned, that this is something that you're going to have to look at. And as long as they can do it efficiently, quickly, I don't have an issue.
Is there a possibility, it comes from my mind, so it's probably stupid, where you could look at roughing the passer in a way like you look at roughing the kicker, where if it's a touch,
A 5 or a 15.
a 5 or a 15, and maybe not even an automatic first down with a 5.
Yeah, I think that's possible.
All right.
Sure.
Get me on the competition committee.
Coming in hot. I would be open to that. And here's where I think they need to make sure that they're efficient. It's anytime there is a flag thrown at the quarterback's feet, and you know it's going to be for roughing the passer, the replay officials should automatically be reviewing it instantly.
Right.
Was this an actual penalty? And be able to, within 20 or 30 seconds, hey, wire it down, and all of a sudden, yes, it was, walk it off. Or no, it wasn't, and pick up the flag and continue play. That's the first one that might be implemented. The next one is to eliminate the change of possession for fumbling out of the end zone, resulting in a touchback.
I kind of like that idea. You have the team, if the guy goes and, fumbles at the 1 yard line or goes through the end zone, the other team, you don't get to keep the ball, even if, like if a guy carrying the ball at the 15-yard line and he drops the ball, goes out of bounds, he fumbles, they get the ball where it goes out of bounds. Defense doesn't take over. In this case, you get penalized because you lost possession of the ball, so the defense still takes over, but they don't get it easy at the 20. You give them the 5 yard line if it goes through the end zone. How about that?
No, I don't like it.
Why?
I think it should remain as it is, because getting into the end zone, the reward also has to carry a risk. So if you're stretching that ball out or you're just being careless with it, and the reward is if you score 6 points.
Yeah.
The penalty should also reflect that, and it is a stiff penalty to fumble the ball out of the end zone. The team that is on defense gets the ball at the 20. Now, interestingly, the author of this article, now I don't know if this is the actual proposal, his proposal is if the ball is fumbled out of the end zone, the offense still maintains possession, but the ball is placed at the 20-yard line. So instead of giving it to the defense at the 20, the offense keeps it at the 20. And so if it was second and goal from the 1,
it's now third
and 20. Yeah, third and goal from the 20.
Not horrible. I know. I still think they should be penalized by losing possession of the ball.
Right, because most NFL teams, if you don't convert into a touchdown, you're still getting 3 points.
What is the refresh my memory? What's the college rule? Is that the same?
I believe it is. Yeah, okay. You fumble the ball out of the end zone, and it's change of possession, and they get it to 20.
Change it in college too. What the hell?
Okay, you and I disagree on that. Yeah. Change of pass interference to be a 15-yard penalty instead of a spot foul. I agree. There should be no 40 or 50-yard penalties in the game of football.
Because a lot of times when they'll try a Hail Mary, so to speak. Well, that's another thing. Hail Marys, they never call a penalty on. They keep dragging the guy down, and they won't call pass interference. But, a long bomb, half the time they know it's not going to be complete. They're just trying to set up a play where they get a flag. It's their only shot.
Get a free first down and 50 yards along with it.
No.
How do you guys feel about no automatic first downs, period, on defensive penalties? You just, especially I think that defensive holding 5 yard, that one really gets me sometimes.
Yes.
I would take away the automatic first down on that one. Now, if it's,
personal
third
fouls,
and 3,
I still think you
and
should
the 5
do
yards gets up. Yeah, personal fouls I think should still get.
Yeah, and technically I meant just defensive penalties, because that's not necessarily, it's a personal foul.
Right.
Or
could
maybe
be on either side.
Face mask.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the automatic first down unless it is a roughing the passer that's legitimate, or the defenseless receiver that's a personal foul.
Because I think playing defense in the NFL is so hard as it is, and I'm sitting there and watching my team, and it's 3rd and 13, and a borderline defensive holding call gives them a first. It just makes me furious.
Especially when it's away from the play, too. God, it pisses you off. All right, our telephone number, 248-539-9797. We will get you some other rule changes for another league coming up next and get you set for Carson Anderson. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. I've seen a Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven them all, and I loved my Ram truck. The Ram truck month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And why would you trust from the competition any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? It's useless and ridiculous. The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension, and all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram ride actually is. Right now, Ram's truck month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's that simple, and tell them I sent you.
248-539-9797. Now, John, before we get into some rule changes proposed by another league, I do want to ask you this. Obviously, your son Jack is playing football, high school football. Is it be a sophomore this year?
Yeah, he'll be a sophomore coming up. Yep.
At CC. So, and as for a parent, you don't want your kid to get hurt and all that stuff. So now that you have Teddy, why don't you train him to be a kicker? So he can play football, and if we believe what we're reading, that Brandon Aubrey, who is got arguably the best kicker in the league, he kicks, you can make him close to 70 yards or whatever. He thinks, or somebody thinks, he could be making $10 million a year in his new contract.
Possible. I mean, at a minimum, he's probably going to make 7 to 8.
Mm-hmm. So that's a good income for young Teddy.
Well, yeah,
train him to be a kicker. You won't have to worry about getting hurt.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to necessarily have the body type for a kicker, which doesn't mean he couldn't develop that skill.
Yeah, Janikowski.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom Dempsey, besides his deformities, I mean, he was a fat guy who kicked a 63-yard field goal to beat the Lions.
Sure. Yeah, 70 years ago?
Yeah, pretty close.
So Aubrey's agent, actually, this is what he's asking for.
Yeah.
Sure,
$10
you
million.
can ask for a lot of things.
But a kicker to hit double figures a year?
It's all a function of the salary cap going up as much as it is.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's going to happen at some point. And Aubrey, whether he gets it this time or next time, he's probably going to get it.
Yeah. All right. The UFL has some interesting propositions as well.
Yeah, so if Brandon Aubrey was in the UFL, or even our kicker, they might be more impactful in the UFL game because they have, and these rules are going to be in effect when the UFL starts playing here in a month or so. The first one is a 4-point field goal. So anything over 60 yards, instead of 3, you get 4. So if you're kicking on the other side of the field, you're going to get 4 points.
See, I don't like this because the way the kickers have progressed with their talent.
Right. In the NFL, I don't like this. In the UFL, I'm fine because Jake Bates could have done it when he was there. I don't think they have any other kickers that are. They may have attempted some,
but they may as we move along because everything seems to get better with that.
And then those kickers will be kicking in the NFL, not the UFL.
Okay.
So I think it's fine, whatever. And honestly, when we're talking about some of these for the UFL, it's to drive excitement, more points, viewers to the UFL games. Here's another one. No punting inside the 50-yard line unless it's the last 2 minutes of the half or last 2 minutes of the game. So you cross the 50-yard line, no more punts. You either go for it or you kick a field goal.
That's not horrible.
All right.
It's not horrible.
The tush push in the UFL is banned.
Why?
I don't know. They just banned it.
I know a lot of people don't like it, but don't give me that health and safety stuff, please.
Yeah, well, I agree. And so the other one, receivers only need, they're going with the college football rule, only need 1 foot in bounds instead of 2. For any league that is underneath the NFL, I'm fine with this rule.
No, because I think you're training to get to the NFL, a lot of these guys. So why don't you have NFL rules for that?
So should they just implement that in college football as well?
Yeah, why not?
I would be more in favor of it going the NFL rule going the college way than vice versa.
Yes,
right.
I would too.
No, I agree. Yeah, I don't want 1 foot in the NFL. I don't think that's necessary.
Okay.
But we're just talking about the UFL here. 3-point conversions. Now, this one is interesting. This could be fun. Instead of the extra point, which would happen from the 20-yard line, you could do a 2-point conversion from the 2, or you have the option now of a 3-point conversion from the 8-yard line.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So you could have, in essence, a 9-point play where you obviously score the touchdown and then you go for 3.
So if you're down 27, you're not out of it.
No, it's just 3 possessions. Yeah. You could tie it up.
Rob in Northville, you're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. I wanted to get your opinion on something. What do you think of, someone mentioned no automatic first downs like in a pass interference, but what if it was like, say, 3rd and 15, and the penalty was a pass interference call 25 yards down the field. You give them the ball there, but it's still 3rd and 15. Go Shamrocks, by the way, John.
Yeah, go Shamrocks. I just don't like moving the ball 25 yards. I don't think there should be a 25-yard penalty in football.
Okay. I just want to get your opinion on that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with if it's 3rd and 15 and it's a 15-yard penalty, then you get a first down.
Yeah.
Just like if it was 2nd and 5 and there's a holding call, you get a first down.
Or what if it was, I guess maybe it would be better, what if it was what if the pass, it was 3rd and 15 and the penalty was 10 yards down the field? Maybe that doesn't make sense either. Never mind. Sorry.
That's all right, Rob. I appreciate it. There's a lot of different ways you can look at this, and I think the NFL should look at every possibility. I just think that I even think maybe a 15-yard penalty on a pass interference is too much. It should be about the same as holding, 10 yards. And if it results in a first down, then so be it.
Holding used to be 15 yards. They changed that.
Well, when? 52?
No, it was way later than that.
Before or after batting helmets were
I was
instilled?
waiting for somebody
So what,
to
did
do
we
that.
have the crossbars? Like, is this the
single crossbar?
Yeah.
All right, I'll look that up later.
Okay.
But I remember when I started watching football, the holdings were 15 yards, and they realized it was too penal, and they made it 10.
Yeah.
Which I think was the right decision. Anyway, Carson Anderson
What's up,
are
Gator?
coming up next. Hi, Gator. How are you?
I'm all right. How's everybody doing?
We're doing good.
Yeah, doing real good.
Yeah, Combine week, man.
I know. Combine, the workouts start tomorrow, correct?
Tomorrow? Or
Yes.
I think it's Thursday. Yeah,
Tomorrow would be
is
Thursday.
Thursday.
Tomorrow or Thursday,
Dude, this
either
has been
one.
a weird week. I don't know why I've been off thinking like today. I'm a day behind all
The
week.
Sunday morning really set you off.
It did. That's what happens when you get up early and no breakfast buffet. Yeah, no, it's tomorrow. So we're excited about that. We love the combine. The combine's great. I just love to. It's not necessarily the times and the reps and all this. I actually enjoy watching the drills that they go through.
Yeah.
And seeing that kind of stuff, and I think that Rich Eisen does a great job of just heading everything up, all the coverage on NFL Network.
I enjoy the interviews more than I enjoy the drills. To me,
Yeah.
watching the drills, it's like paint dry to me.
Depends on the drill. I like watching defensive back drills. I like seeing the quarterbacks throw the ball when they do decide to throw. So that stuff's kind of fun. I like the interviews that Rich Eisen does.
That's what I mean.
I didn't know. Okay, I didn't know
Yes.
if you meant that or the interviews of the actual player interviews with the teams or what.
Yeah, I wish we could see those.
Right. Well, those would be amazing. But the
Yeah.
players, some will speak in front of, mass
media.
cameras and microphones.
Yeah.
Media, yeah. But yeah, it's all good. Love it all.
What do you guys got going on the program today?
Well, there's a lot of football talk we'll get into when we were finishing up yesterday. That's when I don't think Dan Campbell had spoken yet, but Brett Holmes had just gotten done speaking, so we've got all that stuff to go over with the Dan Campbell stuff. Obviously, Taylor Decker coming back is kind of a big deal, but what does it mean for the pick at 17? Does that change anybody's thoughts at all, what they want to do?
Do you want to bring him back at full salary?
No. Doug says no.
All right.
I mean, of course, you never want to bring somebody back. You want to save money, but
Right.
yeah, see what
All
you can
right.
do.
Good. All right. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
All right, so Carson Anderson here on 97.1. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson. Hello, Scott Anderson.
Hello, Doug Karsh.
How are you?
I'm just fine.
Anything exciting last night in the Gator household? Was it Taco Tuesday?
No.
No.
I haven't had tacos in a while.
That's unfortunate. I know how you feel about them.
I do
you have a
love the
special
taco.
relationship with the Mexican
I
food.
mean, I love Mexican food. Yeah,
when did this come up? We were just talking about this.
and
you said,
San Antonio.
Oh, yeah. That's right. If the Pistons Spurs the other night was a preview of the NBA Finals, and we get sent, Jimmy, if we get sent, Jimmy, if we get sent, and Gator will just absolutely go bonkers over the Mexican food. You've never been there.
Never been there.
When the Pistons played the Spurs back in 2005, was it 2005, right? Yeah. Did probably in the neighborhood of 6 shows from down in San Antonio. It was the 2-3-2 format, and we were there. It was a 7-game series, and I was there for, along with Art, games 1 and 2 and games 6 and 7. And it's funny because we stayed in a hotel that was just a little bit off the Riverwalk, like accessible to one of the little parts where the Riverwalk juts out, like you could get to the Riverwalk from it along the water. Our hotel actually had little boats in front, but it wasn't technically on the Riverwalk. I don't know why I got into that detail. It's irrelevant. We would go, and we did our show from some Irish bar along the Riverwalk, and kind of became a bit of a Detroit headquarters, which meant fans would show up, which meant probably turned into too much of a party every time. Some of these road trips, I'm going to let the audience in on a secret, can be some of our worst shows, because you get into the fans showing up, and then beers start flowing, and then the next thing you know, wait, I'm on the air soon, and I had too many beers last night, which happened all throughout the Riverwalk.
Oh, Doug.
But you at the Riverwalk, it would be dangerous.
I'd enjoy it.
Yeah.
Plus, I hear it's beautiful.
We're getting way ahead.
Yeah, we are.
Shows.
Well, let's keep getting ahead. No, I hear it's beautiful down there, too.
It is
That
cool.
whole scene
Now,
on the Riverwalk. I'd like to see it.
I will say by like day 7, I'm like, all right, I've had enough of the Riverwalk.
Understand.
Yep. But anyway, let's hope that's our problem.
That'd be a nice problem to have. Well, I mean, we're going to be juggling. I mean, going from Detroit to San Antonio, and also like Detroit to Denver.
Yeah.
With the Red Wings.
Busy time.
Yeah, it's a lot happening.
Is that what we foresee?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wings, Colorado.
May as well plan for it.
Yeah. Get it ready.
And then when fans travel, we'll have a Detroit headquarters where people can stay and party.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
And help us put together the worst shows possible.
Sure.
There'll be contributors into our lack of professionalism. So what else? Anything exciting? Nothing last night?
No, I mean, I was just, when I watched part of the Michigan game. Really wasn't much going on last night. So I'm doom scrolling and while that's happening, and then that game wasn't really exciting. So I ended up watching something on the NHL Network. And I'm like, what is this? It says Tony Granato Fight for Life. I'm like, I don't know what this is. And it just says Clint Malarchuk. And I'm like, oh, well, this could be interesting.
The guy who
Clint Malarchuk was the goaltender at the time, I think it was Buffalo, where he caught a skate blade in the neck and nearly bled out on the ice. He did not. So I'm like, okay, I know it's an interesting story, so I'll go flip it on. And it just has this, I caught it like 20 minutes into it or so. And it has this very serious tone, and his wife is talking, and there's like out at some, like they've got a farm or a ranch somewhere, and I think it might be Nevada. But I'm watching this, I'm like, well, this is a very serious tone. And then I hear the story of what it is. It was a tough watch, but it was an important watch, I thought, about Clint Malarchuk, because I didn't know much about Clint Malarchuk aside from that play, and that he was a pretty good goaltender for a while. And he was is a deeply depressed man, and had some PTSD from other issues in his life, and alcoholic, and it was suicidal, and actually tried to kill himself with a rifle, but did not do it successfully. And unfortunately for him, he didn't, I don't want to say didn't do permanent damage, because obviously he did, but it wasn't like, knocked out part of his brain or something like that. So
Right.
it was a very he was in a dark place, and it was a really good message at the end of it. And I thought it was important to watch it. And what happened here with Rondell Moore, and it's very, very, very sad. These are issues people deal with every day, and the message being sent at the end of it is that if you're in that dark place, that don't be afraid. It's okay to not be okay, is what Clint Malarchuk's message was. It was okay to not be okay. If you're in a dark place and you have a problem, tell somebody. And then you've got two people, you cut it in half. And then you can work on it together. And then you can find other people to help you out, and they can further cut it down so everybody can work on it together with you. I thought it was a great message to send, and hopefully if people saw this special last night, that you took the same thing out of it, and hopefully it helps to save some lives.
If you have two people, you can cut it in half.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that person obviously has to want to help you, because, take some of this burden and help me with it. And people who love you typically will.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
unconditionally. Yeah.
And if you keep finding people, you fraction it off, and it becomes less. Yeah, no, it makes sense. That is a good message.
Yeah. So, and it seems like he's living a pretty good life now. He's got bad days, but they're not dark days.
Way
So,
more important message than Michigan, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Which was, I mean, look, cool. Michigan clinched a share of the Big Ten title. I'm going to say something that is unfair, but you make observations. If you coming off the Duke game and playing Minnesota last night, a non-marquee opponent that was shorthanded, that threw a zone defense at him for 40 minutes, which riddled Michigan a little bit. But I think it's natural, but Dusty has to be very careful of this, and that is, if you ever want to see a team that looked like it might have just been going through the motions, it might look like that. Now, that's not I don't make those accusations from a standpoint of, I know that's what was going on. They might have just had a bad night, or maybe credit Minnesota, or maybe the zone is going to be an issue. But I think coming off the Duke game, sandwiched between that and what will be a chance to win the Big Ten outright at Illinois, I think it was probably tough for them to be at their highest energy and efficiency levels last night.
Well, they didn't struggle. I mean, they may have struggled shooting a little bit, but they didn't struggle with Minnesota. So that game was out of hand, and in the end, it ends up being a 10-point game, but it really wasn't that close. I'm sure that you want Yaxel to score a little more than the 3 points he did, but that goes to show that the unselfish play of Michigan and the low ego that they have, they've got a number of guys who can just get it done. And okay, he's not working, somebody else will get it done.
They spent about 33 minutes playing with their food, and then started to hit threes, and it was that allowed them to pull away late. But Nico Medved came out with a game plan that worked for Minnesota. It felt like the same five guys played the whole game for them, and they just sat back in their zone. And it's going to take a lot more than that with a lot more important games. I don't think any conclusions should be drawn one way or another based upon their performance last night. Minnesota got 7 minutes off the bench. 7. Their starters played 38, 39, 38, 40, and 38 minutes. And Michigan still had to pull away late. But hey, look, it's no big deal as long as it was just a product of sandwiched between two massive games. But they got to be careful. And Illinois is last chance for them to make a stand in the Big Ten, and I'm sure they'll feel great about themselves if they beat Michigan going into the postseason tournament. But that was last night. Big day in the NFL yesterday as the Combine is underway, and it was a lot of Lions news. And the offseason plan is starting to get formulated here. And some windows were let open and some light shined in on what they're planning on doing. A couple of conclusions we are drawing based upon what Dan Campbell had to say, based upon what Brad Holmes had to say, based upon what Taylor Decker had to say or post on social media. We will get to all that starting at 10:18. Got some Red Wing stuff we'll get to as they get back on the ice tomorrow night. We got a trade deadline around the corner. Have a big-ish basketball game tonight, with the injuries in Oklahoma City, and they have 50 points that are likely not going to be playing tonight for them between SGA and Jalen Williams. Takes a little sizzle out of that game, but we will touch on that a little bit as well. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Well, it's about that time you should start thinking about your lawn. That means you talk to Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green, stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number. You can get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount, and you're going to want that. This is a company that's been serving Michigan since 1990, a company that offers the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and it's a company that I've used for almost a dozen years now. I love Natural Way. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, give them a call. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. They've got a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. It's so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. The early treatment, it sets the tone for the entire season. Call right now. You get a limited time only here to make this call, and you purchase the full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. Give them a call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so probably the biggest news that came out of yesterday is that Taylor Decker posted on social media that he will be coming back. Now, I think this is, I think it's good and it could be bad. We all want the same thing, right? We debate constantly how the Detroit Lions get over the hump and finally win a Super Bowl. And we all want that. It's just really various degrees of how you get there is what gets debated. So if you didn't want Taylor Decker back, that means you probably would prefer any cap space that could be created if he didn't come back. And, you know, or you just didn't think that he's very good anymore. He was dealing with a shoulder injury. It was well documented all he had to go through to get to game days. And it was a struggle last year for him. As it stands right now, I think we have to go off the assumption that the only thing that makes this a reasonable decision and that the Lions are happy to have him back, otherwise they would not have him back, is that he has a chance or is already healthy. He has either a very good chance to be healthy or is already healthy. And, otherwise, why would the Lions want him back? They wouldn't.
Well, I mean, even as unhealthy as he was last year, he was still pretty good. So if hopefully you get him healthier to start the season than you did have him at the end of the season, which I imagine that you do. But I mean, it's 10 years in the league. He's getting ready to start year 11. Some of these injuries, they're just going to keep creeping up. I mean, you feel good now, and then 2 weeks into training camp, or 2 weeks into the regular season, and all of a sudden your shoulder starts to hurt again because, well, it's been surgically repaired and you got all types of, wear and tear on the body. It's going to come back and he's going to start feeling horrible again. But he's been through it and he knows how to manage the pain for the most part. Just hope that there's nothing new that comes up, and that what does come his way, it is something he can manage. But the Lions are being smart about it too. What Dan Campbell had to say yesterday, specifically about Taylor Decker and the tackle position, I thought was wise. Hey, great to get him back, but we also know there's going to be some maintenance there, and we have to watch for that, and we have to make sure that we've got guys that can come in and start if need be. And I think it's interesting to see how they approach that in the offseason. Does that mean they're going to go out and get a tackle in free agency, or are they going to get a tackle in the draft? And are they still looking at using one at 17?
One of the advantageous things that you can do with a player in Decker's position is, as a veteran that is near the end, is to try to find a way to restructure that gives him a bunch of money up front, but takes his cap hit down, and something you can kick down the road for like when he retires. And so he'll say, hey, how many more years do you plan on playing? Like 3. Okay, we'll sign you. Or 2. Okay, we'll sign you to a 4-year contract, but you retire after 2, and whatever the case may be. He is due a restructure. He makes 21.4 cap hit this year and 24 after that. It feels like he is a likely candidate to be restructured here. And as is Jared Goff, we've talked about that. And so as we await those stories, there's this pie, and you have a pie that you're immediately cooking, which is the current roster, which is your cap, how much each player gets a piece of the pie. And then you've got future pies that you're borrowing from. And those future pies, future pie.
I like future pie.
I don't know where this came from, but I'm using this analogy for whatever reason. Work with me. The future pies, big pieces are getting taken up in the future pies. Eventually that comes back to get you, but they are trying to win now. In Decker's case, can we agree that we're happy he's coming back? Or do you think that there's a good portion of Detroit that was like, I was ready to move on and use the cap space, because you could configure a line with Penei Sewell at left tackle, which it's easy to envision, and there's no guarantees, and I'm no coach, but it's easy to envision that could be an upgrade. But then you would need 2 positions to be fixed on the offensive line. And that would mean, between center and right tackle, one feels like a free agent move in the center. Right tackle feels like a high draft pick. And, you can maybe take a slight project, and I don't mean a Giovanni Manu project. I just mean you might, if you're looking for Decker's replacement and you don't need to replace Decker now, that can be a draft pick outside of round 1. Where you think a guy has a high upside, but maybe he's not strong enough yet, but he's got the frame or whatever.
Somebody may have been hurt last year.
Yeah. Somebody you mean in the draft in college.
Yes.
Yeah. You can basically get a tackle that you can redshirt for future use. And maybe you don't want to put a second round pick into that, but you can if you so choose. If he walked away, you very well might have had to put a first round pick into that, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah, you may have had to. I think there's some interesting players out there. When I said somebody that was hurt last year, like Isaiah World, who's an offensive tackle with Oregon. I think he was hurt last year.
Mhm.
He's a massive individual. He's 6'8", 318 pounds, but not likely to go in the first round because of his injured history. But is he somebody that would work out here? If you've got Taylor Decker now, he's in waiting, so to speak. I don't know what his timetable is coming back. I don't know if he's ready to participate in the combine. But that's just a name I was thinking of somebody who was hurt.
It doesn't create another need. Decker's announcement he's coming back doesn't create another need, but it also doesn't create any cap space. That's why a restructure feels like it would be due. It would make sense. Yeah, this is good. This is good for both parties. Let's figure out a way to restructure your contract and save a little money against the cap. The other thing you can do is it's not a necessity to draft his replacement. You would like to, but it's not a necessity. You can get away with not doing it. And maybe that's something you do next season. Maybe you sign somebody right now that you think has a ton of potential that's out there in free agency. Maybe it's an undrafted free agent. Like there are different ways to address that need that doesn't take a high resource if you so choose. Now, in the case of Decker, it's incumbent upon him being healthy, man. I mean, this is another big offseason story. Does Decker have a year where he takes, it's not, the decline hasn't started because, hey, it's a health issue. And if he's healthy, he can be back to his dominant self. And so that's something to pay attention to. In the meantime, there are other issues here that need to get addressed. And we started to get a bit of a sense for some of what Dan Campbell's thinking. And we pulled some sound from Dan Campbell, from Brad Holmes, from Drew Petzing, but just some noteworthy things. According to Dan Campbell and Petzing himself, speaking yesterday, one thing that's been misinterpreted, and I'll raise my hand over here, is Doug raising his hand and saying I perhaps misinterpreted it, is that he favors 13 personnel, 1 back, 3 tight ends, and that they need to load up on tight ends. He said that was a product of who they had healthy, and that it wasn't as much by design. It was basically out of necessity. So that is something that I have perhaps overplayed, card I've overplayed. And this is why it's good that they come out and talk and we learn a little bit about him and go, oh, okay. So that wasn't by design. But if necessary, they can do that.
Well, what we've heard about Petzing is that he's a guy who changes his offensive scheme based on the personnel that he has. So that goes into it. Yeah. If they were, depleted because of running backs and receivers, then they had heavy tight ends. Okay, we're going to tailor it to that. With the Lions, if you were going to step in as an offensive coordinator with the Detroit Lions, looking at their roster offensively, how would you tailor that? Because I don't think it's to the tight ends. I think you'd be tailoring it to the run game. And certainly you like the receivers being you got Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's just this amazing possession receiver, and you've got guys that can break off big plays.
If I were brought in to be the offensive coordinator, yes, I would feel like I have the weapons without question to put up a lot of points. Let's shore up the foundation. Mm-hmm. What I would on my to-do list would be a very good veteran center and an inline blocking tight end. And you give me those two things, I'm good. Now, would I want more? Of course. But realistically speaking, you can't address everything. Though the one big need would be the center position now. And then I would roll with some of those young guards because you got to save money somewhere, and give me an inline blocking tight end, and I'll be good, assuming Laporta's going to be back and healthy. The other thing that Dan Campbell said that, again, we're not going to play this out. Absolutely thrilled to land Mike Kafka. He interviewed like a dozen candidates for his offensive coordinator job, and it sounded like he hired his top 2. Right. One to be the offensive coordinator and the other to be the passing game coordinator. And if it wasn't his top 2, Kafka was right there, and they were able to get them both which has to be a great feeling for what they wanted to get done. Now, a year ago, they had a great feeling about John Morton. So, and I'm sure they had a great feeling about Anthony Lynn back in the day. There have been some swings and misses. And with Petzing, we'll see. I mean, I'm not, reading the resume and the quotes doesn't guarantee success. I'm going to wait and see mode. But I almost feel like between him and Kafka, they got two guys on the job instead of just one. And then the other thing, and I want you, because we've all heard the sound now and read everything that was said, and it was more than just Brad Holmes. It was Dan Campbell as well. What do you think happens now with David Montgomery? After everything you heard said yesterday, which is multiple people talking about that situation, what happens with David Montgomery? I want you to answer that question, Kang. I want your 2 cents too. And we'll start hearing from Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, Drew Petzing, straight ahead what they had to say. A reminder, this morning, and this is going to be interesting, this morning at the Combine, the defensive linemen are speaking. The Birchie kid is there. They speak up until noon. At 12:30, we'll have Birchie on to answer the question, which defensive lineman most sounded and looked like a future Detroit line? Which one most sounded and looked like a future Detroit line? We'll have that question for Birchie from down at the Combine at 12:30. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. As fans of a team, I don't know if there's anything that would be more intriguing than sitting in war rooms when the discussions go on between the general manager, the coaches, the coordinators, the capologists. How do we put this roster together? That's the most fascinating stuff. At least it is for me, is how do we get to where we need to get this to be a championship caliber roster? And so the people that sit in our chairs, what we like to do is try and connect dots and draw conclusions based upon that small window that is opened up and we get to see inside. Yesterday, there was a lot of talk about David Montgomery. There was the line from Brad Holmes said there's been healthy conversations. Dan Campbell said he knows how I feel. Drew Petzing says he loves him. He's got a $12 million dead cap number, and it's $8 million to keep him. Gator, based upon what was said yesterday, in spite of his lack of use last year and an implication after the season that something might be done to move him, David Montgomery, do you have a conclusion, or is it too early of what's going to happen with him?
I don't know what's going to happen. My conclusion after listening to all that is that they're not going to bring him back at the same price. They're trying to renegotiate his contract. If you want to come back, we need you to come down, and we really want you. You're an integral part of this offense. We really appreciate you. The guys love you, but financially, we can't do that. I think that's it. So if that's the case, I would not expect. I don't know. I guess I don't expect Montgomery to come back for less. I would expect him to say, "Well, then, let's depart and make me a free agent," and then he'll go somewhere else and get a 2 or 3 year deal that's going to pay him better money. I don't think he's going to be a Lion.
Kang, what did you think of those conversations?
I agree with you, Gator. I think this is their own fault, too, by the way. They should have never given him the 2-year extension because they believed in Gibbs so much, right? They went up or traded back, got him, loved him, saw the potential. He became what they thought. He's a centerpiece of the offense. He's one of the best running backs in the league, one of the most explosive running backs in the league. So they didn't have to extend Montgomery. If they didn't, he would just be a free agent this year. But they did. So my conclusion, Doug, is that they do want him back, but at a much lower rate, which they extended him to. It sucks because I think he is an important part and can be a very important part of this offense. I think the 1-2 punch, and it won't be the same. It's not going to be an even split. We all know that. We saw how it was run last year, even when Dan Campbell was calling plays. Gibbs is getting more of the touches. He's getting more of the, he's lined up more back there by himself. But I would personally want David Montgomery back, but I don't think he comes back unless it's at a lower rate.
I think he's coming back, and I think he's coming back at the $8 million. I think they'd love to bring him back for less, and it's. Yes, I'd like the Range Rover at the Ford Explorer price, but yeah, I think he's not a Range Rover anymore. Bad analogy. I think you'd like everybody cheaper, but I don't think it's going to get done. But I still think he's coming back.
I hope so, Doug. I hope so because Petzing maybe he doesn't control the contracts though, so he might come in and say, "Hey, this guy's great. We love him. We should keep him."
Well, I hope you guys are right. I hope they bring him back at a lesser price. But
I think Gator, you think he's not going to come
Gator
back?
thinks he's not coming back. Yeah.
I think in the end it's just not going to happen.
Okay, so we have 3 different predictions here. Gator thinks he's gone. Kang thinks he'll be back at a lesser price. I think he's staying at the price he's at because I don't think they can get him at a lesser price. But I think they value his contributions. And when they look at shortcomings offensively last year, and Dan Campbell spoke a ton yesterday about how much they basically cut up the entire season and go through everything. I feel like they were a little bit more optimistic about his future than they were at the end of the season when the implication was he wasn't going to be back. So I think he's coming back, and I think he's going to come back at the price he's at. And I guess I hope Kang is right.
Yeah, I know. I have the best scenario for that's an easy take.
Same product, just cheaper.
Yeah, right.
Sounds good.
I just feel like they got to save money somewhere, and in mine and Gator's way, they save money.
Yes,
whether it's a lot or a little, right?
So, does that mean you think they'll go in the draft, Gator, or you haven't even given a thought yet?
I mean, I've long said this is a good draft for running backs. I think it would be wise to go into the draft and get somebody in the 4th, 5th round area at running back position. I mean, that's where I'm looking at the offensive weaponry, if you will, like a tight end, running back. Those can be taken with those picks at that point. I wouldn't use a first or second round pick on either of those players. I think that's saved for tackle, safety, edge rusher. I wish they had more picks. I think there's a way that maybe they can get more picks. I think really what might happen is they might be able to trade Montgomery for a 5th round pick, and that would benefit them too.
Well, in that 5th round, then you go get I'm almost guarantee you're going to say a Penn State running back, one or the other.
or Kalen Black from Indiana.
Roman Hemby from Indiana. There's Penn State running backs and Indiana like a smorgasbord of Penn State and Indiana running backs.
And I know that's okay. We see that because we're in Big Ten people, and there's probably some Big Ten bias to that. But I like all 4 of those backs. They all bring. Hemby's interesting as a former wide receiver. So you talk about being able to catch the ball in the backfield, high-end speed. He's like a Jahmyr Gibbs type.
I think it's not a bad plan to take guys out of the Big Ten because it has been somewhat established of late that it is the single best conference in college football.
These are facts.
248-539-9797. Ben is on a cell, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Ben.
You absolutely have to bring him back. If you want to stay in the Super Bowl conversation, if something happens to Gibbs, then what do you have? You have a guess on a future, rookie or something where you got a proven commodity and we already have depth, and you spend that draft pick towards something that you need. And, you know, against the cap, I get it, but there's other people that can restructure. And maybe next year then you think about releasing him or trading him and letting him go. But I think, you know, if we want to be a Super Bowl team, you have to have two running backs. And Montgomery can be a full-time back if Gibbs got hurt.
Well, there's no question that you have to have two running backs. I don't think they would say David Montgomery so long and not have a plan to have somebody else be their second running back, whether it be a free agent or in the draft. But I tend to agree with you, Ben. I think in listening and you know, like I said, we're forced to connect dots because they're not going to stand on the podium and say, here's 100% our game plan. I think Dan Campbell started off yesterday by saying we spent a ton of time revamping what went right and what went wrong this season. Later, he started he basically came out and said, I love David Montgomery, and he knows how I feel about him. I think that was one of those insights to what stood to reason to me was we watched the tape back. We didn't use him enough. And we probably used Gibbs too much at times.
Right, and you can do what you're talking about next year, but I mean we have a lot more need at different positions, and we have a proven commodity there at a pretty crucial spot. So my 2 cents is you keep him, you restructure other people's contracts, and you don't guess with that position. You know, he can catch the ball. Obviously, we've seen what he can do. You know, he's dynamic at times. So, yeah, I think it's a no-brainer.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Ben. 248-539-9797. Text coming in. Wait, you mean Dan Campbell didn't come out and say these guys were his last choices? We're just going to choose to believe that those were both his top two choices because he said so? I literally absolutely said the words, just because he said it doesn't mean it's going to work. Literally just said those words.
Well, right, but what he's saying is something different.
Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantees that it's going to work. I would say that it's probably true, though, that he hired his first choice. Do you think he interviewed a bunch of guys that came here for the job? I mean, I suppose it's possible he offered it to somebody else and they said no.
I would say this. When it came to that job, when it opened up in the offseason, I thought the Lions offensive coordinator job is a pretty cherry job to have in the NFL. I don't know how many jobs are better as an offensive coordinator than the Detroit Lions because of what you have to work with. A veteran quarterback who's like having a coach on the field, everybody says, and Drew Petzing is saying it now too. You've got the weapons at wide receiver. You've got the running backs that work. You've got one of the best tight ends in football. You need to fix the offensive line, but you like what you have. So when you saw all these other candidates go out there and get jobs and get interviewed, if they didn't take the Detroit job, my guess is it's because the Lions just like somebody else better. Well, as much as I liked the idea of having Mike McDaniel from Miami be this team's offensive coordinator, they had the opportunity to hire him, and they said, you know what, we're going to move on. We're going to keep interviewing guys, and they end up getting their guy. My 51 leans towards I believe Dan Campbell that they got their number one guy. I don't know if Kafka was their second favorite offensive coordinator
to be clear,
candidate.
He implied there was an implication that he was near the top, but it wasn't. He didn't say exactly he was our second choice. Just to be clear,
but I can believe that the Petzing was. I'll choose to believe that. And again, I'm leaning in that direction. I don't 100% buy it, but I'm pretty much do buy what he has to say about that, just based on where other guys ended up taking jobs.
Steve from Madison Heights writes in, I think it would probably be easier if Decker retires after next year to move Sewell to left and draft the best right tackle you can get in the draft. This draft or the next draft? Probably next draft if you're saying best right tackle you could get. Because
well, maybe it is this draft.
It could be.
That's how Brad Holmes would operate.
I know it is, but that is a move for the future, and I it'll be intriguing to see which offensive tackles drop, because when you look at mock drafts, there are names that are in the first round of a lot of mock drafts that are starting to appear in the second round of some mock drafts, and as that doesn't mean anyone's falling. It means as the truth sort of starts to shuffle out, you realize could be some very attractive candidates. And I'll just tell you straight up, the more and more I watch these things, the more I see one of Gators' draft crushes, Max Hanachor from Arizona State, being available in the second round. How would you feel about an edge rusher in the first round or some position of need, immediate starter in the first round on defense, and a Hanachor in the second round?
Get the tarp down.
Yeah.
I'd be ecstatic if that were the case. I'm a big Messidor fan. I love Warren, the safety from Toledo.
Yeah.
And yeah, if they get Max in the second round to pair that up, I would love it. I absolutely love it. And listen, I keep going back to what Dan Campbell said about Taylor Decker before Taylor Decker admitted he was coming back or revealed that he was coming back. And that is when Dan Campbell said, even if he comes back, we still have to plan because he's going to have to maintain. And there's going to be some maintenance involved with him to keep him healthy. And there might be some games where we need somebody to step in and start at tackle. So I don't think it's off the table that they'd be looking at one in the first couple rounds.
All right, Drew Petzing, the scouting combine. What do you most take out of this chance to get to see the players? Hear what Drew Petzing has to say today at 10:51 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. One of our astute listeners on YouTube, Robert, made it a point here on the streaming chat there. You can stream the show with video on YouTube and Twitch. Go to youtube.com or twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, you will see us. And there's streaming chat on both sides. And so you can participate, and sometimes we read them. Robert pointed out that I appealed to station management for you and I to go do shows in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
And then gave examples of the excesses that would cause the shows to be bad. Way to go, Karsh. I'm pleading your case. He's right.
Different. I'm with you this time.
What do you mean?
Well,
Okay, dude. You were with me on those spring training trips, too.
Shh.
I mean, those shows were fine.
Shows were great.
248-539-9797.
Do you not remember Pittsburgh?
Robert, I got to tell you, Robert, you need to negotiate on our behalf because that's a great point.
Shut up.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I'll just stop talking about it. We'll use the rewind feature and delete it as if it never happened. 248-539-9797. Okay. Dan Campbell, what stood out in your interview with Petzing? Here's what he had to say. Well, I'm in favor of him being right about all that, but the proof is in the pudding. We've heard good things about offensive coordinator hires in the past. As long as he, knows how to call plays when you have deficiencies. There are going to be days that you don't have all the personnel that you expect to have. There are going to be days where defenses give you problems. It's really hard to call plays when you can't block. But, as long as they address their needs offensively, I think Petzing stepped into, what did you call it, one of the most cherry offensive coordinator jobs in the NFL. All right, Petzing. We said we'd bring you some of him. In his interview with Tim Twentyman, this is courtesy of DetroitLions.com, he was asked about the value you can get out of the scouting combine, and here's what the new offensive coordinator had to say. The thing about it is I'm always amazed with one thing that doesn't make sense to me. If you are trying to make it in the NFL and you go to the combine and you have a team that is helping you get ready for the combine physically, I would think it would be one thing that would be harder to screw up is
can you improve on them? Yeah, you can improve technique and running and get a faster 40 time, I guess.
But not by a ton.
No, it shouldn't be by a ton. You are what you are. But you can be coached up on how to talk to management.
Mm-hmm.
And it needs, I think, at least what we've observed is it's quite important to show your love of the game of football and how you live, eat, and breathe and die with football. If you give off that impression to Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, it's a good impression to give off, and they're going to be interested in you. And I would imagine that resonates throughout the rest of the league, too. Coaches want to see that. Coaches want to know that you don't care. You're not into distractions. You're not into other facets of life. You're focused, tunnel vision on football and loving the game. Maybe to an obsessive way, too.
Yeah. More feedback coming in. How would you guys feel about drafting Decker's replacement from the same place we drafted him, the left tackle from Ohio State? I'm not familiar with a left tackle from Ohio State. Who am I missing? Is there a left tackle from Ohio State in this draft? Sorry, whoever sent this in. I apologize. Not going to blow smoke up your channel. I don't know who you're talking about. Next text. This is a nightmare scenario for the Lions. An overpriced offensive lineman who can't stay healthy. Decker needs to retire. Yeah, I know we'd have that feeling out there from some people. I would have to think that the Lions doctors wouldn't approve of him coming back if they didn't think he was going to be healthy or made sense for him to come back. Like, they wouldn't want him back. There have been guys in the past, like, look how they're handling actually Alex Anzalone and maybe David Montgomery. Their futures with the team are uncertain. And so why are they uncertain, but Decker is just given a punch button chance to come back? I would guess it's because the doctors don't think there's anything that's going to be recurring. That whatever injury he has, and I believe it was a shoulder, right? That he can recover from that. But, cap space is cap space. Johnny Next Guy is always exciting. Always fun when you add Johnny Next Guy.
I like Johnny Next Guy. Yep. That guy never loses.
Speaking of which, Dan Campbell spoke yesterday about adding a big splash in free agency. Hear what he had to say at 11:05. Did you find a tackle from Ohio State?
I'm looking. I didn't see one.
Okay, I don't know.
Find it to the combine.
Maybe somebody can clue us in on who he's talking about. But well, whatever. Let's go to Brian in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, fellas. When the Lions have a top line, Goff plays like a top 5 quarterback. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, it all goes hand in hand.
So shouldn't they go all in on the line? Not in the listen. Anybody talking about the draft and the Lions offensive line, man, skip that. Get something for sure. Go get you somebody who go do it. I heard Gator for years talk about the cap ain't real. The Lions need to go all in on that offensive line.
So, Brian,
don't tell me about
Brian. I guess that you would just out of curiosity, because the news today is that Decker is back, and then everybody talks about getting a veteran center. That any drafting of an offensive lineman at this point would be for future use.
Listen, a person back that was hurt, they retire, and all that type of that. Man, listen, they need to be as sure as possible. Don't tell me about a guy that's hurt that it's gonna be some maintenance involved and all that. Man, go make sure your line is great. Don't skip the doubt. Take the doubt out of it.
I really hope that they do that with the center spot, and then they'll have. The only reason you wouldn't is relying on some of those young guards to develop.
It sounds like that's what they look at, more center than tackle.
I think so. And if they go tackle in the draft, it'll be for the next guy. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. According to the Associated Press, the Tigers will not stop paying Justin Verlander or Framber Valdez until 2039. AP revealed details of the deferred money in the contracts of Detroit's two big free agent acquisitions today. Verlander's one-year, $13 million deal means he's going to get $2 million this season, but the rest of the $11 million will come in $1.1 million installments from 2030 to 2039. For Valdez, he signed a three-year, $115 million deal. That came with a $20 million signing bonus and a total salary of $55 million over the next two seasons. Valdez will then receive the rest of his money in a similar manner to JV via $2 million installments for 9 years starting in 2030. In other Tigers news today, A.J. Hinch said pitcher Troy Melton is dealing with arm soreness and will not pitch in spring training games. He said they're playing it conservative and won't have him pitch through any of that soreness. More NFL Combine news today as the league announced that two more teams will host games in London next year. The Jaguars and Commanders will go across the pond in 2026. Jaguars will actually go to London twice. They join the 49ers as the only team so far with two scheduled international games next season. Pistons will take on the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in a matchup between the top two teams in the NBA. Detroit is 6-2 against top five teams in the league this year. That game at 7:30 right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage starts at 7:05. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
There's the first bummer news we've heard.
What?
Troy Melton unavailable to pitch for the Tigers in
Dude,
spring training
that's
due
how
to
it
general
starts.
arm soreness.
That's how these things start. Next report, Troy Melton shut down for 2026.
Right,
That's how
yeah.
it feels like what this is. It just feels like how it starts.
AJ Hinch says we're playing it pretty conservative. Okay, I hope so. I really like Troy Melton. He was great last year.
Yep.
They're going to need his help at some point this season.
But this is
but
wh-
I think what's
this is why
interesting.
you hoard pitching, though.
Yeah, exactly. You and I, same wavelength with pitching. And with him, it was interesting because he was so good as a starter, but the rotation looks set. Does he come out of the bullpen? Do you let him start at Toledo, build up the innings there, and then you can do what you want? Well, we don't know when he's going to pitch again. Hopefully, it's in April where he can start throwing. Then it'll start off in Toledo. But that's the first bad news we've heard from the Tigers.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Brian in Battle Creek. You're on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hi, how you doing?
We're good.
I'm a new listener on 95.3 WBCK, 95.3 The Ticket.
Okay.
And I like to talk about the Lions.
Go
and
ahead.
I think the Lions going to win this year.
Think the Lions are going to win this year?
Yeah,
Why do you think that, Brian?
because I'm a Lions fan.
Okay, well, great to hear.
And I listening to WBCK 95.3.
So we understand. There are stations all over the state that carry the show now. So, Brian, we're glad that you're able to listen. And please take advantage of the ways to get a hold of us, including text at 248-539-9797. All right, Kang, we said we get to the soundbite from Brad Holmes. This is with Tom Pelissero on the NFL Network. I'm sorry. There's a wrong one. This is from Dan Campbell. Question about making a splash in free agency. And here is what Dan Campbell had to say about making a big splash in free agency. Do you believe him? Do you believe that they would make a splash move, which he said they would
with free agency?
Yeah.
Not in the respect that I don't think they're going to go for like the top player at any position group. I don't think they're going to land that splash. Like a Linderbaum, I don't think that's there. Do I think that they would pay good money to get a center? I do. I think Dan Campbell has said that. We want a guy that's played there before, that they feel better about getting guys that have done it before. And I think that speaks to, okay, would they draft a center and try to plug him in? Not likely. Do they want to move Ratledge from guard to center? They say they're open to it, but I think in reality, yes, they're open to it, but they'd rather go get one in free agency. It's not just what I want them to do. I think that's what they've been saying.
If
I'm reading between the lines.
Yeah. There's this belief that they're not interested in big moves. And it's probably not helped by the fact that some of the bigger moves that they have made haven't like paid huge dividends. The DJ Reed signing felt to me like a big move in the moment. And, it didn't pay the dividends we'd hoped during the regular season. Talking with him in training camp last year, he came in super enthusiastic and was really fired up to be a part of this organization. And it didn't work the way that I think that people had hoped. But at the end of the day, it was like the top ranked corner available in free agency. So, you can't necessarily, force all the big players that you want to sign with you, but you also have to have the cap space to do it. And that cap space has not been cleared yet. Hence, a bit of an issue to make a big move. So we just got to wait. And see what happens with roster restructures,
Yeah, we need to know how much money they have to work with. They need to know how much money they have to work with. But a lot of that's going to sort itself out here in the next couple of weeks with some restructuring, because I think that they have to do it. Because if they just go at it now, you can't do anything. And free agents want to know that they've got money to spend. Like, the Lions are going, yeah, what are they, $7 million over the cap? Great. What are they going to offer me?
Yeah.
They need to know that ahead of time too.
Feedback. Jamie writes in, I'll be furious if the Lions get rid of David Montgomery. He led the team in yards per carry in 12 out of the 17 games. He was not correctly used all year. His usage needs to be what it was in 24. Next text from Brian and Pinckney. Of all the Lions' needs, the center position is the one that requires the most experience. Definitely need to target a veteran to fill in the center position. John in Madison Heights. Did everyone all of a sudden forget how good those Monty and Gibbs were together just a couple years ago? Come on, people. LOL.
Yeah, but it's a couple years ago. And with running backs, they have a shelf life. There's only so much tread that you can wear off that tire before you say we're going to have to move on. And I'm not suggesting that the tread is bare on David Montgomery, because I don't think it is. But when you find yourself in a financial strait in a situation like the Lions are, I think you have to really consider moving on, because you're talking $8 million. If you can save that and find somebody in the draft that you like, okay, yeah. So his previous caller said, look, he didn't want to take a chance. You know what you have with Montgomery, and I get that. But I think running back is the one position in the NFL you can step in from college and make a major contribution right away.
Frank in South Rockwood says, if they let Montgomery go, he will go back to Chicago and team up with Ben Johnson, and they'll have a two-headed monster with Swift. Well, that would be a worst-case scenario, right?
Yeah, but if it's your own doing, if you think you're better off without him, then wherever he ends up, he ends up. I can't control that, other than to say that I would keep him on my team. And if you don't think that's the best move for your team, then you move on.
Scott writes in, something tells me Petzing will have a larger role for Montgomery, and we'll see something closer to classic Sonic and Knuckles from a couple years ago. Just a hunch. Well, we shall see, because I thought the implication my conclusion yesterday was that he will be back. Kang thinks he'll be back at less money. Gator thinks he will not be back. But These are part of the offseason decisions and things that have to be made. We'll get back to some line stuff a little bit later on because the defensive linemen are meeting with the media as we speak. And the Birch kid will join us today at 12:30, and we'll ask him which defensive lineman most looks and sounds like a future Detroit Lion. It is a position that people have been hoping that they would address at some point. Pistons play tonight. It's Oklahoma City. It's lost some sizzle because of Oklahoma City's injuries. We'll preview that game. Also, an interesting announcement from the NBA regarding the Pistons and one of their broadcast partners that I think is actually pretty significant. We will get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Pay just $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with zero down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount through GM Financial, 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 2nd. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. Let's get to Ray and Romulus next. Hi, Ray.
How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, man, listen, in regards to this Montgomery deal, Montgomery has proven his quality, that he's a starting running back. He has proven in the games in terms of his worth. He showed up in big-time situations in games. There's a person that I think, you're talking about $8 million that we can let go. What about Derek Barnes?
Ooh.
Okay, what about letting him go and you saving that money that you're spending to him? Because if you do apples and apples, David Montgomery is giving way more to the team than Derek Barnes is, and he has the same salary cap. Salary hit in terms of $8 million. Let that guy go because he hasn't given us a darn thing, guys, at linebacker.
Well, I would disagree with that. He had 81 tackles in 2023, was hurt in 2024, and had 78 tackles last year. And it looks like it looks like Alex Anzalone's going to walk. So it's going to give Derek Barnes more opportunities to play and more opportunities to make tackles. If you're talking to a guy who's going to get close to 100 tackles a season, that's a guy who's making a big impact.
Gator, let me explain something to you. The tackles you're describing are tackles that's 5 yards down the field. I'm talking about hitting a guy in the backfield. He's not giving us any impact tackles. I can remember one game that he did anything for us this year. And that's what I'm speaking.
Well, then
of.
I'm sure you're right.
Just numbers.
How could I possibly be incorrect?
Numbers.
Ray, I will say this. It is easier for a running back to come in and make an impact as a rookie than a linebacker. It depends, of course, on availability. Like, I love Jacob Rodriguez, a linebacker out of Texas Tech, and I think he can be a difference maker, but he's got to fall to you in the right place in the draft, as an example.
Hey, guys, but understand the situation. You're talking about letting Montgomery go. He's the guy in that text you just had earlier. He gave us all the short yardage first downs, and we didn't utilize them enough. There was a lot of times where we had short yardage plays, and they didn't even run the guy.
Okay, thank you for the phone call. I'll just say this. I think he's coming back, personally, and I'm okay with it. But it's when you talk about allocation of resources, it might have a lot to do with what happens with Anzalone. If Anzalone happens to come back at the right price, Barnes may be in trouble. But the way they talk about Barnes, I don't think there's a chance in hell they're letting Derek Barnes go.
I don't think so either.
But
the difference between last year's season for Montgomery and the year he had in 2024 is like 30 carries. Is the reason they had more carries a couple of years ago because the Lions were winning games? They were 15-2 that year, and they had more leads at the end of games. They could just run the ball out, and they're going to hand it to Montgomery, and he got his carries that way. Is that possible? I'm not saying that's the reason. I'm just looking at other things there. He's got almost 1,500 carries under his belt in the NFL. That's you're starting to wear a little bit.
Yep.
I love his role with his team, and I love him as a player. But from a business standpoint, if you need to find ways to create cap space, this is a way to do it. And if you can if you could trade him, if you could somehow get a 5th round pick for David Montgomery, which I don't think is outrageous to say, I think the Lions would jump at that.
They could create ample cap space where they can keep a lot of these guys simply by restructuring some contracts. And that's an unknown variable, right?
But it kicks it down the road.
Can down the road, yes. But at the end of the day, I'm hoping that they restructure and they can keep Montgomery and Barnes and still add guys. But all right, Ken, you got something to add to that?
No, I was just gonna say I want Dave Montgomery back. I definitely want him back. I just think they're gonna have to restructure to get him back. So we all have different opinions on how what's gonna happen with Monty.
Yep.
But I think they kind of with his carries and his attempts went down. I think they fell in love with Gibbs because he's such a home run explosive threat every time he touches the ball. And also as a receiver, it's hard not to go to him a lot because he's so damn good. So I think when Dan Campbell was talking about going back and breaking down the film and looking at everything, I think he probably realized, damn, we used Gibbs a lot. There was that game with Green Bay to start the year where he had 10 catches for like 9 yards. Because they just give him the ball anywhere at any time and see what happens because he's that explosive.
He had fewer carries last year than he did the previous year, but he had more receptions, to your point. I mean, he caught 77 passes last year, Jahmyr Gibbs did, but carried the ball 7 times less than he did in 2024.
Okay, we said we get to the Pistons. Their game tonight with Oklahoma City certainly loses a bit of sizzle with SGA and Jalen Williams not expected to play, and that's like 50 points that they need to find. But it is an important game for the Pistons when it comes to bounce backs. I think it's an important game for Cade Cunningham to bounce back after going 5 for 26 against San Antonio. And I don't really care who you're playing. I prefer that they were playing a fully loaded Oklahoma City team, but I'm not worried about any sort of like significant drop from Cade. He's had a couple games like this year, but I think tonight's a nice night for Cade to bounce back after what happened the other night.
Yeah, it would be great because 5 of 26 is pathetic, and he knows that. And I think like I said yesterday, I don't think he's going to have another game that shoots that poorly the rest of the season. That was is the third time he shot below 20% on the year or 25%, whatever it was.
Yep.
It was awful for him, and it was also a bad matchup for the Pistons that they're going to have to learn from. But I want to see Asar Thompson bounce back tonight too. I want to see him be reinvigorated in the lineup, play defense, and play the way that we all expect him to play, and maybe answer a little bit offensively too. He had 8 points, I think, in the 18 minutes he played the other night against San Antonio, but was benched for the final quarter and a half of basketball, almost the whole second half. He only played a few minutes in the third quarter. So how is he going to bounce back? And what is he going to have to say about it after the game, or does he talk after the shoot around? I don't know, but I'm curious how that works out too. The other player I want to see is Ron Holland. Ron Holland lit it up for a very short period of time against San Antonio. He kind of took things over a little bit. I mean, he had 9 points in 2 minutes and then ended up with 15 points in the game and started to maybe feel a little bit with the 3-point shots that he was not knocking down. But at that point, nobody was knocking down any shots. But Holland shows he's got some scary offensive ability at times, and so does Asar Thompson. Both of these guys are very, very young and have high ceilings, tons of potential. I want to see some of that more realized game by game as we move on through the season.
The other thing that's really interesting is ESPN announced today that they are picking up for a national broadcast Saturday night's game with Minnesota. And it's going to be on Saturday at prime time on ABC, which is really interesting because I think what we're seeing is, while we were a little curious whether or not the NBA was going to embrace a Piston team that emphasized defense, the feedback we're starting to get is that the NBA world is embracing it. The TV partners are embracing it. If you were on social media during the Pistons San Antonio game and paying attention to what a lot of NBA insiders are saying, Bobby Marks and Bill Simmons, they were really enjoying watching that game and talking about how good it was. I think it was Dominique Foxworth of ESPN, who's obviously an NBA guy, said it was the most physical game he's seen in years and he loves it. And now one of the network partners is putting the Pistons on primetime on Saturday night by choice. And I find that to be really interesting because it's the opposite of what we thought may happen.
Yeah, but we're 56 games into the season for the Pistons, and they're still the top team in the East by 4.5 games.
Yeah.
And they're a story at this point. I mean, at this point, TV, the ESPN and all those networks, they understand, okay, we're down the home stretch here for the basketball season. Let's start to what are you going to feature? I mean, you can only feature the Western Conference so much. You have to look in the Eastern Conference and say, okay, well, Detroit, there we go. They're always going to they can be prime time because they're Eastern time zone. And you're going to see a lot of Detroit, I think Boston, and New York and Cleveland. We're going to see a lot of that down the stretch here.
248-539-9797.
I think it's awesome that, by the way, it was Louis Riddick, I think, that said that.
My apologies, yeah.
But yeah, I think it's awesome that non-basketball people like Louis Riddick are saying, this is the brand of basketball I want to watch every night. This is awesome. So the networks may be embracing it, but is the NBA going to embrace it? And that's where I worry. And I'm talking about the officials and Adam Silver. You know what I mean? Because that's where it's going to hurt the Pistons on the court. Like, I don't want them to get punished in the playoffs when they bring this style of basketball to the playoffs. They're going to get physical. They're going to chip you. They're going to do things like that. If they call a tight whistle, everyone's gonna be in foul trouble. I know they have a deep team, but you can't have your star players in foul trouble. So hopefully the NBA also embraces it, Dub, because clearly people like this style of basketball. They want to see some of this come back. It's enough with just the half court shots and the flopping, right? Bring back some physicality to basketball.
Based upon my experience, will the NBA embrace it? Well, if you follow the money, which is generally a rule anymore, just follow the money. I mean, it's always been a rule, but I think it's more true now than it's ever been before. It comes down to the TV ratings. Networks putting them on primetime Saturday night, just announced today, Pistons Timberwolves. Then if it gets a good number, if the public responds, I think the NBA will embrace it.
I hope so too. And then it also depends on the demographic too. I think the older guy obviously really loves this. The old NBA fan, the guy who loves John Tesh, right? Round ball rock. But does the younger guy? I'm serious. Like Stoney went off for 2 hours on it, I think. But that guy, you'll get him back with physicality. Will you keep the younger audience though?
My apologies. The game's not Saturday night. It's next month, but it is still stands to be mentioned that they got picked up.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yes, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ronnie is next on 97.1. Hi, Ronnie.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
I wanted to hit on, the players when you were discussing who should be let go, who should we keep. But then you switched over to Cunningham having a pretty bad.
Well, you say whatever you want. We have open lines, so what's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to hit on that real quick, too, because I had a 13-pick parlay with Cunningham over 20 points or better. And guess what my only loss was? Yeah. So, but as far as, do you guys happen to follow any of the, Lions fan groups at all?
No.
Because we have some good, awesome, passionate fans, but man, we have a lot of really dumb fans too, because a lot of these armchair GMs,
Ronnie, real quick, what did you want to say, Ronnie?
We're short on time. What's on your mind?
Well, as far as I agree with you as far as keeping Barnes. I mean, having a solid defense is key, and I understand. Yeah, I agree with that, but I also think it's going to come down to, we're going to have to eventually, especially next year when we have to sign Laporta, Branch, Gibbs, and Campbell. So, I mean, it's going to come to a point pretty soon where we're going to have to tell these guys, listen, do you want to play for a winning team or do you want a bigger contract?
Oh, no. Wow. Shark got him.
Yeah, as a general rule, you get about a minute. It's a general rule, so make sure you get right to the point. As far as building the defense, yeah, I think everybody wants to see the defense be built. How we get there is debatable. It's kind of a tough deal when it comes to asking players to take less to play for a winner. Where it's not a tough deal is asking them to restructure. Jansen said as a player, he loved getting restructured. So hopefully they got a bunch of guys that want to be restructured to create cap space where they still get some money up front, but works out in everybody's best interest in the long run. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Just a reminder, 1 hour from now, we'll have the Birch Kid down from Indianapolis, where defensive linemen are speaking today. And the number one question is, which D lineman most looks and sounds like a future Detroit Lion, could be the pick at 17 or at some point in the draft? It seems like a position that they will address one way or another. They don't have a ton of defensive tackles under contract. They need another edge rusher. So we shall see today. If anybody has that look and sound, that's today at 12:30 with the Birch Kid from down in Indy. Meantime, a lot of people reacting mostly to the David Montgomery stuff from yesterday and our predictions as to what we think is going to happen. We have 3 different predictions. One, Gator thinks he's done in Detroit. Kang thinks he's coming back, but only if they give him a restructure at less money. And I think he's coming back at the $8 million that he is due. A lot of people have reacted to that. Meanwhile, Pistons in action tonight. Red Wings set to get their second half underway. Michigan beats Minnesota last night. You've got Spartans at Purdue tomorrow. That's a very easy place to play. Mackey Arena. Nobody's ever struggled there.
Easy to go.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Alex in Lake Orion, you are next. Hello, Alex.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think the biggest opportunity and question mark for me with this Pistons team is who is going to step up and be the second scoring option once you get into the playoffs. You can see Cade Cunningham is a high-volume guy. When you get into the playoffs, he's going to be double and triple teamed. So this is a great defensive team, but who's going to be the young guy that steps up and emerges as that number 2 scorer in the absence of a great Cade Cunningham night? Asar Thompson, you guys are talking about, I think he's a great defensive stalwart, not a great shooter. He needs to work on his finishing at the rim. Ron Holland as a really good young piece, a little bit of a question mark. I would like to see a little bit more of Red Velvet, Kevin Herter, the kid they picked up with Duncan Robinson on the floor, space out a little bit. But that second scoring option is really kind of what gives me pause for how deep they can go this year.
Well, I always point this out. I don't think it's a second scoring option they need. I think they need a second shooter, a guy who can definitely shoot from the outside, like Duncan Robinson is capable of shooting from the outside. I think they need another guy like that. They have a second scorer. It's Jalen Duren.
Sure, yeah, in the post game for sure, but I agree.
Well,
with
right,
you.
that's why I say it's not about a secondary scorer. They've got the secondary scorer; he's already there. But what they need is somebody that can shoot from outside. They need somebody to step up. And we've watched the last couple games, and Herter has not played, and Marcus Sasser has not played, and I find that to be a little bit curious because Sasser is a guy that can definitely knock down the outside shot, and we haven't seen much of him. I don't know if they're on the outs or if this is just management throughout the season or what, but we're not seeing even like Danish Jenkins isn't shooting as well the last couple games as he had prior to that, where he became a little bit of a sensation here.
Yeah, to your point, Gator, I think mixing and matching some of these lineups, seeing what they have, they've built a really decent lead here in the East, so they've got some cushion to kind of see what they have in these rotations. But I'd like to see what they have. I think the Asar Thompson thing is telling with J.B. Bickerstaff benching him the other night because of a heated exchange that they had after a blown defensive assignment. So maybe it's the young guys just need to carve out their role and prove themselves in practice to Bickerstaff. But they definitely need a little bit more shooting. And with the trade deadline being passed, they got to see what they have internally if they're going to go far. But yeah,
so it's
Duren
intriguing. Alex, thank you. We hear this a lot. And when you think of the NBA title contenders, who are the NBA title contenders? San Antonio, Oklahoma City. Okay, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
San Antonio's secondary scorer is De'Aaron Fox. He averages 19.1 points a game. Jalen Williams is Oklahoma City's second scorer. He averages 17.5. Jalen Duren averages 18. That's their second scores. He's right in the mix. It's the third scorer. Because Castle averages 16 a game. He's the third scorer in San Antonio. Chet averages 17.2 a game. He's the third scorer in Oklahoma City. Tobias is Detroit's third scorer at 13.3. Now, that's different than shooting. And Alex kind of said, well, it's more about shooting. And that's what the role that Herter, in theory, was supposed to provide. But just something to be cognizant of. Our secondary scoring is there. It's just a different type of scoring.
Yeah, and that's what we need to see more of is to make them a more complete team.
Yeah.
They're the second best team in the NBA by record, and they have 3 games in hand on Oklahoma City, so they could they could very well change that in a hurry and become the best team in basketball, maybe even after tonight. But it's
Monday night was a worst case scenario. Cade was off and Duncan was off.
It was a bad night.
San Antonio was not the first team in the NBA that said, let's focus on stopping Cade. Everybody's been trying all year. It just so happened San Antonio did a great job of it, and Cade did not have a good night.
Well, and they've got the eraser. They've got the Hydra in Victor Wembanyama that will just protect the rim at all costs, and good luck. You have to come up with a better game plan than what the Pistons did to try to attack them offensively, because Wembanyama wasn't in foul trouble, so he was able to play plenty. But remember watching the game, when Wembanyama came out, the Pistons attacked the rim, and they were able to get points.
Yep.
But when Wembanyama's on the floor, you cannot attack. You can try to attack the rim, which they did try, but every shot was altered or blocked. It's a different game when he's in the game. And he's a unicorn player in the league. There's not another one like him. So the game plan tonight is different. And if SGA and Jalen Williams were healthy, it would still be a different game plan altogether than what you had against San Antonio.
I agree with Alex, and I think a lot of people that disagree with you guys on the secondary scoring thing. Jalen Duren's second in the team in scoring, and he scores, 19 points a game? That's fine. He cannot create his own shot, and he's not a shooter. And I think that's what people specifically are saying, what you need from a secondary scorer on a team. You don't throw the ball to him in the post. Most of his baskets are dunks or right by the rim. He's a good free throw shooter too. That's not what people are talking about when they say secondary scorer in the league. Those other guys you mentioned, Jalen Williams and De'Aaron Fox, those guys can create their own shot at any point and they can shoot the ball. That's what people are fearing come playoff time when teams pick up Cade Cunningham full court, double team him, and if Duncan's off, that's where I'd like to see Herter and Sasser actually get some playing time. They ran 10 guys last game against the Spurs. 2 guys that didn't play were Herter and Sasser. I'd like to see those guys get some time if Duncan Robinson's shot's not on.
Your point being it's the type of secondary scoring, not the secondary scoring per se. I mean, whatever we call it.
But it matters, though.
It does matter. I agree. They get points. They just don't get them the way everybody else does. Typically, the secondary scorer are shooters. And Detroit's is not. Steve is next on 97.1. Hello, Steve.
Hey, guys. Like the show.
Thank you.
Talking Lions. I get frustrated about this time of year because they're always kind of wallowing around with different strategies. I personally would take a tougher stance with the players like Decker. I would tell them, hey, you're either going to retire or you're going to get cut. Because when your left tackle is not even practicing half the time or is sitting out during the week, I mean, that's not good. Guys like Anzalone. I mean, you got Campbell now, so Anzalone's he can walk. That's what I'm trying to. I don't want to sound cold and callous, but they've got a.
Steve, it is a business.
You're failing at that. Yes.
Steve, it is a business. Do you think the Detroit Lions, if they thought that Taylor Decker that had an injury that would keep causing the same problem over and over, that they would not tell him to walk? Why would they? Why would they agree for him to come back?
I don't know. Because
let me tell you somebody they absolutely ever going to play again. Steve, let me tell you somebody they absolutely love, heart and soul guy on this team that may be done here, and it's Alex Anzalone. They love Alex Anzalone, but it might be time for them to part ways. I think they would do the same thing with Decker if they didn't think he could recover and play at the level that he's played at.
It looks like they will part ways with Anzalone. He's a free agent, and he'll get better offers from other teams because the Lions they're hamstrung with how much they can spend. But
Steve, you're right.
Yeah, I don't disagree with.
Yeah, but
and it is cold and callous, Steve, the way you present it. But it's also it's the business of the NFL, and I think there's probably a way with some tact that you can go about doing that. But yeah, I tend to agree with you to a point. I think with Decker though, they know what they have with Taylor Decker, and they saw last year that they were trying to manage it all season long, and if his injuries have healed up where, okay, you're going to start this season without having to worry about that as much, you're still going to have to do the maintenance, and maybe he doesn't practice as much as you and I would like him to, but if he practices enough for what Dan Campbell can see, because he's a 10-year vet at ready to start his 11th year, I don't know how much he needs to practice, and frankly, if he's not practicing, you know what that means? Somebody else is getting starting reps, getting number 1 reps at left tackle, that it will benefit them in the long run.
Let me ask you this. What about Kirby Joseph? What's the real deal with him?
Well, they don't. We don't know. We
don't know.
know there's a knee issue with him, and they talked about it the other day, and I think it was Dan Campbell or I think it was Dan Campbell said we're going to know more in the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Sounds like they are really, really hoping that it responds to treatment.
Yeah.
But there's no guarantees.
Well, no, because we saw last year he's ready to come back. He didn't come back.
248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, what do you want at the trade deadline? We'll ask that question at 11:53. Plus your phone calls and feedback mixed in here on 97.1.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. Give them a call today at 888-GET-GREEN. You can get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount, and it's great. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. I know I've been very satisfied with them. They've been with my house for almost a dozen years now. They're great. And if you're tired of fighting those weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, give them a call for greener grass and fewer weeds. Early treatment is key. Programs are designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control the weeds. Start early for the best results. They also offer tree care and pest services. For limited time only, purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control. But you've got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1. Again, it's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Early treatments set the tone for the entire season. Call now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah, isn't it? Joe Shad tweeted out, the Jaguars did not send head coach Liam Cohen, general manager James Gladstone, or executive VP of football operations Tony Baselli to the NFL scouting combine. And there's a quote that says, it became a talking point among the media and coaches and general managers who are here. Ryan O'Halloran tweeted out that the top brass from the Jaguars is not coming, but just about everybody else sees the value of face-to-face meetings. Quote, anytime we can have an interaction and see them or talk to them, I don't know why you wouldn't take advantage of that.
That's not a great look.
It's odd.
Well, you know,
you have to explain yourself.
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
to me, what I've said is, and this is somewhat unrealistic, but we all want our players to sleep, get ample amounts of sleep, wake up, eat the healthiest of breakfast, go work out, nap, work out some more, spend their evenings watching tape, get to bed early, eat another healthy meal, get to bed early, and sleep. And we want to do that, them to do that, and only that exclusively on their entire offseason. I want my coach, my GM, I want all my front office personnel, I want them all at the combine, hands-on, doing everything they can to get the best read. Because you know what you can't do? You have no excuse for bombing the draft. Like, if they have a terrible draft, everyone's going to point to this. How could you not be there?
This is the earliest tanking I've ever seen. No, seriously, though.
Well, the year after is supposed to be a great year for quarterbacks. I don't know if they're going to move on for Trevor Lawrence, but...
No, but Gladstone, their GM, James Gladstone, have you ever seen his presser?
No.
He's a weird guy.
Well, so is Duval.
Yeah, coach. But the fact that nobody's there is weird. But Gladstone, who's in charge of basically the draft, right? When they introduced Travis Hunter and when he had his introductory presser, he's a weird guy. I don't know, man. I'm not saying you shouldn't send anybody there, but I don't know. Maybe he's up to something again. He has a different mindset apparently.
What was he up to before?
Well, he was with the Rams before, but I'm telling you, go back and when you have time, go look at his press conferences with he's like got this visionary plan in his mind. It's really strange how he did all his pressers, and especially one with Travis Hunter and why they traded for him.
Doesn't sound like a grinder. I want a grinder running my team. Not our problem.
No, I just thought it was really, really odd.
248-539-9797. All right, before the break, I said we'd get to this. Trade deadline. We're moving in on the trade deadline in the NHL next couple of weeks. What do you want?
I want a forward and I want a defenseman. And I think that the Red Wings have plenty of assets to offer up. They've got lots of prospects. In fact, they may have too many prospects. They're going to have to part with something. They've got a ton of draft picks and draft capital. So if they wanted to go out and improve the blue line, I think they can. Looking at Justin Falk, the defenseman from St. Louis, I think is a name to keep in mind. And forward-wise, we've talked a lot about Robert Thomas as well from St. Louis.
One-stop shopping?
You can do the one-stop shopping. It would be expensive, but it would also make sense. And, Thomas is a guy who is signed for through 2031. He's a free agent in 2031. He's only 26 years old, comes with a cap hit of about $8 million. I like him a lot, and he's coming off an injury, but should be ready to go. I'm not sure if he's ready to play in the first game when they come back, but he should be ready to go real soon. That'd be great. If they can't do the one-stop shopping, I'm warming up to this name, and I didn't think I would. And that's Steven Stamkos.
Whoa. You weren't a Stamkos fan when we
Not
brought this
real
up
well,
last
yeah.
month.
But since we brought it up, he's been lighting a lamp with consistency, and he's not playing with anybody.
He sees a path to Detroit.
He sees a path to Detroit to get back here. He's a guy the Red Wings were interested in the offseason. They couldn't land him. He ended up signing a deal with Nashville. He's an $8 million cap hit. He is signed through 2028. He'll be a unrestricted free agent at that point. He's on the precipice of scoring 30 goals again. And I think he's a guy who's, obviously Steve Yzerman knows him. So is this something that would make sense? He's a 36-year-old forward. I don't think that his cost is going to be as high as it would be for Robert Thomas. So I don't know. We'll see. I I'm warming up to the idea. If somebody who's scoring, yeah, okay. Good leadership. Seems like he'd fit in well in this room. And it's an expensive piece, but it's not $10 million a year. It's $8 million. And they've got plenty of cap space over the next couple of years to absorb it.
Interesting. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Al is in Southfield and next. Hello, Al.
Hi, Doug and Scott. I want to talk about the Detroit Pistons defense, and I love the defense and JP Bickerstaff's style of defense because more and more I watch the Pistons play. Their defense reminds me a lot of the same type of defense that Nolan Richardson ran when he was the coach at the University of Arkansas. 40 minutes of hell, of course, in the NBA it's 42 minutes of hell, and that's what the opponents are getting each night, and that was definitely on display when the Pistons played the New York Knicks coming out of the All-Star break. I mean, Brunson was frustrated, and so was Karl Anthony Towns. They looked like just a guy on the floor that night.
Yeah, I mean, they get in your face. They defend you. They make life difficult. And then, they didn't as much against San Antonio, but so far this season, the San Antonio game is an outlier. And there's more examples of them being harder to play against as
they've been the number one team in the NBA with a field goal percentage made for an opponent. It's 37% of the shots go in. That's number one in the NBA.
I don't know if they still lead the league in fouls per game, but they're deep enough that they can get physical with you, foul you, and it doesn't kill them.
They're second, but by a tenth.
Mike is in Westland and next here on 97.1. Hello, Mike.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Okay.
I got 2 points here. Number one, I think that, Robert Thomas, Gator stole my thunder on that one. Robert Thomas is the guy that, I've been wanting for a while here for the Red Wings. I think it makes a ton of sense. They need another center. He's a decent scorer. I think he had 21 goals last year, but more than that, he can really distribute the puck. And that allows you to put guys like Finney on the second line and have a guy like Thomas really pushing for him. And so Thomas is my guy. But, Doug, I want to take a little umbrage with something that you said here a minute ago, too.
Okay, we got about 30 seconds, so go ahead. But be quick.
Okay, so I disagree with the point that the Lions and Brad Holmes would bring Taylor Decker back if they knew he was injured and couldn't play a full season. Look at Levi Onwuzurike. Look at Marcus Davenport. Look at multiple players that they've brought back who've been injured, but they still want them around because they like the culture fit, they like the talent. So even if Taylor Decker is injured, I think the Lions may still bring him back.
Tell you what, I will answer that today at 12:01. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Next hour, we'll go down to the Combine, talk with Birchie at 12:30 on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Dylan Larkin is finally back wearing a Red Wings sweater. The captain was posted in a video from the team skating with the rest of his teammates at practice this morning. Yesterday, Tom McClellan said he thought Larkin would be back around the arena today, but wasn't sure if he would skate. It appears Larkin will be ready to go for Detroit's first post-game Olympics tomorrow in Ottawa. Some Tigers headlines today as well. A.J. Hinchstead, 25-year-old pitcher Troy Melton will not pitch in spring training games due to general arm soreness. Hinchstead, the soreness, quote, is very typical for this time of year. We're just not taking any chances, unquote. The Associated Press also revealed details today about the deferred money for Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez. JV will earn 2 of his $13 million deal this season, then the remaining $11 million via annual installments of $1.1 million starting in 2030. For Valdez, his $20 million signing bonus will be paid starting in 2030 with annual $2 million installments. And the Pistons will face an injury-riddled Oklahoma City Thunder team tonight at Little Caesars Arena. MVP favorite SGA has missed the last 8 games. He's not expected to play tonight. Jalen Williams has been out for 14 of the last 16. He likely won't play either. And A.J. Mitchell has also been out with an abdominal strain for 14 straight games. That trio makes up 3 of OKC's top 4 scorers this year, and their absence is probably why the Pistons are favored by 8 points tonight, and that game that starts right here on 97.1 at 7:30. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson here on 97.1. So the previous caller disagreed with me that I don't think I think that we should feel pretty good about Taylor Decker coming back, because if he wasn't healthy or they thought this was going to be a recurring problem, I don't think they would bring him back. I think they would release him. Caller called and said, I disagree with you because they brought back Marcus Davenport and they brought back Levi Onwuzurike. And those things are true. But there is a massive difference. First of all, Marcus Davenport was brought back on an incentive-laden contract that was like 1% of the cap. So they took a risk, but it wasn't a huge financial risk.
There's no financial
on a player that doesn't take up anything but a tiny percentage of the cap. And Onwuzurike was a player under contract on his rookie deal as a second-round pick. Again, very cheap. So when you're building a team, when you're trying to structure a team and figure out where you can save money, there are a reason why some players are cheap. Davenport was cheap because he had an injury history, but they put together a contract where they wouldn't have to pay him anything if he didn't produce, and he took it because he didn't have a whole lot of options. In Decker's case, he's making, I believe, $17 million next year. I don't think they would take a chance on having to pay him that guaranteed money on the cap for that price tag. I think there is a huge difference. If Marcus Davenport made $8 million, $10 million, $12 million, and they could cut him, they would have. If Onwuzurike was due that much, I don't think they would have brought him back either.
No, in the past, no.
Decker is due. He's a $21 million cap hit. I think they handle those situations dramatically different. Would you not agree?
Oh, I think it's apples and oranges. You're talking about players that make very little money versus a player that makes a lot of money. So, if you can take another chance on Levi Onwuzurike, hope his back is better or knee or whatever that's ailing him, and okay, it's only going to cost a couple $1 million a year. We'll take that chance.
And if it works out and he lives up to the potential they hope he has, it's a bargain.
But if it doesn't, then it didn't cost you that much. And the same thing, I mean, Marcus Davenport, we've talked about him forever, and everybody complains because they wanted the big shiny edge rusher, and they didn't land that one, but they got Marcus Davenport. Well, okay, got it. But if Davenport didn't work out, it didn't cost you anything. And when it didn't work out the first year they had him, it didn't cost them anything. When they brought him back the second time for very little money, incentive-laden contract, and he actually was reasonably healthy, but didn't really contribute all that much. Again, not painful. Now, could they, in hindsight, would you rather they allocate that money somewhere else? Sure. But comparing that to Taylor Decker I don't think it's fair.
And something else that happens here is you get players that there's an injured player on the roster I really want him to bring back. And it's because I think that player could be a bargain. I think he could far exceed what he is getting paid. And he's under contract for almost nothing. But you have to find a way to make it fit under the budget. And so you have to you'd love to have a big ticket item at every position, but I'll give you an example. The example is Ennis Rakestraw. Ennis Rakestraw's played 46 snaps in 2 years for the Lions defense. I think that there is a chance that they're going to spend money on like a center, and they're going to spend money on a defensive tackle or an edge rusher, and maybe spend money on a safety, and then roll the dice that they can get out of Ennis Rakestraw, Terrion Arnold, and DJ Reed, who are all under contract next year, even though there are no guarantees. But if those players live up to their potential and stay healthy, they could actually make some plays. Now, I get that it's a risk, but where else do you want to take the risk? If you have a big ticket item and then say we're not gonna sign another edge rusher and we're gonna let El-Quadin Muhammad walk and we're gonna roll with whoever's under contract. Is it Tyler Lacey or like? I'd rather roll with those corners and save money there than roll with some other position. Does that make sense?
No, it absolutely makes sense because those are, again, less expensive. Well, not less. Terrion Arnold was a first-round pick, and there's millions attached to it. But I'm not giving up on Terrion Arnold because of 2 years where it's been up and down and injury. I'm not giving up on him. I'm not going to give up on Rakestraw either. There's a lot of upside with NX Rakestraw. Lots of teams liked him coming out of the draft. Unfortunately for him, he just hasn't been healthy enough to see the field. I don't know if he'll ever be healthy. You suffer these injuries early in your career. It's hard when you're a defensive back. It's just an injury where there's tons of attrition. But I'm hopeful that he can. So, yeah, I get it. You're hopeful that these guys can be healthy and be productive. And there are other areas on this roster that need the attention. Do they need to address corner and free agency? Yeah, I think they do, but it's not going to be with a high-end corner. It's going to be with a guy who will be, your fourth or fifth corner on your roster. They're not going for the high end at that position. Why? Because they have other needs to go there. You want them to go higher end on a center. That makes sense. When you're looking at the guard position, okay, if you're going to start and understand, if you think that you're going to get the center to be the new starter, then I'm not worried about Ratledge going over there. So Ratledge is my right guard. My left guard, now you've got competition with Mahogany, with Miles Frazier, with other guys on this roster that were hurt last year that they're in the mix. Do I need to go get another interior offensive lineman in free agency to compete at left guard? I don't know. I mean, if they're going to bring Glasgow back, is it to move him to guard? I don't think they're going to bring Glasgow back, and Glasgow may retire. But these are some of the things that they're going to have to weigh, all the while understanding that the priority for this team, I think, at free agency is center. And I thought it was solidified when Dan Campbell basically said that, yeah, we want a guy that's got experience, rather than, taking a chance on somebody that hasn't played there yet.
248-539-9797. So, maybe that answers the question. Maybe it doesn't, but that's why I think there is a big difference. Regarding the Red Wings, I want Zach Werenski. I have a Columbus connection. He's not happy there and wants to be with a contender. That's from Jason and Clausen. I mean, sure. That's a that would be a wonderful addition, and it would be a costly addition. And I'm going to guess that there's no way in hell that Columbus would trade him.
No, I can't see why Columbus would trade him, unless obviously you're going to get a miracle haul in return. Because he's a phenomenal defenseman, offensively gifted. He's phenomenal. But what would it take to get a guy like that? A lot.
Sure would.
You're talking multiple prospects, multiple top draft picks, and somebody really good off of your current roster.
Columbus is 4 points out of the playoffs. To give a team to give up on the season, to give up one of their best players, you'd have to imagine that it would be insanely costly. But yeah, sure.
But if he's not happy, he's not happy.
Well, but that doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of tough.
Yeah.
I don't have any specific names, but I want the Red Wings to go big and make a borderline all-in push for a run this year. I want a team in Detroit to push all their chips into the table and firmly establish themselves as a contender. Okay, that is a classic. I want to make a trade for trade's sake text. You don't care who it is. You just want them to go big, but you don't care what the return is. And when you also loop in, you just want a team in Detroit, what other teams do shouldn't impact what the best move for the Red Wings is. Now, do you want them to make a great trade? Well, we'd all want that.
Yeah.
But when you don't care, and you specifically say you don't care, I think that's somebody who wants to make a trade for trade's sake. And on top of that, think about future free agents. Gator did off the air was talking to me about how there's so much money to be used.
Yeah.
A legitimate run at a Quinn Hughes is right around the corner. Not right around the corner. It's a year and a half away. Yeah. But if he truly says everything he says about Detroit and means it, and I would hope that they know, I think that could be something that is very well on the radar.
Yeah, I think Steve Yzerman has set things up where it should be a well-oiled machine for years to come, based on the young players they have on this team, based on the cap space that they've got, they're going to clear up in the next couple of years, and the core group of players that they already have. I think things are set up pretty nicely for them. The problem is it's taken so damn long to get here, and we're impatient about it. And how does he view the future of this team? Is the future now where he's ready to make kind of an all-in move? If he were to go out and try to get a guy like Robert Thomas or Steven Stamkos, or looking on defense and saying we need Justin Falk, I mean, those are big moves. But they're also moves that the player isn't. It's not a rental. These guys will be here for a couple of years at least.
A couple interesting questions. One Red Wing, one Lions question just asked by our streaming chat on Twitch. We will get to that today at 12:16. It's Carson Anderson open lines down to the combine at 12:30. 97.1. Doug Karsch here for Sam Bernstein. Sam Bernstein's Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. In this state, respect is earned, not given. They spent 5 decades earning yours by fighting for what's right. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Hey, you can stream the show. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. That way you can watch it and participate in the streaming chat there. We'll get to some of those comments here in a moment. Also streaming with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket from anywhere in the United States, which is great. Okay. So 2 questions that just popped up on Twitch. One is from Pwog, who wants to know, did the Lions commit to Decker, or is a June 1st cut still on the table? What do you think?
Is what a cut? Are you still on the table? I'm sorry.
Did the Lions commit to Decker, or is a June 1st cut still on the table?
I wouldn't think a June 1st cut is still on the table. I don't think a big deal would be made about him coming back if that were the case.
It's hard to imagine. I agree with you.
I mean, the thought crossed my mind, and then I was like, you know what? It doesn't make sense. You know, Taylor Decker doesn't make this Instagram post coming back for year 11 with some sort of biblical phrase there, and you know, and then stories be written about it, only to cut him a few months later.
It feels like he'd be told he's welcome back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they've said they had those conversations with him. So that was one of the questions I wanted to get to. The other one was from FBG25, who said, I don't want a GM who makes moves based on what other sports GMs do or don't do. So that was for the texter. It says they want the Red Wings to go big because they want someone to go big. I would say this. I understand them wanting to go, to reiterate, I guess. I understand them wanting to go big. I mean, making a great move everyone's in favor of. I do think it matters what you have to give up. I do think that's relevant information. Like the Quinn Hughes move, people said they would have loved Quinn Hughes. Minnesota gave up literally 4 first-round picks. They gave up 3 they'd already made. One of the Red Wings picks in that time frame would have been Lucas Raymond. Right now, I think that would have far outclassed Minnesota's based upon my knowledge. I mean, Minnesota's farm system I don't know as well as but it doesn't look like they got any Lucas Raymonds back. But if they had insisted on Lucas Raymond, would you have made the trade?
No, I think Lucas Raymond is I think he's on the precipice of becoming a real star in the league. Mm-hmm. The rumor was they were on at Edvinson as part of that deal, and if you had thought that there was already included Marco Kasper and other players
as part of, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's not a 1-for-1 thing, so it's tough to do that. So I like the idea of hanging on to those players, delaying, how excited you'd be by a year and a half, and hopefully getting that real opportunity to land Quinn Hughes in free agency, where you don't have to give up the players.
Okay, Gator. Story from the world of boxing. We told you that Floyd Mayweather had scheduled a exhibition bout with 59-year-old Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
That'll happen this spring, time and date to be determined. Kang, is that on Netflix that I see? Did Netflix say they broadcast that?
For the Tyson one you said?
Tyson, yeah.
No, I don't think that nothing's been finalized with that. Not even the location, but it's supposed to be spring and allegedly in the Republic of Congo.
Okay. Now it's coming out that he's actually going to have a real fight. That was an exhibition. He's going to have a real fight with Manny Pacquiao. So it'll be 49-year-old Floyd Mayweather against 46-year-old Manny Pacquiao in September. Now, there's a couple thoughts here. One, I think this is going to lead to a whole bunch of people saying they're insulted and they're not going to watch it, and then they watch it.
Of course.
That's one.
Yeah.
2 is, what other sport can you do this than boxing? Like, I don't need to see
guys that are past their prime.
Yeah, I don't need to see a Negro pitch to Steve Kemp.
No. No, as much as I love Steve Kemp. No, I think it's unique to box. It's unique to boxing, to MMA.
The fight game, Gabe.
Yeah,
they don't quit, man.
Yeah,
they just get poor and then have to come back and fight.
That's it. Yeah, and they're clearly not what they were.
Is this happening to everyone involved? Did everybody get poor?
Not every.
No, I don't think.
Tyson.
I hope Floyd Mayweather doesn't need the money. I mean, it seems like
Gator. I think he does.
Does he?
I know it sounds crazy because if you follow him at all on social media, and I think you know some of the stuff, Gator, is he lives an unbelievable lifestyle. He has his own private jet. He goes shopping and buys these most expensive jewelry, bags, watches, followed by a huge amount of security and handlers in Rolls Royces. But then you think about it. How can you continually afford that, right? I know he's made hundreds of millions of dollars, but he's got to be broke.
He's estimated to have made over $1 billion.
Right? Made.
Yeah.
But how much is he spending?
Well, I mean, these guys spend like crazy, but like billionaires, it's one thing for millionaires to go broke. For a billionaire to go broke, you would have to make some bad investments. I mean, spending money, you can spend money like a fool and still not get anywhere close to it.
I don't know, man. He is
but an
spending money
investment
like a
going
fool.
bad is how you lose the money. It's nuts to think if that's the guy. Well, you know, he bets all the time and puts it out there and posts it and stuff. But I can't imagine he needs the money. Pacquiao, I don't know. I don't think Pacquiao needs the money.
He's been taken advantage of too, apparently, by a lot of people around him as well. Like it's.
Because these guys, when they did fight, right? Like
yeah, they fought once. It was terrible.
Like 20 years ago was the
2015, so like 10 years ago.
Okay, so it was boring as hell, right?
Yeah, because Pacquiao allegedly came out after said his shoulder was all messed up. He had surgery. It was not good.
I want to say, was I at Stoney's house watching that one? I think Stoney had a party. Stoney had a party for one of the boxing matches, or the big boxing match, and that one may have been it. And it was boring because Floyd's fights are boring.
Well, he's a defensive fighter.
Yeah, it's a boring
Yeah.
fight. He's a phenomenal fighter, but it's just boring to watch him fight. I can't imagine that this is going to be. I mean, watching two guys in their mid to late 40s go at it.
So to be clear, one of the things that happens in sports and marketing of sports is to try and get the non-sports fan to care. Okay, how do you get the non-sports fan to care? I am not a fan of boxing. Right now, I couldn't list 5 boxers in their prime. I couldn't list 3 boxers in their prime. I don't know any boxers. I can't list one in their prime. So I am the non-fan, okay? In this category with this topic, I am the non-fan. Am I going to watch Tyson fight? I am more likely to watch Tyson fight than any other fight that would be announced on this day. If they could announce any other fight and try and get me to watch, the moment they throw Tyson's name in, I might watch that. And I don't, so I think this is one of the categories.
Even though he's 59.
Uniquely qualified. I know nothing about, absolutely nothing about it. And I understand the appeal. But I can't, would a non-NBA fan, go, oh, Isaiah Thomas is playing one-on-one against World B. Freed. I want to watch that.
It doesn't work in other sports. I think it only works in the combat sports.
And also, that just shows you where the state of boxing is at, by the way, for the hardcore fan.
Is that a comment? It could be a comment on me.
No, because
I'm not doing my job.
I'm with you.
Are you?
See, and Gator's more of a fight fan than you, and I'm more of a fight fan than all three of you guys. And I understand that it's just not where it used to be. So that's why they do these fights, because they get views, they will get buys, they'll get clicks, and that just, like I said, goes back to where the state of boxing is. Like, there's a good fight or two every year or so, but it's just not enough for someone like you, Doug, where you're still, you need Tyson's name to still be.
I think we've all gone through phases in our life where we were diehard fans, and for our generation, we were diehard fans through the 80s and into the 90s, and then it kind of dies out after like Holyfield and Tyson are kind of done. It kind of dies out. MMA, I got in on it early, loving it with the early days of the UFC, and then Pride came around, and I was huge into MMA for about 10 years. And then my interest has waned considerably over the last 10 years. And I don't really know who the top fighters are anymore. I mean, you bring up some names. I mean, okay, yeah, I think I've heard of this guy or heard of that guy. But like if, for instance, if Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz were announced they're going to have another fight.
You would watch.
I don't know if I would. I probably, of course I would. Of course I would,
it's a farewell fight.
Right. And yet those guys, I mean, we've seen it enough. Like, do they need to do it again? And if they do it, you would immediately say it's a money grab. These guys clearly need the money, and because they're hanging on too long, and The Smash Machine Mark Kerr, they just had the movie. If Mark Kerr were to fight again, are people going to be interested? They would. And that wouldn't surprise me in the least if someday soon they announce a Mark Kerr fight that, like, he hasn't fought in forever, but hey, okay, he's got the movie out or the movie came out and people are interested. It's just, it doesn't work with other sports. It just doesn't.
It doesn't. And, I want it to be important again because it's just something else that's cool.
I mean, maybe we're seeing it live with Justin Verlander because he's 43, but
he's the Tyson of baseball in Detroit.
Well, and he's 16 years younger.
Yeah. Anyway, well, we'll see how these fights do. I will say the only boxing take I have is on principle. I am not watching a Jake Paul fight. On principle.
Did you not watch the Joshua Paul fight?
No.
Because he got his jaw broken.
I watched
he might
that.
end his career. Or whatever you want.
Oh, my God.
Well, let me pull that one up and watch it now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
you'll enjoy it.
All right, which defensive lineman sounds most like a Detroit Lion? Our Birchie kid is there at the Combine. Defensive lineman spoke today. We will get to that at 12:31 on 97.1. What's up? Carson Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback. We take your calls and your texts. Additionally, we'll take your tweets at Doug and Gator 971. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and for giving us feedback. Fired up for the Red Wings to start up. It's not the second half necessarily, but this post-Olympic break. See if they can make a little push here. In the meantime, let's go down to Indianapolis, where the Birchie Kid is standing by from our station, our website, and from television. Birchie, what's up?
What's going on, fellas?
Doing good down there?
Doing fantastic. Yeah, we just got done talking to about 100 different defensive linemen. Just had a big rush of edge rushers. So obviously the intrigue down here is high for all teams, but definitely for the Lions.
Okay, well, that brings us to the question. Which edge rusher, based upon your knowledge of this organization, the way they operate, what they value, what they look for, who looked and sounded the part of a future Detroit Lion?
I'll tell you who looked the part of a future Detroit Lion was Keldrick Falk from Auburn. Like, this guy is just a towering, imposing figure, and those are the sort of profiles that they've definitely valued on the edge of the defensive line, for better or worse. And I could certainly see them enjoying the vision of Keldrick Falk rushing opposite Hutchinson. His sack numbers won't wow you in college, and he'll have questions to answer about that. But physically, he looks like he would be a natural fit in this defensive scheme the Lions have run for the past couple of years, which, by the way, doesn't seem like it's going to be tweaked all that much based on Kelvin Shepherd's comments yesterday. And then who sounds like a Lion is a great question. I enjoyed this quote from Kieran Crawford, also an Auburn defensive end, when he was asked, what's your best trait on the field? He said in a very deep voice, "I'm going to make you scared of me." And I was like, damn, you just made me scared of you. I took like 2 steps back and was like, all right, bro, you made your point. And then, I think a really interesting name in this draft is Western Michigan product, Dame Tucker, who probably isn't a day 3 pick if he's picked at all. But shoot, he just led the country in sacks, tied with David Bailey, a likely first-round pick. And obviously it wasn't until he transferred to Western Michigan that he really popped in terms of production. But a really great story, and a guy who, until his senior year of high school, was planning to become a cop and then played football for the first time and said, "Oh my God, this game gives me chills." So you talk about a guy who also sounds like a Lion. I would imagine that, he met with them, he said, at the Senior Bowl, and I could imagine him and those coaches hitting it off.
Was there anybody that gave you the impression that where you said, "Oh man, they got to do whatever it takes to move up and get this guy"? Like, did David Bailey or Ruben Bain, did they really impress that much? Where you like this? There can't miss prospects.
You know who I was really impressed by this morning before the defensive linemen came in, the linebackers came in, and we talked for a while with Kyle Lewis, and I know I mentioned him yesterday, but man, that is the sort of speed demon that would really elevate the Lions defense, and he fits that sort of safety / linebacker / nickel hybrid that Nick Emenwari was this year for the Super Bowl champion Seahawks, and he gave them an element defensively that a lot of teams couldn't match. He was as important to anyone to that number 1 defense in the NFL. And when he was asked this morning, like, do you consider yourself a linebacker or a safety or a hybrid? He was like, yes. yes, all, as if to say all of it. And I do think that the Lions like what he could bring to the table. He has met with them down here. He said he had a very informal meeting with them a couple of days ago, but he said it went really well. They talked more about, kind of his background as a human. He got the sense that they value very, traditional, true, pure football players. And boy, he looks like one.
Okay, I'm intrigued to get your take on the 2 topics that have most people calling in and giving their 2 cents today that came out of yesterday when the Lions brass spoke and the announcement came out that Taylor Decker was coming back. One is, did you get a sense any way whatsoever on their leanings with David Montgomery? And 2 is, how happy are they that Taylor Decker is coming back?
Yeah, I think Drew Petzing might be happiest of all. He landed here in Indianapolis yesterday afternoon to the news that Taylor Decker was indeed returning for year 11. So he went from thinking he might have a massive hole to fill at left tackle in year 1 as OC to knowing that he's got, now a very proven, stable option back in there. So he said he was pretty excited to see that come across the ticker. And it's huge because you go from pondering the possibility of having to plug in 2 newcomers and maybe even 2 rookies to maybe the 2 most important positions on the offensive line to knowing that it's really just center you have to fill this offseason. I think one thing, though, worth noting here is that Decker's return does not and will not preclude the Lions from potentially drafting a left tackle still in the first round. If they see value there and the board points them in that direction, Dan Campbell made it clear, like, whether or not Decker is back next year, we're still seeking a guy this offseason because, A, they need a succession plan, and B, more immediately, they need injury insurance because Decker played through a lot last year. That was constant maintenance. He did miss 3 games, and so they need to know that if and when he needs to take a week or 2 off next season, they have someone who isn't Gio Manu who can step in and give them serviceable play. So I think that left tackle is still on the board for them in the first round even. And then with David Montgomery, they want him back. They're making that pretty clear. I think Dan Campbell has expressed that to David Montgomery. They haven't spoken much since the end of the season. They had their end of season interview, and Dan Campbell has given him his space since, but they're pretty adamant that they want David as part of this offense. But as Brad Holmes said yesterday, look, David also has to want to be here too. And I think that the hire of Drew Petzing will make that more likely than not.
But he's under contract.
he's under contract, but if he would like to play somewhere else where he could have a bigger role, and it does sound like he has expressed a version of that to the Lions based on Brad Holmes' end of season comments, they would grant him that wish. Now, I think that they can articulate to him a bigger role for this year's team. And again, I think that hiring a coordinator in Drew Petzing who's going to emphasize a diverse rushing attack will help drive that point home to David.
What about the linebackers? You mentioned them. When do the tight ends go?
The tight ends go tomorrow, I believe.
Okay. I feel like that's an underrated need, although listening to Petzing yesterday, I realized that he said a lot of 13 personnel came out of need and not by design. But do you have any sense for how serious they are at looking at adding a tight end?
I think they're pretty serious. I think they should be. Brock Wright probably entering his last year with the Lions, and the depth beneath Brock Wright is really not all that impressive. I don't know that there's anyone on this roster who will develop into a surefire number 2 tight end. And I still think with Dan Campbell at the controls of this offense, they're going to want to use some heavier packages, some jumbo looks, and it would behoove them to have 2 tight ends they can count on. I think there's a lot of guys in this draft, just talking to people down here, who profile as really worthy projects at tight end in, like the 3rd to 5th round. Guys who might not be immediate pass catchers, but can be immediate difference makers as blockers and have the potential to become, a Brock Wright type player in the NFL. So I would expect the Lions to look into that position pretty deeply on day 3 of the draft.
Getting beyond coach speak or puffery, what was your biggest takeaway regarding Drew Petzing and what Dan Campbell or Brad Holmes had to say and what Drew Petzing had to say?
They really love his background from a diverse perspective. Like, I think his background stands in pretty stark contrast to John Morton's background. And I don't want to make this too much about John Morton, but I think one of his undoings as Lions offensive coordinator was that he was really just a passing game specialist. He would say as much at times in press conferences. He really didn't have much of a history in the ground game. And I think that came back to bite the Lions as the season wore on, whereas Petzing has coached really every position on offense, including tight ends, where you learn as much about the rushing attack as maybe any position room in the NFL or in football. And so they think that he will give them the flexibility and adaptability that they had under Ben Johnson, and that, frankly, they lost a little bit under John Morton. And then one comment that Petzing made yesterday that stood out to me was that he considers the relationship between the offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach to be maybe the most important when scheming and calling an offense. And, of course, he and Hank Fraley go back to their days with the Vikings when they were part of like Norv Turner's offensive staffs in the mid-2000s or mid-2010s. And so those two already have a very stable sort of leaping off point in designing this rushing attack.
Okay, you get all those NFL people together, the GMs, the coaches, I guess everybody but Jacksonville. You get all the NFL media down there, and stuff starts to percolate. There gets to be some buzz. Is there anything as it pertains to trades or free agents as it relates to the Lions? I thought it was interesting yesterday that Dan Campbell, he said they wouldn't be afraid to make a splash signing. It's got to make sense, but they weren't afraid to make it. But has anything started to percolate about this team?
No, I haven't heard any juicy scuttlebutt about the Lions. I think, the biggest item was tempered a little bit yesterday when the Raiders GM said he expects Max Crosby to be on the Raiders next year. Now, of course, he would say that. Why would he allow the fact that he's looking to trade him? But that's a name that people are wondering about. And I'll just say this on the Max Crosby front. While I think most of these defensive end trade proposals in years past have been outlandish and unfeasible, I do think there's a reality in which the Lions could make something work for Max Crosby financially, only because his cap hit over the next 3 to 4 years could become a steal for a player of his ability in a league with a rising cap. And obviously the trade cost of a first-round pick plus would be detrimental to the Lions. But, that's a possibility that I find myself giving some credence to more than in years past. Like, I'll put it this way. If you look at the way Crosby and Hutchinson's cap hits would affect the Lions in, I think, 29, it would only account for like 14% of the salary cap based on salary cap projections. So I think financially it might actually be feasible. It's just a question of whether or not they would want to sacrifice the draft capital to get it done.
Whoa.
Interesting. Listen, when you were in Florida, it was all about the pub subs.
Yeah.
What's the gluttony in Indianapolis? Are you able to hit St. Elmo's every night for the shrimp cocktail or what?
Yeah, I don't know if Odyssey Corporate is gonna green light, a bunch of St. Elmo's dinners out for the kid. I think that was part of the appeal in the pub subs, to be quite honest. But I might swing through there myself tonight and see if I can try my hand at a few of those shrimp cocktails.
See if you can find a fine local Pilsner that you can report back and tell us all about.
Yeah, now we're talking.
For Michigan and Michigan
talking.
State fans who'll be headed down to Indianapolis for the Final Four.
Yes, I love it. I love it.
Need a scouting report. Birchie, we'll check in tomorrow, all right?
All right, guys. Talk to you. See ya.
There he is, our guy from down there at the Combine. Crosby.
He can't do that. He's not allowed to do that.
He did it.
He's not allowed to.
He said it could happen.
I don't. How?
He said the numbers.
Okay, numbers get screwed up the second you have to send a player over to the Raiders.
Maybe.
That's the problem with it.
By player, do you mean draft picks?
If it's just draft picks, then I'm all about it. You can make the room.
Yep.
And yes, give up the first round pick for him because what you get in Max Crosby is better immediate impact than any first round pick you're going to get.
I heard that and I just thought, and away we go.
Oh, Birchie, don't. Killing me.
Well, I'm sure he's talked to people. The biggest wet blanket on the whole thing, Spytech says we think he's going to be a Raider next year. We don't, and I believe him. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it comes time, well, you want a company that you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner is local, family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof that they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation isn't bought. It's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
I discovered something about our producer Kang today. I think he has an irrational fear. Kang said it was rational. We will let you be the judge today at 102. I've admitted my irrational fear on the air. Gator's scared of clowns.
I'm not scared of clowns.
It's okay, man. First step is admitting it.
I'm willing to admit things I'm afraid of. Clowns are not one of them. I just don't like them. Who does? Who likes a clown?
It's children you don't like. You're afraid of clowns.
No, I like children just fine. I do not like clowns. I can't stand them.
248-539-9797.
Not afraid of them.
We will get to Kang's irrational fear today at 1 o'clock. Murray in Oak Park. What's up, Murray?
Well, how y'all doing?
Good.
Well, since you started out with boxing, Clarissa Shields, I think she got hit a little more than she wanted to a few days ago. But I want to see the fight between Ali girl and her.
Layla Ali?
Have you heard anything?
Is she still fighting?
Well, I mean, she had come out of retirement, but I think I heard that she called her out. So is there any publicity of any type between her and a possible Shields fight?
I haven't heard anything, but I mean, when it comes to women's boxing, those are the names.
Quick Google search. A potential matchup between Clarissa Shields and Layla Ali in 2026 is unlikely as Ali refused a $15 to $20 million offer to come out of retirement after 18 years, calling Shields' approach disrespectful. The tension stemmed from Ali suggesting no modern woman could challenge her, which Shields took as a personal slight. So that's the Google search. That's what it says, and everything on the internet's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
well, I'm happy for Decker coming back, but I wish him the best. I hope that he stay healthy and all of that.
Yep.
But I'm still disappointed with the Lions losing to Washington at home. They had the perfect setup, and
Murray, why you bring that up? That's a terrible old wound. It hurts, man.
Yeah, it do hurt, you know. And they were where they wanted to be, and they blew it.
Murray, you know what's interesting is you bring that up, and thank you for the phone call. We get more calls complaining about the San Francisco game than we do the Washington game. Their last two playoff losses.
Yeah, because the San Francisco game was for the NFC Championship. They were that close. Do I need to remind how close?
Dude, they were the 1 seed, home field all throughout. And they
they were banged up to all hell.
And they hadn't lost a home playoff game in their last 2 home playoff games. Yes, I'm fully aware of the differences. But for Murray, the Washington game hurt more. We're going to turn this into a topic, and I don't want to do that. So let's talk more about Crosby. Birchie says the money could work.
Stop it!
Kang, you're a producer. Is this something we should be talking about more or less?
Less. I don't want to go against my man Birchie. And then it's not like he said it's going to happen or anything like that, but this would be up there with like the Prince Fielder, right? Out of nowhere. Like it'd be like, but there's a cap here. There are regulations here.
The problem isn't taking on his salary or his contract. The problem is that
everybody
reportedly
else?
what the Raiders want is a player of real substance in addition to draft capital. And for you to trade a player of real substance, you'd be talking about someone like a Jameson Williams, who, if you traded him, then all the dead cap money that comes with it is a burden on you. And then can you make it happen? Probably not. Now, if it's just draft capital, if you can get the Raiders to trade Max Crosby for a first and a third round pick, sure. Let's go ahead and let's figure out the way that the cap space to free it up to make it happen. And if what Birchie's numbers are saying are true, it sounds like that'd be an easy way to work it, right? Sure, let's make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think it's easy.
No, probably not.
I don't think it's realistic, and it doesn't fix the offensive line woes. Would you rather?
No, but that's worth bringing up. Yes, I would. I would rather fix the offensive line. I mean, that's simple, right? Rather fix the
can't
offensive
we have
line.
both?
Well, I mean, cap, right? There is a cap. So, are you mad at the cap or are you mad at the situation?
Mad at Birchie.
All right. Let's go to Tim on a cell. Hi, Tim.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up?
Hey, I'm hearing all these talks about trying to get Crosby. Why don't we get rid of JMO, and that frees up some of that salary? Because he proved time again last year that he is not what he is cut out to be.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when St. Brown was down, he didn't do anything. We were expecting him to be a leader of the field, and he didn't do nothing. So I say we get rid of him. I think we overpaid for him, and we brought in Tesla the same year.
Well, I mean, I guess I would argue that their offensive woes probably didn't start with the wide receiver position or start with Jamison Williams. I think it started with the offensive line, which undermined. I mean, it's like saying, you know how many games Jahmyr Gibbs did nothing? Or how many games David Montgomery did nothing? I think a lot of it started with their offensive line.
100% agree with that. I'm saying I'm going for get rid of some of these weapons that aren't as useful as we thought they were going to be for a weapon that could completely change our defense.
Well, a couple things about it. One is the accelerated $25 million dead cap number on Jamison Williams' contract. But the other thing is I feel like he was a bit a victim of the circumstance like everybody was when they got banged up front. They lost Ragnow. I just assume come back with a complete offensive line and see if Jamison Williams isn't what he's supposed to be.
Jamison Williams played 15 games last year. There were the 2 that he had to miss, right?
Mm-hmm.
He would have come close to the same numbers that Amon-Ra put up last year if he played those 2 games. It's another year of 1,000 yards receiving for him. Amon-Ra had 1,200 receiving yards last year. It was a down year for Amon-Ra.
They run different routes, too. Jamo's more of a deep threat, and you need that. But he's going to run some routes that have a higher chance of not being successful.
Yeah, the dead cap hit on him is what kills you if you're going to try to make that one work.
But everything looks better if you can, including JMO. I mean, look, he'd get rid of JMO. I wouldn't. Would you?
No, not at this point.
No. I'd restructure some people. There's your cap space.
Well, that's what you have to do. You have to, and I don't know, he's probably not one of you to restructure just yet, but the other guys you can go talk to.
I also feel like he's proven that he'll do other stuff that helps you win. How many times is he running downfield next to Gibbs, clearing way for him?
Yeah, I like Jamison Williams a lot.
All right, does Kang have an irrational fear, or is it rational? We will get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Dylan Larkin had his first practice with the Red Wings today since returning stateside after the Olympics earlier this week. The Wings captain spoke about that taste of winning that he got in Milan and what he's searching for next. That audio courtesy of Brad Galley from WXYZ. Larkin and the Wings have their first game back from the break tomorrow at 7 o'clock in Ottawa. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch said today that young pitcher Troy Melton won't pitch in spring training games this year. Hinch said Melton is dealing with some general soreness that isn't much cause for concern, but it's enough for them just to be conservative moving forward. The Pistons are set to face the defending champion Oklahoma City Thunder at home tonight. Detroit is favored by 8.5 points on FanDuel Sportsbook, and that's likely because the Thunder are expected to be without 54% of their scoring in tonight's game. SGA, Jalen Williams, and A.J. Mitchell have played a combined 8 games of the last 15 for OKC. None of them have played in the last 4 and are expected to be reevaluated later this week. Despite the injuries, the Thunder have still won 5 of their last 6, including 3 straight. Pistons will still be without Isaiah Stewart, serving the 5th of his 7-game suspension tonight. Tip-off at 7:30 from LCA. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts at 7:05. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so the previous caller who wanted to move on from Jamison Williams because when Amon-Ra St. Brown got hurt, J-Mo didn't step up. Amon-Ra St. Brown played in every game last year, but got hurt after playing 4 snaps against Green Bay on Thanksgiving. So presumably that is the game he is referencing.
Okay, well then obviously J-Mo must not have stepped up, Doug.
7 catches, 144 yards, and a touchdown.
Whoops.
So,
but in games he's watched.
In games I don't know what he was referencing there, but if he was referencing the one game where Amon-Ra got hurt, I would say that J-Mo stepped up just fine. But again, I wouldn't move on from him. I do a lot of restructuring and see how much money you can create, and that's an unknown variable that until it happens, there's a lot of angst about cap, but we'll see how it goes down. Larry is on a cell on 97.1. Hi, Larry.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm interested in talking about the Red Wings.
Great.
And I agree with Gator, as some of the other callers have, regarding Robert Thomas. I think one of the biggest reasons that's the way to go is the Red Wings' possibility of getting free agents in the future is somewhat limited now, because of past history, success or lack of success, weather, non-free tax state. So you're going to have to make moves in trades. My thought is, what about a guy that I've not heard people talk about, Travis Sanheim of Philadelphia? He's a guy that, they're in 6th place. Tockett's a new coach. Maybe they want to make some changes down there. He's still relatively young. And then here's another one. What about a reunion with Tyler Bertuzzi?
So I'll start with Philly. I saw a board with players of Philly that might be available, and he was not one of them.
I know.
So, I'm assuming that's because they don't think he's available.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd go with that. As far as your premise that players won't want to come here, I think that's changing. I do. I think that if you see a Quinn Hughes, talk effusively of Detroit, I don't know, man. I think
I hope you're right.
I think that story's. I guess I question whether or not that's true anymore.
Well, the other thing with Quinn Hughes, obviously, is the hometown situation, right?
Yep.
We wanted Nikolai Ehlers, and talk was he had no interest in coming to Detroit.
Yeah.
Here, can I end with one quick thing? With the trade deadline, how would a bottom 4 defense pairing of Philip Hronik, Jake Wallman, Ben Sherratt, and Shane Gostisbehere look?
Well, you're looking, backwards. I'm not looking backwards anymore. Those guys are, there's no point in that. So, Yeah, I mean, the Red Wings obviously moved on from other players, and those 4 are players they moved on from. I like what they have. I don't know. I really like the top pairing with Edmundson and Seider. I think there's so much potential with Sandin Pellikka. I think other guys in this team have played well, but they can add a defenseman here. And I'd like to see them add a defenseman in the next week and a half so that it solidifies that top 4. But we'll see. With Philadelphia, there's a lot of players have been mentioned. Just about everybody but Michkov has been mentioned in trade rumors of some kind. So we'll see what Philadelphia does if they end up selling a lot. The defenseman he was talking about, big guy, 6'4", Travis Sanheim, 29 years old. I don't know what his contract situation is, but yeah, I mean, you try to look at everything. That's a guy who plays 24 minutes a game. But does Philadelphia want to move on from one of their if not probably their top defenseman? Probably not.
Okay, we're sitting around the office this morning, and we were on social media, amongst other things, and Kang saw a video. He said, dude, this scares me. And it was a video taken from a traffic camera. And what city was it in, Kang?
Omaha, Nebraska.
It was just an intersection. At the intersection, a car was sitting there waiting for a red light. Then another car pulled up next to it, and then 2 cars pulled up behind it. And then eventually, the first 2 cars, were swallowed up by a sinkhole.
Whoa.
Google it, Gator.
And Kang said, that's one of my big fears.
And you thought I was crazy, I think.
Well, no, I mean, if you bring it up and ask me the question, would I like to be a victim of a sinkhole? The answer is no. Have I ever thought that I was in danger of being, like, do I worry about a sinkhole? I do not. And I think that sinkholes are so rare. Did you just see
Am
the
I
video?
right, Gator?
That's wild.
Dude.
That is just wild.
It doesn't cross your mind ever when you're driving or you're, I don't know, standing. I've seen enough of them, man. I know they don't happen all the time, Doug, but dude, because you can't prepare for it. It just happens. There's nothing those guys in those cars could do. They're sitting at a red light, right, Gator? And then, whoa!
And it's like there's an obvious break in the ground, like in the concrete, right? Like these cars just drop. They drop a few feet. Clearly, the road was not constructed properly.
No, or just
something
decayed. Yeah,
underneath eroded away. Yeah, I don't know what actually brings on a sinkhole. I think it's below ground erosion or there's a cave down there or something. But so Kang says, I said, Kang, that's irrational. And he says, oh, I think it's completely rational. And I thought, okay, well, we can put it up to Gator and the listeners whether being swallowed by a sinkhole is a rational fear. To be fair, I have an irrational fear, and it's because of a recurring dream that I have of being in a falling elevator. I've had this dream so much that when I have it, I immediately think I'm in a dream. How do I wake myself up? And to me, all elevators have potential of being plunging coffins. And I can't I don't get on an elevator. If I go above like 3 or 4 floors, I'm uncomfortable.
Really?
And the thing is, I probably could die from a fourth floor elevator drop. But these things have like braking systems and all. But that's like my irrational fear.
That is irrational. Is it more irrational than Kang's fear? They're both irrational.
What?
Kang.
Now he's going against both of us, Doug.
Well, I mean, it's crazy because you actually spend time thinking about while you're on a road or while you're stopped at a light that the sinkhole.
I'm not saying every single time I get in a car, but
if it's crossed your mind once or twice, I think is wild.
Really?
And obviously it's happened more than once or twice where it's crossed your mind. Doug, with the elevator, I mean, I think that's coupled with a fear of heights of some kind.
I don't. I have no fear of falling. I just don't want to hit the ground. Yes, it's a fear of it's a minor fear of heights, but more of fear of falling. Getting sweaty palms talking about it. Seriously.
What if an elevator fell through a sinkhole?
Now you're talking real issues.
Like, how does this impact my life? There's only one way this impacts my life. If you're checking into a hotel, I request a lower floor.
So let me ask you this. Now that I know this about you, when we have gone on these spring training trips in the past, and when there would be a dinner at the top floor of the certain hotel that we were at, where there was beautiful setting up there, a strolling buffet, and there was a pool on the top floor.
Oh yeah.
Were you nervous as hell going up?
No, I don't get nervous as hell, but it crosses my mind. But I don't get nervous as hell. But I don't know
the
if you
alcohol
noticed.
helped calm your nerves.
Yeah, probably. I don't know if you noticed, but I don't wander over towards the railing much. I keep a few steps away from the railing.
I mean, everybody's looking outside. Hey, look, we're over. We can see the Disney fireworks in the distance, and you're not around there.
No,
huh?
I'm usually just chilling over there.
Huh.
But because I can see him from here.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, do you think they're both irrational?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Well, we think you being scared of clowns is irrational.
I'm not afraid of clowns, and I'd admit it if I were. But like, how often do you hear stories of an elevator malfunctioning to the point where it drops and somebody dies, somebody's injured?
About 2 or 3 times a week when I'm asleep.
And
it's usually me.
Right, but there's no stories on.
No, there's not a lot.
Today in Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, not a lot.
Yeah, and I guess the same thing with the sinkholes. You don't see. I mean, there are more stories of sinkholes than there are stories of the elevator dropping.
All right, so I win.
It's a big moment for you. Congratulations.
There was one, I think, in Fraser over in the east side a couple years ago, or maybe more than that. But
Kang, there are more miles of roads than there are elevators. There are more
opportunities
surface
for
area.
sinkholes.
There's way more opportunities of sinkholes, and yet that just doesn't happen that often compared to the elevators. I think you're both crazy.
How many Zilwaukee Bridge texts have we gotten, Kang?
Got some red meat text.
Facts.
248-539-9797. Corey in Detroit. Hi, Corey.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
I'm with Kane. Kane is right because I'm telling you, flood waters opens the door for sinkholes.
Yes.
I'm with Kane, and I have that same fear. I won't drive through a flood.
Oh boy! So
water main breaks, things like that.
You worry about
all that.
You worry
all
about
that.
it when you're out
Don't do
driving. Do you worry about it all day, every day? Because I mean, I guess one could open up under your house.
I'm telling you, man. The one that I have to fear the most is driving through bodies. Like I said last week, they had a ton of water main breaks. Every time I see one, I'm turning around going the opposite direction for the fear of there might be a sinkhole under that water.
Well, I mean, I never thought about that, to be honest with you. There could be sinkhole under standing water. Is he right?
You don't know. Better safe than sorry. I agree with the caller. But like, I think it is. You're right, Doug. The road eradicates or something's going on underneath, like a cavity, right?
Like erosion, yeah.
So we need to clean our roads more somehow. Go underneath like a dentist. You know how we go for checkups? I think we need to do the same thing with roads.
248-539-9797. Kang doesn't think that's irrational. He thinks it's very rational. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If you've been thinking about a new ride, now is the time to get to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. The deals are big and the savings are real. Right now, you can drive a brand new Chevy Equinox for just $999 down and only $249 a month. If you want to save even more, of course you do. Go electric. With the all-new Equinox EV, it's just $999 down and only $149 a month. Now, that's $100 less every month. Plus, you're going to save at the pump. Need a truck? How about a Chevy Silverado for only $999 and $199 a month? Powerful, capable, and ready to work. And here's the big part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield needs your trade. They're paying top dollar right now, even if you don't buy from them. So go ahead, bring it in, get it appraised, and see how much it's worth. SUVs, EVs, trucks, The deals are happening now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Stop in today, and together, let's drive.
Pistons in Oklahoma City tonight. Oklahoma not expected to have SGA and Jalen Williams. That's like 50 points they need to account for. Pistons in need of a bounce back. Cade Cunningham, rough game last time out, bounce back. Asar Thompson, that's going to be interesting because when a coach, he didn't admit it, he didn't say he benched him. He said, hey, Ron Holland was playing well, but it felt like a benching and it felt like it was over defensive assignments. Be good to see Asar have a bounce back game. And at some point, I wonder if Kevin Huerter's going to play again.
Like say Huerter and Marcus Sasser. I mean, Sasser showed all types of potential, and we just not seeing him play much.
I mean, he's lost his role in the rotation of Danis, I guess.
Yeah. Javonte Green.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Bickerstaff obviously has a rotation. He plays 10 guys. It's a lot of guys to play in the NBA. But I think on nights where Duncan Robinson's not shooting well or somebody else, like, you know, no one else is shooting well, I think Sasser and Huerter use those guys. I think Herter's like, he's like insurance for Duncan Robinson, right? He's not full coverage, but he's like no fault insurance, but it's some kind of insurance. So put him out there. Like,
look,
it's space the floor a little bit.
It's hard to complain about the team that's
right.
You know, up until a couple nights ago was the best team of basketball by record, and now here they are, second best in the league, with a chance probably to overtake it again tonight if they beat a depleted Oklahoma City team.
248-539-9797. The other news today, ESPN announced that they were picking up a Pistons-Timberwolves game next month and putting it on ABC primetime. Is the league, if the networks are starting to like the Pistons, is the league starting to like the Pistons? Will the ratings reflect that? Is this going to go the opposite of the way we thought, which was Piston basketball, eventually the league cracks down on a team that focuses on defense, or are they thinking that maybe this is they're becoming a bit of a draw, but they get a nationally televised game next month. It'll be a Saturday night showcase, primetime, ESPN. 248-539-9797. Jason in New York is next. Hello, Jason.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks
What's
for taking
up?
the call.
Good, thanks.
Okay, I'm calling about irrational fears. I am someone who's never really, I'm 49. I've never really been into horror, but in the past few years, I've gotten into some of the older stuff like Rosemary's Baby and The Shining. And I ended up watching it, including the television series and the movies. And now I literally cannot go down into my basement at night, only at night, without thinking there is a killer clown in my basement, like in the corner. And it's the most terrifying thing. And I can talk myself up, like, there's no killer clown. Go change your laundry so you'll have underwear in the morning. But anyway, that's my irrational fear.
Look, if there was a killer clown in their basement, wouldn't it be fun to take care of him? Like just knock his ass out.
No. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
I guess so.
it'd be satisfying as hell, Jason. Just
It
saying.
would be. Hey, quick question for Doug. Have you ever taken the Renaissance Center elevator to the top?
No.
Oh my God, I haven't been in a long time. Like I said, I live in New York now. I'm from Detroit, and I used to go with my dad. And you're basically in a cylinder, and it's all glass.
Yeah,
I know.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going up 700 feet. And as a child, it was the most terrifying thing.
I have
I don't know
successfully,
if it actually.
It's exhilarating.
Jason, I've successfully navigated my entire life avoiding that, and I am hoping for continued success.
Boy, oh boy, it's something. And it feels like you're going 100 miles per hour because you can see. I don't know if it's actually going any faster than a normal elevator.
Since you're in New York, I'll tell you this funny, true story. Oh. We were just in New York. My wife and my youngest son, we were doing a college tour, and we got up early on Sunday morning in New York City and hit a whole bunch of spots that we wanted to see. They wanted to go to the World Trade Center. Or not, I'm sorry, the Empire State Building, my guy. We wanted to go to the Empire State Building, and I said, you look at the cost of this. And it was like $85 to take the elevator to the observation deck. And I'm like, we're not spending that kind of money. We'll just drive past it. When the truth was, I wasn't getting on that damn elevator.
Nothing to do with it.
Yep.
You're like,
I just claimed it was the money.
not up in here. I will say this. I did have one irrational fear when I was in Vegas a couple years ago. And we went to see Circa, and because I think Circa had been around for maybe not even a full year, and it's a beautiful hotel, beautiful casino. Love the sports book; it's awesome. But we wanted to check out the swim, the stadium swim they have. So you couldn't take an elevator up there unless you were staying at the hotel. I think then you could take the elevator. Otherwise, you have to go up this giant escalator, which felt like it was the biggest escalator in the world. Halfway up that escalator, just traveling up, I started getting like nervous. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just an escalator.
That people say it's an uncomfortable escalator.
I'm like, it's irrational to think you're going to fall down the escalator because it's just an escalator. Been on a million of them. Why is this one any different? Well, this one's different because you're going up however many, 30 flights of whatever it is. It just, you're on it for like two straight minutes. And after about 45 seconds, you're like, wow, this is taking a long time. And then you start to put into perspective of, you look up and you see, wow, we got a long way to go. And then you look down like, wow, we've already gone a long way. It's irrational because, of course, you're safe. Nothing's changed. It's just as safe on, one floor up as it is 10 floors up.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Sean next on 97.1. Hi, Sean.
Hey, what's up, Gator and Doug and Kang? So my fear is spiders. Can't do it. Hate them. Two things about elevators. So the first one, Doug, I could never picture you in the Willy Wonka movie with the kid who won at the end because you wouldn't get in the elevator, so the kid would just lose out on the lifetime of candy.
You're right.
But also, I was actually in an elevator where I got trapped, and it was on Thanksgiving. This was like 10 years ago. And my family wanted to go to this Thanksgiving party, and I didn't want to go. So I had wore this dinosaur onesie, and everyone else is dressed up. We got trapped in the elevator. We were there for 3 hours, and Detroit Fire Department had to came and get us out. And the firefighters looked at me like I was crazy because I was dressed up as a dinosaur. And like these manly men were like lifting me out of the elevator. It was crazy. Yeah, so.
Yeah, getting stuck. I worry less about getting trapped than that wouldn't be fun either. But, it's more about falling. I think I was briefly trapped in an elevator in my 20s. And we literally just pried the doors open and we were between floors and we crawled out, which was dangerous as hell. Because could you imagine if the elevator suddenly got fixed and started moving while we were crawling out?
Yeah.
It'd be a crushing situation. But 248-539-9797. You know, Holmes had called from New York who had the fear of clowns because he saw the movie It.
Yeah.
I will say that there was one horror movie that made me fearful of something irrationally.
Jaws?
I would get out of a pool so fast as if there would be a shark. I know.
You get out of a pool.
Well, dude.
Well, no, you're saying
that's irrational.
That's
These are
irrational
all
as hell.
irrational fears. Of course.
But that's like,
I know.
there's like zero chance.
This is exactly it. It was so irrational, but I'm like, what if there's a shark? What if it's that chlorine shark?
A chlorine shark.
I'm not going to
I
get
get
attacked by a
being
shark.
if you saw Jaws, look, you wouldn't be the first person who was scared to death to go back into the ocean or a lake of some kind.
I
Or
was
what
that
the hell
too.
is in there? I've watched videos where people are like fishing and they're like deep sea fishing, and some of the fish that they pull out like you've never seen in your life before, and they have like these terrifying mouths with these long, jagged, sharp ass teeth. Like, what the hell is that? Like these angler fish or something. Like, how are you supposed to pull up an angler fish? Frightening as hell.
Let's go to Tim in Port Huron. You're next. Hello, Tim.
Fellas, thanks for taking my call. How are you guys?
Good.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey, on the irrational fear thing, I also got stuck in an elevator. I was about 20 floors up in Daytona Beach. I was stuck for 45 minutes. I was there on a work trip. I was a video coordinator on a college basketball team playing at the CBI. I had to call my head coach and tell him I wasn't going to be at our film session before the game because I couldn't get out of the elevator. I used the intercom button to call help, and you could hear that through all elevators. So the team I was on was just laughing at me, and they went to the elevator I was in and started banging on on the door.
Okay, hold on.
Absolutely terrified me.
Tim, what team was this?
Yeah. Duquesne University.
Okay, gotcha. Division One.
We were there for the CBI. We played Rice in our first game. We lost. This was in 2022. This was in 2022. I had to call the front desk and threaten to relieve myself in the elevator for them to get it moving.
Okay, you told them you reached critical mass?
Yeah, I said, guys, I'm tapped out in here. You either got to get the elevator moving, or you're gonna have to clean it up when I'm done.
Hey,
I was moving about 5 minutes later.
Oh,
so
good. Yeah, that's not something I want to be a part of. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, the biggest thing that got people talking about the Lions' appearance at the Combine yesterday and who the Birchie kid said sounded like and who looked like a defensive lineman the Lions would like at today's Combine meetings. We'll get to that today at 1:35 here on 97.1. Hey, Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Get to some Lion stuff coming up in a couple of minutes. Kang admitted he had an irrational fear. He thinks it's rational.
It's rational.
Of sinkholes. It's got people talking about their irrational fears. Mine's falling elevators. Gator's perfect. He doesn't have any. Let's go to Roger in Dearborn.
I didn't say I don't have any. I'm just not thinking of them
What
right.
did-
I said that the escalator going up.
Oh, that's right.
It's
Circa.
Circa. Yeah.
Have you been
Vegas.
on that, Kang?
Yeah.
And?
I'm fine, man.
All right.
You're fine.
Roger in Dearborn.
Whatever,
Roger.
sinkhole boy.
Hey,
how you doing?
What's up, Roger?
Hey, I agree with Gator that Circa escalator going up isn't so bad. Coming down when you're hammered, leaving the pool, then you got to worry about it.
Yeah, that you may want to sit. Sit on the steps.
Yeah, exactly.
Just ride it down that way. Yeah. It's tough.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was mine.
Yeah, being hammered.
No one wanted to tell him, his friends. He was just drunk. He wasn't even on the escalator.
I'll say this. I'm far more comfortable. I am less fearful when I'm drunk.
No way.
Yeah. Well, he's more fearful.
I gotta say,
Yeah.
yeah, you would think it would be like you're.
Yeah, it's like having a couple of pops before you get on a plane. I'm more fearful of waiting for that seatbelt light to go off so I can go to the bathroom. Lee and Davison, you're next. What's up, Lee?
You're the worst.
Hey, how you doing, guys? First time caller, long time listener.
Thanks
a lot for everything you guys do. Yeah, rational fear. When I was 10, I read a science fiction book. It talked about spontaneously combusting. So I spent one whole summer in my pool at my mom's house in Oxford. She would have to take like bagel bites and sandwiches out. So I would refuse to get out of the pool because I thought I was going to catch on fire.
Well, it's right there with me being scared of a shark while in a pool, and
That is, yeah.
and Holmes being scared to go in his basement because he's afraid of a clown. So
Hey, guys, I have one question. I'm a tree guy, and I don't know. I'm a big football fan, but I don't know a lot about it. Yeah, I cut down trees for a living.
Okay.
That's what you meant.
It's like he's got some irrational love for trees. I know. Okay.
No. I cut down trees. I trim and cut down trees for a living. But when you're talking about restructuring contracts, when you guys get a second, can you explain that?
Okay, yeah,
Exactly.
It's very difficult to explain. Here's what I'll tell you. Patrick Mahomes had an $80 million cap hit. They restructured his contract and somehow freed up $56 million worth of cap space. Essentially
Yeah,
what
I
it's
heard that. I
doing
just didn't understand
is
it.
it's converting salary into bonus. So when you sign a contract, if I signed a 5-year contract worth $20 million with a $10 million signing bonus, that means my contract is going to pay me $2 million a year, and the signing bonus you get up front. But it gets prorated over the course of the contract. So the cap hit is lessened than on a year-to-year basis. But if you ever lose that player, the cap hit gets accelerated and you have to pay it all at once. In there is an explanation somewhere.
Not sure that explains
But I'm
it
not sure
that
it
well.
explains it either. It's converting salary into, maybe it's the other way around. It's converting
It converts the salary into a signing bonus, and then I think does it add years to the contract?
Adds years, that's what it is. Yes,
So-
I did it the opposite way. When you're adding years to the contract, you lessen the immediate signing bonus, or you lessen the immediate cap hit. And you could structure contracts to have bigger amounts later, but give somebody a signing bonus. It's a shell game, man.
It is a shell game.
Yep.
The NFL salary cap is nothing but a shell game.
Mm-hmm. And quite frankly, I don't know that I completely understand it. All I know is that it gets done. And you free up cap space. All right, speaking of which, speaking of Lions and cap space, we asked the Birchie kid who most looks the part of a Detroit Lions edge rusher. Edge rusher obsession implies that it's unhealthy. Interest in an edge rusher opposite a Hutch is a real thing. What I didn't love about the way our city reacted is when we had an edge rusher producing opposite a Hutch, we didn't seem to like him either. And some people thought that Elquity Muhammad wasn't an answer when he had a very, very good year. but he's a free agent. He could be gone. So we asked Birchie, who's down at the combine, because they may draft a guy now, which would actually make some sense given the fact that the Lions need the position and rookies are cheap. Where they're drafting, there should be a number of people available. He said Keldrick Falk looks the part. As far as all the measurables, he's I guess a beast of a man, and didn't have quite the production. But he thought he looked NFL ready and the kind of guy that the Lions have gravitated to in the past. Then we asked who sounded the part. And Keldrick Falk is the edge rusher from Auburn.
Yeah, he's 6'6", 285 pounds, and according to Mel Kiper, he is the number 2 defensive end in the draft behind Reuben Bain and ahead of Zion Young and Akeem Mesidor.
Who sounded the part, he said Kayron Crawford, who is also an edge rusher, who made a comment along the lines of, I want you to fear me. And that's all he said as he stared straight ahead and scared the hell out of all the media by saying it.
He is 6'4", 255 pounds, and had 5 sacks last year.
So those were the guys that looked the part and or sounded the part, the potential Lions. The other thing is we got a lot of traffic on the Decker return. Some people want him back. Some people don't. It sounds as though the Lions are comfortable. With him wanting to return, that he can be healthier and an asset to the offensive line this coming year. And Birchie thinks David Montgomery's coming back. We asked at the beginning of the show, what do people think? What do we think is going to happen? Gator thinks he's going to get cut, which I understand.
Because I think the Lions are going to try to ask him to take less money.
Yeah. Kang thinks they're going to ask him to take less money, and he will. I think he's coming back at the price that he's at, which is an $8 million cap hit. There's going somewhere in here, there's going to be a surprise, difficult decision. I don't know what it's going to be, but somebody's going to be a cap casualty that makes us go, ooh. That probably implies they either have a younger, cheaper player they like just as much, or they think they can get a younger, cheaper player that they like just as much. 248-539-9797, phone calls, feedback. We talked some NHL trade deadline, a name that you mentioned. There is a proposal reported. It's not reported. Let me be careful how I word this. An insider says this trade would make sense for both sides, and it includes the Red Wings. Would you do it? We'll get to that today at 1:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, The Athletic put this out. You mentioned Justin Falk, the right-handed shot defenseman from the St. Louis Blues. The trade that they are proposing is Falk to Detroit for our coming first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, left-handed shot defenseman prospect William Wallander, and goalie prospect Landon Miller. The analysis says Falk is a proven minute eater, logging more than 22 minutes a night for the Blues this year. So a second pairing minutes next to Ben Sherratt won't be anything new for him. He's a good puck mover who's consistently chipping in real offense from the back end. That's 30 points in 57 games. His defensive underlying numbers are also strong. His 2.54 expected goals against per 60 minutes at 5-on-5 would rank him third on the Red Wings, only behind Mo Seider and Simon Edmondson. For a Red Wing team that has stocked the cupboard, that shouldn't be too much of a big problem for what they're giving up. Detroit can part with its first-round pick this year, knowing the pick could easily fall in the 20s, plus an NHL-ready prospect in William Wallander, a highly mobile 6'4" defender. They could also add a future second-round pick, plus a depth prospect in net to round out the deal. It's a hefty price. It might be a little high for Falk's true impact, but the Red Wings' playoff drought sits at 9 years, and quality players are only getting harder to come by as the rising salary cap allows more teams to keep their own free agents. Paying up in a trade may be the only way to meaningfully upgrade, and Falk would fit them like a glove.
Yeah, Falk would be great. In terms of what they give up, the first-round pick is a lot. Giving up Wallander he's a promising defenseman, but he's been at Grand Rapids for the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So he hasn't matriculated through. He's got good size, as you said, and I think there's a lot to like, but he hasn't cracked into the Detroit lineup just yet. So is he expendable? I think he is, particularly if you're going to switch. If that's the switch out, I don't care. The goaltender, Landon Miller, is he's playing right now in the OHL. He's played in the OHL for the last 3+ years. They've got better goalie prospects. There's several goalie prospects that are better. It's not just the big two with Kosa and Augustine. So I do it. I would absolutely do it. You're talking about a defenseman who's going to play huge minutes, and he's very capable, and he would fit in the top 4 without a problem. And you're basically giving up a first-round pick and some prospects that aren't terribly high on your list. Okay, no, if that's what it, of course, this is just one writer throwing, hey, I could do this. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a fan of a move like this from a standpoint of I look at the player to player. You're cashing in Wallander for production now from the blue line.
Yes.
So so the price to do that is a first, a second, and a goalie that seems to be down the list. Okay, now the goalie thing is unpredictable. Like the one problem with goalies, and when I've talked to people in the league, they seem to think that goalies are very hard to project. Maybe not everybody feels that way, but so you just kind of hoard them and hope one hits. Yeah, and the next thing you know, you got Connor Hellebuyck.
And Landon Miller's 20 years old. His goals against average is 2.87, 888 save percentage playing with the Sioux Greyhounds. But that doesn't compare to what Augustine has done at Michigan State, Sebastian Kosa with Grand Rapids, who sounds like any day now that he'll be given an opportunity to play. But if there's any kind of injury or whatnot to one of the Red Wing netminders, that happens. But the Red Wings have a lot of depth in their organization with goaltenders. They've got Michael Pastava is another very good netminder who's also at Grand Rapids. Rudy Gaumond, who's playing in the Quebec Major Junior League. He's highly thought of too. So they can move around with the goaltending prospects, and they could probably land something sweet if they wanted to part with one of their top 2 prospects. But like you said, it's hard to project which one's going to be the better one. Until you see them play in the NHL, you don't really know. But they have tons of prospects that they can offer up. And this trade proposal, you're not even offering up one of your big prospects. It's a first-round pick you'd give up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is that what St. Louis wants to do? And this is why I talk with St. Louis. It could be the one-stop shopping. You go and offer something even better, throw something in the mix and see if you can get Brian Thomas as well.
I just saw something else funny, and this is NFL related. The wheel is going to stop at some point. But I saw a list put together on ESPN of predicting all 32 NFL starting quarterbacks for the 2026 season. Who do you think they predicted would be the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns?
In 2026?
Yep.
Deshaun Watson.
Incorrect. Try again.
Shedeur Sanders.
Incorrect. Try again.
Dylan Gabriel.
Incorrect. Try again.
Malik Willis.
Incorrect. Try again.
Ty Simpson.
Incorrect. Try again.
Daniel Jones.
Incorrect. Try again.
Aaron Rodgers.
Incorrect. Try again.
Joe Flacco.
Incorrect.
I have no idea.
Kyler Murray.
Oh, gotcha. For trade. Gotcha.
Yep. The Browns are like
they can't do
connected
this.
to every quarterback. And they owe Deshaun Watson $80 million.
Yeah. So taking on a quarterback that in Kyler Murray, who has got a pretty big contract, if I'm not mistaken. The dead cap money for the Cardinals is not that bad. I think it's like $17 or $18 million.
Mm-hmm.
But his salary is he still on years left on that contract, or is it just one?
I'll have to go look it up. I'm just looking up.
It doesn't make sense. I don't understand any of this talk. Like I saw tweets yesterday about Cleveland really interested in Malik Willis. I'm like, why? Like I love Malik Willis. I think Malik Willis would be awesome. But if you're Cleveland, you're screwed. You're in cap hell, particularly with quarterbacks. You may as well ride it out and see if Deshaun Watson has anything. And you still have Shedeur and Gabriel, the quarterbacks you drafted last year. Why would you be looking again?
So Kyler Murray's base salary is $22.8 million. Deshaun Watson's base salary is $46 with a cap hit of $80. His dead cap money is $131 million. Deshaun Watson is going to be a Cleveland Brown. But every time I hear a Cleveland quarterback rumor, I'm thinking, where is the money coming from? Now, I read something that he would cost like $40 million less and out of Cleveland, but that doesn't align with the numbers. But I think it's funny. I just think Cleveland's associated with every quarterback.
Yeah, who's their capologist? Is it Jason Bateman from the Ozarks, Gator?
Wendy, can we have room? Yeah, I think we have room to make that happen by Friday.
Right.
Okay.
Or you die, so I mean you're gonna do it, right? Or you kill your family, so just get it done.
That is Gator's Marty Bird impression from
Marty, you must make this happen. It would not reflect well on you if you don't make this happen. Okay. Wendy, start crunching numbers. We'll get back to you, Carlos. I want that show to come back.
I really enjoyed
There's
it.
so much more. There's way more to nibble on with that show. It's the kids.
I spent the
son.
entire
It's a show Doug actually watched.
It's a show I finished.
Yeah.
And I spent the entire show from beginning to end completely uncomfortable and scared of what was going to happen next. Marty Bird was a problem solver.
Marty Ozark?
Yeah.
I was like, Marty Bird from Ozark?
Well, we're trying to figure out how the Cleveland Browns are going to get Kyler Murray, which ESPN predicted that they would do. And I'm like, they've got $80 million wrapped up in Deshaun. They just took two quarterbacks in Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. And
why are they constantly being mentioned as teams that would like we're gonna go look at Malik Willis or Kyler Murray or Tua Tagovailoa?
How does it work under the cap? Well, Marty and Wendy Bird.
That's how you make it happen.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, that's
that's what.
Well, we could bypass it by.
Well, actually, I think they hired the
funeral
son. Because I've never seen a father so angry and more proud than Marty was. Like
of his son.
You screwed me over, but damn, that was good how you did it.
It's a good show.
Wait, did you use that? Oh wow,
That's why that show. That's why that show has to come back. It's because of the kid.
No, you know what, Gator? I forbid it. I like it, but they went out on a high note. They didn't stay too long.
And was it 3 seasons or 2 seasons? Whatever it was.
I think it was like 5.
No, it was either 2 or 3. I think
it was 3, but
might be 3.
Yep.
But no, they
was
went
more.
out.
Wendy was a great capologist. What do you guys got?
She was the demanding GM. No, we're not done yet. More is more.
What do you got planned coming up next?
A couple things. Does Detroit have a loyalty problem? And we never got to the UFL rules. We're going to pick one for the NFL because all of a sudden Decker came back during the middle of the show yesterday.
Right.
So,
Gotcha. And how was that received?
it was kind of a head scratcher. Like, why? Like, we had already rented your room out. We had already started painting. We had moved a pool table in there.
Well, welcome back. Stay healthy, please.
We were measuring for arches.
Have a great show.
In a wet bar.
I do appreciate
Your kid's
everyone
like,
listening.
Hey, Dad, I'm not going to college. I'm coming back.
We will. Great. We'll do it again tomorrow. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
What I mean by that is F the NBA. I cannot believe. Okay.
Let's just go with it.
All right. I get so angry. There's no other league that does this to their customers. None. You want to say SGA's hurt, he's missed his 9th in a row. Fine. But for Chet Holmgren or Caruso or Hartenstein, no other league does this. You wait all year for a little showdown in Motown.
Yeah.
Okay? Injuries are going to happen. If this was a playoff series, I would need to see polygraph evidence that SGA wouldn't play tonight or that Jalen Williams wouldn't play tonight. But see, in the NBA, it's all happy horse bleed. Mm-hmm. So now we don't even get to enjoy. And I don't do referendums in the regular season. I just wanted to watch what I watched the other night.
Yeah.
Spurs, Pistons, good basketball.
A playoff type feel.
Yes.
Plain and simple. It was like when Michigan and Duke played. Wasn't for a championship, but you know what? This kind of gives me a feeling of what it could be like. That, yeah, best two teams, one in the East, one in the West, going at each other right here in Detroit.
Now you get the G League affiliate for OKC.
You might as well call up the Crews and see if they want to play tonight. Maybe you'll get a competitive game.
They will be without 98 points and 36 rebounds on a per-game basis tonight. Yeah, great. So, cool. My night freed up. Not watching that crap.
Here's where I feel bad.
The fans who pay.
Yeah. Imagine the kid, and this was one of your Christmas presents, that mom and dad went out and bought you tickets for this game, and you opened up that box on Christmas Day, and you were like, I can't wait until this game happens. You've been telling your friends at school. You've been bragging to all your cousins. I'm going to the game. You've been picking out which jersey you're going to wear, what hat you're going to wear, and pointless. Hey, son, yeah, none of those guys. And imagine, like, you're an SGA fan, and you're like, let's go early, and maybe he'll sign my autograph. Well, he's got nothing else to do because he ain't playing in the game.
It's all of it. It's all of it. It used to be you'd have to worry about one player missing a game. Now you're seeing SWATs of players. I mean, this happened right before I left for vacation. Was Wemby, Lakers, Spurs, Lakers in LA. That's a showdown game. It's a national TV game. By the way, the media rights partners, they're going to start squawking. And when the network starts squawking, change happens. We paid what? And now all these promos that have been run all week for Pistons Thunder, forget it. You'd have to be a brain-dead, drunk idiot not to realize that OKC's bringing a G League team in.
Pistons rain cloud, more like.
No, it's just but my point is, like, the Lakers sat their whole starting five the night Wemby was in town. It's to your point, whether it's a kid or a grown-ass person, the customer is going to watch stars. It's not like any other sport. Mm-hmm. Like hockey, maybe you pay to see, Sidney Crosby in his prime, or you want to go see Nate McKinnon. Fine. But in general, you're at a hockey game to watch a hockey game.
Right.
The NFL, we like our stars, but it's a team game. The NBA is about stars. To Rico's point, hey, I'm going to go watch LeBron. Remember all the times Lakers would come to town, yep. Kobe would come to town, be Laker fans all over the palace.
Oh, yeah.
It's a different thing. So it's infuriating to me because on a nightly basis, find me a matchup of two teams that are not tanking, and both have at least 90% of their players. You will go days without finding that matchup. Days.
Here's what's even worse. Because it's the West, they're only in town
one time.
Okay, like a team like the Knicks, you're going to see them multiple times, so maybe you'll get lucky and you'll get to see whoever. But you get your one shot at this, and they're not here. So that's why, when the Lakers came to town, the Palace or whoever or LCA was filled with Laker fans because you knew this was your time to see
Kobe. LeBron, whomever.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, I'll move on because it's only going to make me angrier. I can't stand it. And I knew SGA.
I don't know how they fix it, though, because, Mike, they think about this. And it's we'll talk about it later. It's no knock to Cade that he may win an MVP by default because nobody else is eligible.
Well,
not to say that he's not good. Please don't get that twisted.
No.
But the fact that you have to play X amount of games, because that's a deterrent. Hey, guys, you want to win these awards? I got enough awards. I'm still going to sit out.
Well, case in point, like Wemby's got to play 19 of the last 24 or he's disqualified. SGA, now he misses tonight. what it'll be. He'll have to play 17 of the last 23, or he's disqualified. Jokic can only miss one more game. All those guys might be taken out of consideration.
Yeah.
So that's no other league does this. And I'm beat up. I'm done with it. Like I want to watch that game tonight. And it's not that SGA is not playing. Fine. But Jalen Williams could be playing. Hartenstein, Chet, the Caruso, they could play. They are choosing not to because the business of the league does not align with what is best for winning. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'll leave it alone. I couldn't believe the added injury updates that Shabazz had in the update. Yeah. And I'm going, really? Really? Great. Hope you're ready for 38 minutes of Nikola Topic tonight. Who cares? You may as well watch reruns of Seinfeld tonight. This game's pointless.
Kenny, we got any
So
text
we're being flooded by texts right now based on what you're talking about, Mike. I paid good money for lower bowl seats for tonight's game. I want my money back.
You deserve
Such BS. I've
you
been looking
deserve your
forward to this
money
game
back.
now. I'm going to watch trash.
No, and that's it, but it's not fair to people. That's what upsets me the most.
And maybe, you know what? Maybe that's the thing is the fans all of a sudden file a class action against the league. And, hey, here are the seats that we bought. We expected to see top players, and we got nothing. And you're not going to give us anything back in return, but keep charging us these ridiculous prices for tickets?
Go ahead, Kenny.
Oh, my point, though, is that I think everybody's on the same page as you are. I think people are basically pissed off about this. I would lay it down on them, beat them by 50. This is why I don't bet on the NBA. Another text.
Yeah, you're right on both accounts. The point is, there's no reason to watch. You're not even watching him. It's an absurdity. I mean, like, yeah, if you're a big Kason Wallace fan, you want to watch, cool, but like, it's a joke. And this is every night in this league. Every night. And it is also why I have made the comment about the Celtics, about the Cavs, yes, about our Pistons. Guys, these records aren't even real. They're not even authentic. There's such a gross competitive imbalance. And then night in, night out, again, go back to, oh man, Pistons are in Denver. Great. You know, Jamal Murray's out and this guy's out and this guy's out. Oh, Jokic on a minute restriction. Oh, there's no Aaron Gordon. There's no Cam Johnson. I'm just tired of it. It's the sport that can afford its best players to miss the least, and yet they miss the most. And tonight, I don't care if it's a sob story that Rico sold you about a kid and his Christmas present, or you just wanted to watch one of the games of the month in the NBA. Now, your tickets are TP. There's no point. You're watching a G League substandard product.
No, you are.
That's what OKC's bringing to the table. It's not fair. It's not fair to people.
Right. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last time. And this is, I don't know how the NBA has a lot of problems because tanking is their biggest thing that they're trying to worry about. But I think you need to worry about just the fact that players don't play in the regular season. You've already said it's a highlight reel season, and just you don't watch the games, just watch the highlights. Well, you don't even get the highlights because the players don't play.
I'll give you one solution. Not a solution. Let me walk that back because it won't fix everything. It's not a silver bullet. But I've been saying this for a long time. Part of my constant carping about the league is there's always an imbalance. Get rid of East and West. Put the teams 1 through 30. Seed them for the playoffs 1 through 16. Every game against everybody counts.
Okay.
And you balance the schedule out. There are no rivalries. There's not a rivalry between the Pistons and the Pacers, the Pistons and the Bucks, the Pistons and the Bulls. There's no rivalries in the sport. Celtics-Lakers isn't even a rivalry anymore. Everybody plays everybody X amount of times. That's it. That way, you don't get this, for instance, like I'm frustrated because even early in the year and you're going to play a bad team, you're not even seeing the best version of the bad team. Maybe that's kind of the starter plan. I don't know, man. Because some of the ideas Adam Silver's coming up with or the reporting is coming up with, I don't know if those are the solution either. I mean, do you realize while I was gone, it had leaked out of the league office, there's consideration to getting rid of the NBA draft and just going to a free agent model for all rookies.
Yeah.
That way you could suck, but you don't have any cookie at the end for you.
Yeah, you're a big dog. Come up with your own $100 million deal. And you know, it's where the rich, I guess, will get rich. It almost become like college recruiting where all of a sudden the Lakers and the Knicks and those teams and the Heat will just overspend every year to get the top players.
And I'll say this again because it's a very tin-eared fan base. None of this is the Pistons' fault. This is a statement of reality. If you go to spend your money and you go to a Tigers game, I know who I'm going to see. I know what the rotation is. I know the lineup. And I know Team A and Team B are going to be about 90% of what they should be. If I buy a Red Wings ticket, come on, man, you don't ever have to question the effort quotient in the NHL.
Right.
You don't.
Right.
And football speaks for itself.
Right.
You don't play, you don't have a job.
I mean, as far as baseball, unless there is a last-second,
of course,
pull muscle and bullpen session before the game, you know who the starter pitching. Oh, it's a school ball start. Got to make sure we're down there. This year, it's going to be a JV start. Got to make sure you're down there. But you're right, for the NBA, you almost are better off buying tickets about 5 minutes before the game starts.
You're not wrong. You're not. And look, we've got a lot of stuff to do. I apologize that I opened like that. I have had it. I was really looking forward to tonight, and I had accepted that SGA would skip it. But you know what? They're good enough without SGA to give you the business. I was ready to watch. Now, forget it. They got a collection of plumbers playing. Look, we got Lions business to handle.
Well, we do. And for the people out there tomorrow who are going to say, see, I told you we match up well with OKC. Don't.
Well, you can just pick a different day part. Yeah. I will not hear a syllable of it. Right. That this isn't OKC tonight. This is hookers and laundry. Right. This is college basketball tonight. You have random people wearing a random jersey. Go look at the injury report plus who's doubtful, which means they're out. I'll take a pass. Go watch the Golden Girls tonight. You'll be better off. Here's Rico.
All right, well, you know what? I can still watch this game down in the basement, even though there's nobody playing. Doesn't matter because I love the basement that Matrix Basements did for me. They totally took an unfinished basement, tricked it out, and now it is phenomenal. And look, you've been listening to me talking about this, saying, I don't know, maybe I could get my basement done. It's unfinished. The wife's been on me. I want my man cave. Stop dreaming. Go to matrixbasements.com, and what you'll see is they're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. That's 0 interest and 0 payments until the year 2028. That's 2 years from now. You could be living in your new basement and not have to pay for it until 2 years from now. No interest, no payment with the Build Now, Pay Later program by Matrix Basements. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. Get that free consultation. They'll come up with a design for you. And in a few weeks, you'll be sitting in your brand new basement. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner.
All right, I know we get a couple of mild spring teasers, but you know the drill. Winter is not done with us by a long shot. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they'll get you in 24 hours and a complete furnace checkup. And right now, it's their deal of the year, $79. Make sure that furnace is running right because we are not done. And Mother Nature's not done with us. Call Mastercraft. They are the pros for plumbing, electrical, generators. They got you covered. Visit mastercraftheating.com. So I called an audible. Sorry, I blew my diaper to start the show because I've had enough. Before I left, I had enough. I had enough now. The NBA has problems that require seismic change. Now tonight, case in point, we finally wet our beaks and had a real couple of showdown games. You go to New York, you take on the Knicks, you go belt to ass on them, which I always love. Love it. Somebody put Spike Lee in a garbage bag and get him out of the arena. The point is, we got the Spurs here. And the Spurs, yeah, they beat you. But it was a good basketball game, and both teams had primarily their key pieces. Yeah. You get OKC coming to town. And when I tell you this is a G League team that OKC is putting out there, the league should fine them. But moreover, that fine should go into a pool. And that pool should be paid back to people who bought tickets tonight. This is an effing joke. SGA is not playing. Jalen Williams is not playing. AJ Numbnuts is not playing. Chet's not going to play. Hartenstein's not going to play. Caruso's not going to play. You know what?
Yeah, Chet's doubtful, which means he ain't playing.
It's dishonest and it's wrong. And again, I know it won't matter what some dimwit radio host says in Detroit. That's me, by the way. The point is, when the cable partners, when the broadcast partners start bitching, that's when it's going to change. ESPN's been running promos on this game for 3 days. Ain't nobody watching that tonight. We paid what for what?
Right.
And no league has this problem except this one.
Right. And you expanded. Now you got games on which are going to be these marquee games during the middle of the week. Nobody's playing in those games. Maybe that's what it's going to take in order for the NBA to step up. But, man, they got so many problems in that league. Like, where is this in the pantheon of problems for them?
I think it's massive. Because, like, case in point, look, I grew up loving the NBA. Yes, I was a child of Larry Bird. Not genetically, but I was a fan. I love the NBA, and I've rolled with the changes, and I understand analytics, and I understand positionless basketball. It is turned me off to a point. I mean, 2 years ago, I flew to Game 5 to see the Celtics win the championship. Today, you could offer me the same ticket, I wouldn't bother. The league, they continue to whistle by the graveyard. This should be a showdown in Motown tonight. And OKC owes it to the league to put a product out there that the people of Detroit have spent on and that ESPN has spent on, and we get at least some semblance of a real high-level game. This is crap tonight. I'll get to the people in a second. Kenny, go ahead. You said that we're getting flooded with texts. What have I done wrong now?
No, I think you've done everything right in this case. Everybody seems to be on the same page as you. Bought a 10-game Piston package. Friday is Game 7 of that package, and there has not been a game yet where both sides are 100%.
There you go.
Could you imagine that? Buying a 10-game package to watch any sport. Take basketball out of it. To watch any sport.
Right.
And then not one single game had no load management. That's ridiculous. Pay $250 for a ticket to see bench players. What a joke. That's from Lawrence in a truck.
Lawrence, I'm sorry, brother. I honestly, I wonder if he could get $240 back. Just sell the damn thing and pick another game.
And there's a couple of people with the Rico dilemma. Rico is 1,000% correct. I bought my 12-year-old son tickets to tonight's game. What a shame.
Awful.
I bought my son tickets for his birthday. What a crock.
Dad, why don't you love me?
Right, because at the time, you were the number one dad. You were bragging. I'm going to the game. I'm wearing my jersey. I'm doing.
And now?
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, then.
Wrong one, and we're just going to go to the people. That was a malfunction. We'll go to Ralph, 97.1. Ralph, how you doing, bud?
Hey, I'm good, my man. Listen, you guys are 100% right. So
Adam Silver needs to think this thing through. If a team does the load management and you don't spend all this money in advance, then that team needs to forfeit a certain amount of money for every team. They give up $500,000. It goes to the fans, and they get all kind of Milburn, what is that? The fan stuff, hats and T-shirt tanks.
The memorabilia,
whatever.
yeah.
They get that, and that's it. And they get their money back for that ticket as well. And that all comes from a team that's forfeiting. And then we'll see how often they do some load management and forfeit and send their garbage men up to play.
And Ralph,
and
you know what's going on too. And I mean, look, I'm not going to just make this about OKC. This is a league-wide issue. I blew up at a couple callers who tried to say I was wrong. No, I'm right. But OKC's here tonight. Like, no, there should be a $500,000 fine. Period. This is preposterous. Now, what they're going to say is we're the defending NBA champions. We don't give the Pistons aren't a pimple on an elephant's ass to us, and we're just thinking about April 18th. Both things can be true, but the problem is you play within a structure that's bigger than you and your franchise. You are a member franchise of the National Basketball Association. There has to be bylaws here. It's getting insane to me. I mean, Ralph, look at 2 weeks ago. The Lakers sit their starting lineup when Wembanyama's in town? Huh?
Right. Who came to see anybody but him in the starting lineup?
It's just, Ralph, it's crazy to me. I love your idea, but the problem is I've learned in my 45 years on Earth that the fan is even worse than an Italian grandma. Normally, grandma eats last. The fans eat after Nona. These leagues don't give a damn about anybody. No, they don't.
They're never going to give you money back, but it's a great idea. But, yeah, money goes one way.
We can't end up hiring a bunch of attorneys and doing a class action lawsuit. They don't care one way or another. Nothing against attorneys, but they're going to get paid regardless of whether the fans get justification. So I think they just need to come up with a rule.
Well, see, the reason why I said the class action lawsuit is you may not even win, but it's the embarrassment of knowing that fans have they've had enough, and they're suing you. They are willing to say we're not going to win.
Rico's going to sound like that timeshare dude.
But we're
I'm Chuck McDowell. I mean, here's Rico Beard for playerstrying.com.
But think about it. It's the Eagles. The Philadelphia Eagles coming to play the Lions, except for Hurts ain't playing, Saquon ain't playing, A.J. Brown ain't playing. These are Devontae Smith, Jordan Davis, like Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean. Why am I going to that game?
You're probably not, but I think there's an acceptance phase that in the NFL, we know it's a blood sport.
Right.
These dudes are hurt.
Right. They just all opted out on Friday and said, you know what, I'm out.
NFL players, we don't question their toughness. We don't question their effort. Rare instances do we, and what happens? It's the biggest story in sports. If we see like George Pickens lollygagging.
Right.
In basketball, it's become accepted that they're running a day spa. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's good, buddy?
What's up, Mike? So you are right. There are better things to watch. And I'm going to watch this movie called Rubber, which is stupid. It's about a tire that came to life and goes around killing people. But
what? I'm sorry. Is this real?
There's a real movie called Rubber. It's about a tire in the desert who comes alive and goes around killing people with his telepathic powers. That's a real movie.
Could he play power forward for the Thunder tonight? There's minutes available.
Probably. But so my idea... Class action probably won't win, but for the fine part, I think every team that is doing this load management should get fined $100,000 a player that they want to sit, and it goes in a fund and gets diluted back to the people in like discounts and stuff because they're not going to give people the money. It's not going to happen.
Look, it's idealistic. It's not realistic. That's all.
Player.
Oh, my God, this is a real movie.
Okay, yeah, Matt, you lost Rico. Now he's on Rotten Tomatoes over there, and he's doing a movie review. No, Matt, listen, I hear you, and I agree with everything you're saying. We know it won't happen. The only way this changes is if the broadcast partners that have paid through the nose, and I'm telling you, they've made a bad deal with the NBA. They've made a horrible investment. Until they start squawking, nothing's going to change.
Before I go, I just want to say, Mike, I don't think you're a nitwit. All right, I think you're the realest. You guys are the real show, and
Thanks,
the other
buddy.
shows live in fantasy land.
Well,
so this is really the only show I tune into.
Well, we appreciate your support. Matt, that's it. I can't be anybody else. I'm 45. Rico's 83 years old. He looks great for his age. I
appreciate
Can't be
that.
anybody else.
Appreciate that, Sonny.
Is taking a stray over there.
83. I was 86 not that long ago.
You know what should be funny? Can you name the starting five for the Thunder tonight with all of the opt-out / and I'm doing this in heavy quotations, injuries? Kason Wallace. There you go.
If you win,
Nikola Topic.
If you win, you get to announce the game with George.
I can't wait till Lugan Dort falls down the stairs and he doesn't play tonight.
I like the idea of a coach going, who do I have in the lineup tonight?
Who dis?
Like, seriously, talk about bad movies. This is how a bad movie starts. You just, hey,
Hold on.
kid, with you with the jersey out.
Do you have a plot summary for this movie you could read?
I
want to hear what Rubber is
Hold
all
on.
about.
Well, I thought it was the latest Rieger commercial.
A Rubber is
No, do it next. We are up against it, but the fact that you have this, we'll take the calls. I'll let you read this.
It's a real
This is how
movie.
bad it's gotten in the NBA. We can't watch Thunder Pistons tonight because the Thunder aren't trying tonight. And a caller is now watching a movie called Rubber.
Yeah.
And no, it's not about that. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
All right, guys, even though it's cold outside, if you look, you'll see that green stuff. That's grass. Let Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service get your grass to tip-top conditions. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN. As a matter of fact, call 888-GET-GREEN right now, and you'll save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. Look, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service has been servicing Michigan since 1990. It's 100% satisfaction guarantee. And if you want to become the envy of your neighborhood, let Natural Way get to your lawn as soon as everything thaws out. But you got to get on their schedule early if you want to be one of the first people. Look, it's a lot easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. The early treatment sets the tone for the entire season. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go to Natural Way Lawn and get yourself set up for that early bird discount, because you got to do it by the end of the month if you want that. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now.
I know we got a little sidetrack to start, but this has been a good conversation because it involves fans and a game that was supposed to be a real showdown in Motown tonight, and it's a joke. It's not even worth your time. No fault of the Pistons. But OKC, go look at the injury report. Yes, SGA, Jalen Williams, that's bad enough. Chet Holmgren doubtful, Caruso out, Hartenstein out, multiple other guys out. It's a G League team. You get one crack at this team in the regular season, and instead of this being a finals preview, and I'm sorry, look, I can't prove this, so if some of you think this is at best hyperbolic and at worst irresponsible of me to say it, that's fine. I'll own it. I don't believe for a second that if this were the playoffs, the Thunder aren't full strength tonight. That SGA and his abdominal strain doesn't play, or Jalen Williams and his hamstring doesn't play. I choose not to believe that. If that means I'm cynical, jaded, I'm a huge bleep hole, all of those things are in play too. Yeah. But I've just had it with the NBA.
Chet and his back would be playing.
I've had it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Let's go to the people. We'll go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. How you doing, Rico?
Good, brother.
Thanks
What's
for
the word?
taking my call. Super Bowl weekend, I have a very wealthy friend who invited my two brothers and myself and our spouses down and had tickets to the Orlando Magic Utah Jazz game. It was a good game for 3 quarters. In fact, the Jazz were up 17 points in the third quarter.
They pulled their starters, didn't they?
Yes, Markkanen, Jaren Jackson, and Nurkic, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Were gone. And the Magic made a run, and those 3 didn't even appear in the fourth quarter. I had to watch Kyle Filipowski.
Yeah.
And my friend, who, like I said, he bought 8 tickets in the third row. We're sitting there. I could have high-fived Paolo Banchero if I wanted to. But we're looking at each other incredulous. Where are these guys? And, of course, the Magic ended up winning.
Was that the game the next day the Jazz caught the $500,000 fine?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Because there was no justification
I think they
for
fined
that.
the Pacers, too. Yeah.
Yep. No, I mean, Dave, it's become commonplace, and I joke about it night in, night out. Look at the NBA schedule. First of all, find 2 teams that are actually willfully trying to play basketball to win. Then, do they have their complement of players? You will be stunned how few games qualify for that. The NBA has massive problems. Massive.
All right. Thank you very much.
Dave, appreciate you, buddy. You got it, pal. I mean, again.
Oh, no. I remember that game because nobody was hurt. They were winning, and then they set all 3 and lost the game. And that's when the NBA was like, okay, no more. You're getting fined.
Let's go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? What's going on, Mike? What's up, Rico?
What up, Chuck?
Hey, Mike, I agree with you. I agree with you about, the not necessarily tanking, but just not playing your guys, whatever, okay?
Mm-hmm.
My thing is this now. OKC is the number 1 seed in the West. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, how many games are OKC up in the West?
You know what? I'm not going to blow smoke at you. Hold on. No, I'll pull it up right now for you. I owe you the answer, and I don't have it committed to memory, my man.
No, I can get that for
I got it. We're all set. Everything's fine. They are, beep, bop, boop, 3 games up.
Okay, now, for the most part, we pretty much know that OKC is more than likely going to be the top dog in the West.
Yes.
Do they need to play their guys against on a random Wednesday night?
I want to tell you something that's going to surprise you, Chuck. You're completely right. But I want to be clear about something. You're right. But we're arguing 2 different things. What I'm saying
No. I agree with you, but I'm looking at from the other side.
Oh, I know. And that's the problem is the business of winning is no longer in accordance with the business of the NBA. Like, Chuck, at a certain point, the games have to matter. And these players make incredible money that they've collectively bargained. You have to play. Like, no other sport operates this way.
Yeah. I have to say that I do agree with that. But
like I really was ready to enjoy tonight, just like the other night against San Antonio. And now, forget it. We got Rico watching a movie called Rubber.
but I'm looking at the injury reports, and these guys haven't played. It's not that they're missing the game tonight. They haven't played.
Chet will, Hartenstein will, a couple other guys will. You're right on SGA and Jalen Williams. But my point is, to your point, Chuck, they're cruising along. I think if it's the playoffs, those guys play tonight. Therefore, they're choosing not to.
Yeah.
In the NFL, you do everything in your power. Hockey, don't even get it started. We don't even want to know what guys have to do to take the ice. Basketball's the only one, Chuck. Everybody gets a day off of school for free. And the fans are the ones who pay for it. And I don't like it.
Yeah. I agree with you, Mike. I was just looking at it from a different perspective.
And it's the right perspective. Again, if we
totally agree with you.
Chuck, I don't know if they have radio in Oklahoma City. I don't know if they have indoor plumbing. But if there's something on Thunder Radio,
I think they do.
They're going to support what the team is doing.
I think they have it, yeah.
Okay. Well, we're rooting for him. Chuck, take care of yourself, buddy. Oh, man. What? Now, hold on. Read the summary for this film that the one listener's going to watch.
Yeah, Rubber is a surreal French horror comedy about a sentient car tire that gains psychokinetic powers and goes on a rampage in the desert, blowing up people's heads, all while being watched by a meta audience on binoculars.
How much drugs are coursing through the director's veins in order to write that screenplay?
Yes.
That's what someone's watching over OKC Detroit tonight because of the load management.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what Jeremy Otto thinks a Rubber is, by the way.
Well, you know what? It's about
it's about an intrepid update man with incurable horniness. It's about an aspiring play-by-play man who can't stop laying pipe.
Bang!
Bang indeed, Jeremy. Bang indeed.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Comes to life in a California desert.
Okay, I've heard enough. And it's a French film?
Yeah,
that
I
explains
guess it made money. It had a budget of almost $1 million.
Wow, a whole million? That could pay for the water they have Tom Cruise drink on Mission Impossible. Kenny, text communications.
This sounds like an $8 movie, but yeah,
yes,
$800,000.
All right, no easy way to transition from that.
Yes, there is.
Imagine going to an NFL game expecting Breeze versus Brady, but instead getting Jameis versus Garoppolo.
Right, you get Blau versus Teddy Bridgewater.
Only the NBA. ...
Or you get the Super Bowl this year.
NBA is crap. They don't care about the customer. From another unnamed texter, they have to make a rule about sitting out road games at the very least.
See, that one's interesting. You're right. You play in these cross-conference road games. The opposing team is getting one shot at that team. I think that's a very interesting thing. But also, Kenny, I think we got to get rid of East and West. And we got to just rebalance the schedule. You got to see everybody multiple times. They got to do something. Because my dream would be shortening the season. That's not going to happen.
I mean, they've kind of done that. They got rid of East versus West for the All-Star game for a while. Remember, they had basically we're on the courtyard picking teams and captains and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA has just an identity problem where they may have to, have a movie where they just resurrect Stern and he comes back as a ghost or a hologram and fixes all of this.
The story of a deceased commissioner back to life, out for revenge.
I'm happy Rico says that because as a diehard NBA fan, it was the first, I guess, association in this case that I ever fell in love with. The problem is simply Adam Silver. Does the NBA have a lot that's player, induced? Yeah. Sure. Adam Silver, ever since he's come in, the first one he had was get Donald Sterling out of the league. Ever since then, what is one thing that he's done for the league? Nothing. He has ruined the product.
Well, the product. No, he's made the money. And to your point, you're right. The product, the players, the customer, all bad. He just brags about highlights and TV deals.
I was just about to say, because I worked one of your shows it was either the day of or the day after when he said that, when they were like, oh, don't you want, fans watching their games? And he was like, they'll get the highlights on Twitter. A commissioner says that, for crying out loud.
Stern was the tough parent. Silver is the permissive parent. Stern, you didn't get away with anything. It was my way or the highway. You're going to play. You're going to do all this stuff. You will make money. You will make this league great. Silver is just, hey, guys, what can I do to be your buddy and friend and pal?
Yeah.
Give us half your money. Okay. And we don't want to play. Okay. And we don't
Little
want to do
John?
that. Okay.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah. What?
Adam Silver, my final thoughts is Adam Silver just does not want to deal with it because as a Clipper fan, I'm still waiting in limbo. What happens with the whole aspiration Kawhi deal? Adam Silver just keeps pushing it back. He doesn't want to deal with anything. He's not a killer, as Logan Roy would say. Shout out to Session.
That's a great show. All right. Listen, if you're in the market for a new ride, remember Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Yeah. Now open on Van Dyke just south of 18 Mile. What? They're setting the standard for how car buying should be done. Okay. All righty. Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Guys, you're always going to get the best price period. Right now, 26 GMC Sierra 1500 crew cab starting at $199 a month, 0 down. A 26 Buick Envision Preferred starting $379 a month, $999 down. Both deals are 24 months. So if you're shopping for GMC trucks or Buick GMC, I can't even speak. I'm so angry. Buick SUVs, start at Moran. Go to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. We are professional grade. Do it every hour. Try to touch the table on some football. Kenneth, music, please. Oh, come on. I thought I was rid of this morbid sport that used to be college football. What do you want?
You can never be rid of such a sport like this.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to hit NFL a little bit later on as well, but this one is college. CBS came out with a list that basically was outlining teams that could be newcomers into this new college football playoff format. They give you the teams. There's 6 of them. They give you the schedule. Tell me if you buy it or sell it with these teams.
Oy vey. Okay.
So we'll start with, Mike, one of your pet teams, the South Carolina squad. They got Kent State, Townsend, Mississippi State, Alabama, Kentucky, Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, A&M, Arkansas, Georgia, and at Clemson.
It'll come down to Lenore Sellers. His health, that offensive line. The O-line was booty. Sellers got absolutely murdered back there. That's it. I mean, if you can keep the kid clean, keep him healthy, he could be a Heisman contender. But it's South Carolina. Something always goes wrong. I'll sell until they actually do it.
You shocked he stayed? Or he didn't try to go someplace else?
He's got a different story. Like, his parents were big on, you gave these people your word. You're not going to be like these other kids, etc. There's a pull there. That was part of his
real family background.
Yeah, actual leadership.
Gotcha.
Actual guidance. Not just
your
boats
word
and
means
hoes and prestige worldwide.
And for clarity's sake, this is based on who's going to actually make this expanded playoff, because now it feels like any team with a name has a real shot if they have enough boats and hose money, as you would call
Well,
it.
who's the spender of the year? It's no longer the national championship.
Right. The next one here, Louisville. They have Ole Miss as one of their bigger matchups. They have Carolina, Pittsburgh, Kentucky, or North Carolina, I should say. Georgia Tech.
Doesn't matter. I'm just going to say no. Look, the ACC is soft, but they never put it together, ever. Quarterback play, who's the quarterback? Is Miller Moss back again, or is it year 12? Like, Louisville they outkick their coverage. They have money. People don't realize this, but they never put it together. And Miami really does have it rolling, and I just view the ACC as a single bid league. I'll say no.
Yeah, I mean, but you got Jeff Brom, so it's like you figure he could work with any quarterback.
But he
to
did
get it
everything in
done.
his power to try to get out of there last season, including not signing his extension for 8 weeks.
Well, that's true.
I just don't buy there's something wrong with the brew.
But that's a lot of coaches are like players. They're looking for the better deals. So I get that. They got the former Ohio State backup QB is going to be their guy. Lincoln Kleinholz or something.
Oh, sure. Household name. Yeah,
right.
got
I'm
it.
just saying, so long as Jeff Brom is there.
What about Aaron Noland?
I think he'll be somebody who can get this thing. But it's the ACC. Spin the wheel. Somebody's going to be really good that you didn't expect, and somebody that you had, like a Miami team, will just fall off a cliff.
All right, keeping it moving here. We got Oklahoma State next. Marquee matchups would include teams like Oregon, Colorado, Iowa State.
No, absolutely not. Look, I love Meston Maker. I love Eric Morris. That's going to take some time. And unlike
Not
these
an
other,
instant impact?
they don't have money. Ever since their pimp died, what is it, Boone T. Pickens?
Yeah.
You know, Don Juan, the pimp, died. They don't have money. They're poor as the day is long.
He didn't leave money in a trust for him?
Buddy, you got to do some reading on Okie State. Like, they were paying players in cattle. It's a bad deal. Now, look, I know they had to spend a little bit. They got Morris. They get the QB. It's going to take a year. There's no roster building. You can't flip that roster. They don't have $25 million to blow. I'll say no to that one. Great uniform stuff.
But Big 12? I mean,
you can buy. Go ahead. You buy it.
Mike says no one makes the playoff. All right, next we're going to soak it up. BYU is on this list. Marquee matchups, Baylor, Utah, Notre Dame.
No. Why? Because they're the ultimate CTs. That's all they are. They'll win 8, 9, 10 games, but they won't get in. Plus, America doesn't want to watch BYU.
But they got Bear, the quarterback, right?
Yeah, he's terrible. Bear Bachmeier?
Yeah.
Terrible. No.
But year 2?
No. Okay. I don't like any of it.
I'm buying them.
No. Yes. No.
Now I invite you to say something.
Sell.
I invite you to say something.
Your brother's not well. Bleep him.
Say something bad about Florida, please, because they're on this list also.
I love John Summerall.
No.
But again, it's tough for me to say a guy comes into town a year one, gets to the playoff in a brutal SEC. So I just lean no there as well. I mean, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but I mean, Kenny, first of all, I'm a 4-team playoff guy. So my answer is no to all this crap.
But no, I think BYU, yes. Florida, no. Tough to, like you said, it's the SEC. I don't think you can just walk in there and get a playoff berth as one of the top 12 teams. So I'm going to say no, because they're not going to get, 6 SEC teams in the playoffs.
Maybe BYU will have their Nike Pro Combat Magic Underpants uniforms.
And the last one on this list here is a classic, well-known Big Ten team.
Yeah.
USC.
They have
yes.
to?
I'll say yes to this one because
all right, we got one.
They
or Lincoln Riley's fired.
Yes, but they've built the roster. They've built the fronts. The Big Ten, unlike some of these other conferences Kenny has brought up, like the Big 12 or the ACC, right. I think the Big Ten could be viewed realistically as a 5-bid league.
It could.
I'll say yes to USC.
Was it Maeva, the quarterback?
Yes, from UNLV.
I like him. I like the running back room with King Miller, but you lost both starting wide receivers are going to the league.
Oh, Frank Lemons.
Yeah. Yeah. Meadowlark's kid.
They do have Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon. They're at Penn State.
Yeah, but look, you can lose 2 games and you're a playoff team. Just win one of those games and you're good. So I'll say yes to
you
USC.
can lose 3 and you're sweating it on that final day, but you may get that final
Michigan's going to lose 4 and get in.
And that is your college football blitz, 97.1.
Brought to you by Victor's Home Solutions. The Pistons take on the Thunder, who are limping into tonight's matchup. Star Shai Gilgeous-Alexander continues to be out. He still holds the top odds to win Western Conference MVP, but his eligibility is starting to dwindle based off the new rule of games played. Second leading scorer Chet Holmgren is doubtful, along with Alex Caruso. Isaiah Stewart, the only piece out for Detroit.
And Jalen Williams, and Hartenstein, and Caruso.
Here, the 7:05 pregame right here on 97.1. Mike is jacked for the matchup. Cavaliers player James Harden sustained a fracture in his right hand yesterday against the Knicks. According to ESPN, he still needs further evaluation. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch said that pitcher Troy Melton is dealing with arm soreness. They're playing it very conservative and won't pitch him until that soreness is over. Although Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez have not thrown in a game, they are not considered to be behind schedule. Red Wings captain Dylan Larkin rejoined the team after his Team USA win. The Penguins played Sidney Crosby on IR. He'll miss at least 4 weeks. Detroit Mercy Hoops is in a three-way tie for second place in the Horizon League. One of the teams are tied with Robert Morris. They match up tonight in Pittsburgh. Oakland, the third member of that tie. They have IU Indy at 6:30. Kenny will be there on the Bet 1270. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Three o'clock, good to have you with us. We covered some of the NBA's issues, as tonight was supposed to be a showdown in Motown, and it's a G League game. It's not the Pistons' fault. It's the league's fault. The Thunder just not bringing anybody to town. You can go look. It's well beyond SGA and Jalen Williams. I want to turn our attention to the Lions a little bit. I have a question. Now, yesterday, we were on the air. The Decker stuff broke. I wasn't excited about it. And again, it wasn't a knee-jerk reaction. I told you weeks prior, I wouldn't even give Decker the chance to come back. I'd be done. I'm not interested in bringing somebody back who is hurt, will eternally be hurt, and I have to, quote, manage, Dan Campbell's words, not mine, and who, even if he comes back, we still have to go and get a guy who can play, quote, over there. None of this is interesting to me. And I didn't want him back. I say that because here's what's really interesting. And hear me when I say this. You're not wrong as a fan if you say, no, I don't see it this way. You're not. I'm only offering you how I see it. I want to ask a question of, do the Detroit Lions have a loyalty problem? Are the Detroit Lions like a Velcro dog? Doesn't matter where you go in the house, they have to follow you and hump your hip. Like, they just can't let go of any of their players. What were they saying yesterday? They could have stopped at, look, Taylor's got to make a decision on what he wants for him and his family. They didn't do that. I love him, and we love him, and blobbity blue. The David Montgomery thing. Demo doesn't want to be here. It's pretty clear. Will Birchfield on the air live from the Combine earlier. The kid sounded great, and even he said it. You know, they are desperate to have Demo back. Mm-hmm. Demo probably wants to move on and have a role somewhere, right, but they can't let go. Then today, here we go. We're talking Gibbs contract extension. You have 3 years left. 2 on the deal, plus a franchise tag. Why are we doing this again? So I wanted to ask the question, as we go into a pivotal offseason for this team. Every offseason's important in the NFL, but certain ones are true forks in the road. Rico, I want to know, do fans see what I see? Or maybe you see, I don't want to speak for you. Do the Lions have an attachment problem to their own people? Because my answer is yes.
You know what? They do. And I guess they started off saying they don't want to be that type of team. They don't want to be the team that falls in love with their own players until they fell in love with their own players. Until I joke about it, Mike, but I joke because it's some seriousness to this. Is you came up with this restructured plan, and it was a great plan of how they could free up money. But all they're going to do is free up that money to turn around and give it right back to their players. We're already talking about their new core 4 players that they have to take care of this offseason, including a couple who are injured right now, and you don't even know how good they're going to be coming back. Yeah, they bid against themselves, and they have fallen in love. And I do think a lot of this came from the fact that, like it or not, in Allen Park, we were 30 minutes away from the Super Bowl with these guys. I know we could win with these guys. And then we followed up the next year and we went 15-2 with these guys. So we just have to find the right combination of playing them, but we don't need to go outside of the family. We could actually win this thing with the players that we have in-house. So we got to do everything to keep these players. And it's like, or you can bring in somebody new, try something different, and then you can, get better. It's like you look at the defense, and the defense wasn't that good, and they kept the entire defensive coaching staff. And
how about bringing Onwuzurike back? How about bringing Davenport back?
Right.
It's always they defer back to we love our own. And to your point, which it can't be overstated, it's a great point. Dan Campbell, in his own words, said, we can't fall in love with our own people. See, this is the problem. You guys can get angry, or not, but Rico's franchise or my franchise, the NFL is cutthroat. Mm-hmm. Hear me when I say it. The NFL is not friend business. There's no loyalty. We're going to use you, and when you don't have a use, we're going to throw you over the bridge.
But you were a 7-year vet that helped us win a title. Thank you.
And the chair hits the same. The Lions aren't that. The Lions are operating like it's college. I understand continuity, but I think this franchise, if they want to win a Super Bowl, I do think they need to change their ways a bit. Like, for instance, why are we having a conversation? And it's not just this radio station. I mean, it's any coverage of the team. Why is there any discussion of Brian Branch contract? He blew his Achilles. Goodbye. I'll play you this year, and I'll figure it out. Right. Show me you're the same player.
Because this is year 4 for him, so This is the contract year, but you're hurt. And you may not be back until the midseason earliest.
Case in point. Why are we running to the altar? And I like Jack Campbell, and Jack Campbell has become a leader on this team, and I understand all of what you're going to tell me. Jack Campbell is most likely going to cost a market-defining deal for an off-ball linebacker.
Mm-hmm. Or you can go the route like for Gibbs. You still got 3 years to figure this out.
And look, I just want to know from the people. You are not wrong if you go, look, we drafted our guys, we love our guys, we know our guys best, and free agency or trades are no guarantee. You're right in every regard. The point I'm trying to make to you is the more insular you get, the further away from the goal you end up. Look at it. You haven't won a playoff game in 2 years. How many times we going back to that playoff run on a Saturday afternoon against the Rams here and then the Bucs? Guys, the league is moving at warp speed. Mm-hmm. Now, again, maybe this offseason ends up awesome. Maybe they do make some bold swings, do some things. But everything they're messaging, all we can go on is the messaging. It's close ranks. We have the answers in-house. Even I heard Brad Holmes bristled when he was asked about is the window closing, blamed injuries. It's never about we're not good enough.
No, because in their world, they were good enough. Once again, 30 minutes away, followed by 15-2. We were at the top of the NFL world, but then they fell hard. And they feel like if we could bring the band back together and keep everybody healthy, we're the best team out there. And they truly believe that.
And I don't believe it. And maybe that's the difference.
Yeah, they believe it, Mike.
Yeah. Guys, where are you at with it? Talking about, look, Demo clearly wasn't happy. It's the Lions who want him back greatly. The Decker thing, I'm sorry. It makes no sense to me to bring back a guy who's soon to be 33 years old, that shoulder's going to be hurt as long as he roams the earth and plays football. Dan Campbell's own words, we're going to have to manage him. and we're still going to have to get a player to play over there, then why are you bringing him back at all? Oh, because we love Dak. Okay. Then what are we going to do? And now the Gibbs thing is popping up. Why am I running to the altar to pay a running back $22.8 million a year? Why? Meanwhile, this is the same franchise that won't take a big swing. That won't, like, for instance, do you understand that if you acquired Max Crosby, his contract is so cap-friendly moving forward, him and Hutch's deals combined would only make up 14% of the salary cap in 2028-29. But they won't do that. No. Meanwhile, I got to listen.
Because you got to get rid of not just your draft picks. You're going to probably have to lose one of your everyday players.
Good. And you know what? If you didn't pay J-Mo, you could have got rid of him. Now you probably can't. Because now it'll be a dead money blast, and it'll convert all of his money.
So all the money you save off of Crosby, you got to spend on
I can't
J-Mo.
reach the bell, but if you want to, there you go. You deserve that. 248-539-9797. I just would like to know if the question I'm asking has some merit, total merit, no merit. Because we are just starting an off season, and it feels like same as it ever was. We love our own people. We want to keep everybody here. We're bringing back an 11-year vet because we love him. And it's like, I don't care if you love him. Cut him. Move on. Decker was a warrior here, but his body's failing him. And when your head coach gets up there, he didn't say, I need him back. We want him back. He's one of the best left tackles in the league. He makes us better. He got up there and basically apologized if the guy was coming back, that we're going to have to manage him. He's got to work through things, and we still got to get a player to play over there. What kind of sales pitch is that?
So, right. So once again, why do you want him back again?
Thank you.
Because I kind of lost the meaning. Sounds like you don't want him back, Coach.
I just want, look, I know it's hard for people because the Lions came from the abyss, and now even in a down year, they go into the last week of the season with a shot to make the playoffs. Yeah. Fine. But that's only the middle. The other side is competing in earnest for Super Bowls. And they don't do things that Super Bowl franchises do.
You're correct.
And it's starting to worry me because Rico, maybe I'm crazy, but it's not early in the Holmes-Campbell era. I leave you with this. Not that I'm dying or wrapping up a speech. No coach-quarterback pairing has ever won a Super Bowl unless they've gotten it done in their first 5 years together.
This is year 6.
It's a little late in the game. It's not 2022 anymore, guys. This is the real McCoy. This is not a drill. Your quarterback's making $70 million this year. Got to restructure. Amon-Ra, a Super Bowl team restructures him. Sewell, same deal. And you go on the open market, you make the hard choices, and you acquire the best players.
Well, see, that's just it. They don't do the hard choices. They keep the band together. Because
it's safe.
Super Bowl teams tick off their fan bases because they will cut somebody loose that the fans love.
It's a great point. I agree completely. 248-539-9797. I would like to have this conversation. And if you say, Mike, I disagree, I like the approach, you can. But I am firmly rooted in, if they don't alter it, they're not winning a Super Bowl. All right. If you've been in an accident, you feel like you're on your own, the insurance company, they're not your friend. The paperwork's a complete nightmare. That's why you need David Femininio. And only Femininio Law has the accident response team. Because you need action, and now. It's not a matter of convenience. Crisis counselors to keep life moving. Medical and forensic experts locking down your case before evidence conveniently walks out the back door. It's smart, it's fast, and it's built to win. Get David, get paid. It is your playbook. 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay. We got a lot of people who want to talk, and I'm just asking the question. All we have to go on right now is the messaging and the reporting. And for the Lions, it just feels like they're doing what they swore they couldn't do. They just fall in love. They're getting high in their own supply. And the Decker thing, I'm lukewarm at best. The Demo thing, if you listen to Will Birchfield, who's live at the Combine, I mean, the Lions want a player back who doesn't want to be here. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, he wants a full – you talking about Montgomery?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants – I think he would accept a full 50-50 split. But it started becoming 60-40, 70-30.
But it's also the same thing.
Here's
like
5 plays for you.
Like ran to the altar and gave him an extension middle of the year. Like it just compounds itself. So, look, I want to know where you're at because I do. I think it's a pivotal offseason, and I don't love Brad Holmes blaming injuries last year. I just, to me, at a certain point, you look in the mirror and go, we weren't good enough. Period. Kenny, text communications, and then we got full lines. What do you want to do?
This is a sentiment that's come in on the text a little bit. That's kind of what I'm thinking too, is that Brad Holmes doesn't want to put himself in the jackpot, so to speak. If he says I was wrong about this or these players that I selected, I'm high in my own supply. And if I'm not high in my own supply, that basically means I was wrong about my supply, and that puts his ass in the jackpot.
Yeah, but see, but again, now look, part of this, I'm not saying anyone should be on the hot seat. That's not what I'm doing. But at a certain point, like if they go out this year and they don't win a playoff game and it's 3 straight years without a playoff win, yeah, there should be heat. But the difference is you don't have that type of owner. You don't have Jeffrey Lurie up there in that box. All right? Like, I just don't see Sheila walking down with a paintball gun like Ari Gold and going through the building. I don't see it. So it becomes something where they're comfortable having a waiting list for tickets. They're comfortable being popular. Remember, this was the kid who never got picked in gym class. And the last few years, they're at the front of the line.
Yep.
So that is a psychological thing that not only fans have to work through, organizations have to work through it.
Another one here. IDK, if it's out of loyalty, I think it's fear of the unknown, free agents and trades. Safer to keep their own. That's from Jared.
Yeah,
and doesn't even win you a title.
Well, there's the key. It has to be a perfect blend of enough safety and enough big swings that you end up where you need to go. Right. I mean, again, we talked about rebuilding the offensive line. Does anyone in this listening audience believe Taylor Decker will be better than he was last year this year?
No.
So why am I bringing him back at that cap number?
No, because you're still going to have to go out and use a draft pick, I think, to replace him. So if that's the case, why are you bringing him back? I don't know.
Go ahead. One more, Kenny, and I'll go to the callers.
The Lions absolutely have an attachment problem. I imagine that's part of why they don't trade for extra help, because that would require sending out one of their own.
Which I'm getting to a point of spite I'm rooting for. Like, I just want different. Because I don't know how you're going to keep doing the same thing and get a different result. But again, I'm fully prepared to come into work one day and it's going to be Jahmyr Gibbs, 4 years, $89 million. And I'm going to, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sit here. I'll do nothing. I'll do what John does when Michigan comes up as a topic. I'll sit here and say nothing. You won't even know I'm here.
Mike, you there? Mike.
That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to put on Macho Man sunglasses and say nothing means nothing. Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jim, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good. How about you guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, I guess a little bit of holdover from last hour in talking about the whole NBA thing, and try and comment real quick on your Lions thing as well. So look at, my wife is a Klay Thompson fan. So out of the last 4 years, he comes once a year. Got to see him play one time. The first 2 years with Golden State, get there, he's on load management. We got the first year at Dallas, he was. This year, couldn't watch because that game turned into the game in Mexico, which was the Pistons home game. So we didn't get to see that.
Yeah.
And then they always call back, want you to buy a ticket. No, I come to one game a year to satisfy what she wants to see. I'm not going to spend money when I don't even know if these guys are going to come and play. And you see this all the time, that people go there and spend their money and you have no clue. You know, if this is the case and everyone wants to load manage, then why don't we, raise the prices by 20%, cut the games by 20%, and I think the math kind of works out a little bit, and then the players can still get their money, and then these guys will have to play, more often.
Look, I would love to see the season shortened, but I just don't think you can raise prices. NBA is already out of reach for the average fan. It is a very expensive ticket if your team's decent. I mean, tickets are widely available in Washington, D.C. if you'd like to see the Wizards. But I hear you. I think a 60-game regular season is where it needs to be. But good luck.
Yeah. Right. And it may not work in basketball because obviously basketball is, baseball, I think they could do it, because there's enough games you can kind of do that. But on the Lions front, I think it's not only just a Lions issue. I think it's a whole Detroit front office sports issue that everyone's in love with everybody that they draft. And that's why we've seen nothing really happen at any of the trade deadlines because all of the GMs are in love with their players and their prospects. And
there's no pressure.
I believe
there's no pressure here.
Believe, right. Absolutely. They don't got, because I believe each one of these teams had a 20, they needed to overturn their roster like 20%. They needed to add people to be able to get to championship levels. And we haven't seen that happen, in large part because no one's like crying. People keep going to the game. So they say, okay, everyone must be happy, but they needed to be able to spend to improve their teams and to be able to get into that championship level. And they just love everybody that they draft and don't seem to want to, trade prospects, don't want to trade.
No. And you even saw the report. Look at the Pistons, for example. And again, the Pistons might see this thing through and get to a final, but they had every reason to make a move. What was the reporting that came out? They're viewing this year as house money. What, you take a Seward Thompson and a couple of first-round picks, and you go out and you get Cade the help he needs and deserves, and a true secondary scorer. Then all of a sudden, you are an overwhelming favorite to win the East. Right now, you're not the favorite. That's not me. That's Vegas.
No, but I think a lot of the teams, Mike, take the Scott Harris philosophy. They don't want to be haunted by ghosts. We got rid of somebody, and now he's looking at him for this other team, and we should have kept him one more year.
Well, then you probably need a new vocation. Everything in I don't care what you're running. You could run a sprocket factory. You could run a Major League Baseball team, a basketball, whatever it is. It's all risk. All of it. I mean, what? It's not a Roth IRA. I don't understand. And again, I think Jim's right. I think it's symptomatic of the city. But the Lions in specific, Rico, if this offseason doesn't break the way they need it to break, do you understand you're right back into the wilderness?
They don't believe that there's a window, Mike. So therefore, there's no sense of urgency. Once you accept the fact that the NFL gives you 3 good years to win a title, and then after that, you got to make some type of a change or on the fly. They don't believe that.
And I can get them back.
Be good forever. And it's case in point, look at Kansas City. That's a team, windows closing. We're going to have to make some changes. We got to do some stuff. Kansas City will bounce back, and they'll be good again. And
well, it also helps. They got the deal done with Mahomes already. We haven't had reports yet of a Goff one. I'm sure it has to happen, but it hasn't yet. But if I'm Holmes, I'm looking at this and I'm going, I'm 5-6 years into this. I'm not going to have this job forever, okay? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm restructuring all these deals now, and there'll be a dark day down the line where, by the way, the cap will probably be double what it is now. Guess what? We're going to win.
Or
why are you pointing your finger at me in judgment?
I'm sorry. It's not judgment. It's just.
What are you, Jalen Duren? Jeez.
No, or you stay good for a long time.
There it is.
It's called job security.
There it is.
And they'll never get rid of me because we'll have a sold-out Ford Field. We'll be in the playoffs every year. And congratulations, you become the Pittsburgh Steelers minus the Super Bowls.
So that begs the question of what's the expectation of a guy like that, though? Is the expectation just be good long-term? And
yes.
You don't have to win everything. You just have to be.
But you're also employed.
Kenny, go back in the catalog. Brad Holmes has all but said it. It's about being consistently competitive or whatever it is. They don't want to say Super Bowl. Now, again, at the end of the season press conference, he goes, if we don't win a championship, it could be considered a failure. The bottom line is they're messaging to start a critical offseason. It doesn't feel urgent. And it feels very insulated, very stick to the plan, and wrap our arms around our people. We got full lines, and we're going all phones the next 2 segments, okay? Sit tight. We'll get right to you. 97.1.
Winning hits different when it comes to Fanatics Sportsbook. Look, with the trade deadline over, teams are gearing up for the stretch run. You don't have to wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro player prop bets across the straight parlays and single-game parlays for all first-half injuries. That's right. If you're betting player props like I do, there's the point. Whether you like points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks, whatever, Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. Some sportsbooks protect your bets for just a quarter. Some do absolutely nothing. But not a Fanatics Sportsbook where they flip losing bets into winning bets every single night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss will get turned into a win. Look, others copy trends. We set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Straight to the people. asking about the Lions here at the Combine. Their messaging, it's all about, oh, we love Taylor Decker. Oh, we want David Montgomery back. Oh, our core four. Oh, Jahmyr Gibbs, he's going to be here forever. I'm going, the F are we doing? Anyone going to just make a call on a player here and go, no, you're not back? And reminder, it's the same franchise who with a straight face brought back Marcus Davenport and Levi Onwuzurike last year. I'm asking, do we have a problem? Do we have a problem of loyalty or seduction or whatever you want to call this?
So, well, the one thing that they said they didn't want to do.
They're doing
it.
Go to
Fall in
John.
love with their own player.
97.1. Johnny, how you doing, buddy?
Good. I just want to say, I think what this is it's Brad Holmes showing us he's soft. He pays players when he doesn't have to. He keeps injured players on the team, and I don't think he's going to able to make the hard decisions. They're going to get us a Super Bowl. But what do I know? I don't know ball.
Well, yeah, John, I know that Amon-Ra thing. I tell you, I'll never understand what he was thinking there. But no, John, there's an element to this where I've always said it, and people get mad. I don't think every team is out to win a Super Bowl. I don't think every team is out to win a championship. There are teams that are under orders to just run a business. I'm not saying that's the Lions. I'm just saying you see how it's done. You see what it takes. And it does take bold swings. It does take signing and trading. And yes, you have to draft better. I mean, if there's kind of a hidden thing here, John, Brad Holmes hasn't drafted real well the last 2 years. Go comp his drafts to what John Schneider did in Seattle. That's the way you end up with a Super Bowl. But guess what else Schneider had the balls to do? Pay a ginger. He went out and signed Tank Lawrence. They traded for Leonard Williams. Like they made moves that had risk quotient attached to it, and it worked.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think his ass is in the hot seat this year. He better come across in the draft.
I mean, yeah, he's got to have a better draft, especially with the limited draft capital, because he gave up 17 picks to get a wide receiver, only to go pay another wide receiver.
And, bro, that 2024 draft is not looking good.
The Arnold Rakestraw, Wingo.
Manu, Wingo, Vaki, Mahogany.
Yeah, and that is one thing people are going to have to walk back on the Mahogany thing of like, he's a starter, he's great. No, at best he was league average. I think there's one guy who should have a guaranteed job on that O-line, and it's Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
But now that you brought Decker back and he's making 20, you got to guarantee him one.
Right.
But the entire trio, yeah, Tate Ratledge was good. He was fine. That doesn't mean I'm guaranteeing you a job. If there's a Pro Bowl guard available, great, you're in competition now.
But now is he going to center?
Hey, that's on them. If it's me, I'm signing a center. I'm going out and getting a McGovern. I'm going out. I'm going to put the weight of God behind an offer to Linderbaum if he's available.
Right, because because Mike, you would believe that you're in a window. I'm not going to break you in at a position you aren't comfortable with. You know who does that? The Titans, the Browns. You have no shot at winning, so we're building for the future. So we'll go ahead and write this year off as you learn the position.
Go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, how you doing? Sean.
I'm good, Mike. How are you, man?
What's the good word, brother? Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, man. Frustrated as all get out, brother. I've been a lifelong Lions fan, born and raised in Michigan. I'm in North Carolina now. But I remember you did a segment back in January about what Brad Holmes needed to do, and that was create salary cap space, right? And like you say, we could do this, go all in, and go for that championship window. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of his drafts. Number one, he's took flyers on often injured players, and then what happens? Oh, they're injured. Then, like you said, he re-signs Davenport and Onwuzurike. The dude's got a bad back. So time to pressure, like you always talk about when you nerd out on your pass rush rim rate and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of pressure when the quarterback has time to send a Facebook friend request and an email. What are you going to do? And then you've got what Arnold always doing pass interference. So it's just his drafting has frustrated me. His seat is burning hot for me as a fan because look no further than what Chicago's going to do coming up because they already showed you that they playing big boy ball. And let's not let Caleb Williams take another step because he's going to be our nightmare for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you always have to consider the division you're in. You know, the pursuit of a championship is one thing, but then you're in a very difficult division. And you do have to win your division generally to give yourself the best odds of going on that run. And yet the Packers and Bears, they have their own needs, but they're good. And the Bears are limitless based on, and people can make fun of the kid and he's a weirdo. They do whatever they want. Caleb Williams has the God-given abilities. He could be, is not right now, he could be the best quarterback in football. He has that ability. He had that pedigree. He was taken number 1 overall. And I saw down the stretch him make throws that only one other guy in the sport can make. And that guy plays for Kansas City. Does he need to get more consistent? Yes.
Heck, that touchdown throw against the Rams. He went full super technical.
Well, that was one of them. The play against the Pack in overtime. That's a 1-of-1 throw. Like, Rico, if he gets better, you have to deal with that. The Bears, they openly said it. We are going to fix the offense. Forget about the defense. We're going to get this offense right. We have too much invested in this quarterback. Now this year, my expectation is they'll try to fix the defense. You have things that need major overhaul. I just don't see a scenario where it's retain our own people, use our limited draft picks, and we're ready to roll. How?
How? Well, you know the how. How is because they believe that these people can win. They believe in their players so much. Guys, we were close. I believe in you. We're going to go out there and we're going to get it done. But I'm with you, man. You look at what other teams are doing, and it looks like, seems like, feels like they're passing you by because you're still stuck.
Well, you look at some of the signature moves, the things that teams do, whether it is, okay, did the Rams win the Super Bowl? No. But the Rams got to the NFC title game. They went out and got Devontae Adams, right? You look at what Seattle did. I highlighted it. Green Bay got Parsons. Now he blew his knee out. Okay, it happened. They took the swing, and they were favored, and they were better than you, and unlike you, they made the playoffs, right? Okay, next. Then you look at what other teams do to get there, and you can go down the list. What team is actually doing it where they just don't make a swing, don't make a trade, don't make a major signing? What team does that?
Detroit.
But they haven't won anything.
Correct.
And they haven't won a playoff game in 2 seasons. And I don't think it's some mortal certainty they win a playoff game this year. Do I think they'll be better than last year? Of course I do. That doesn't mean you're winning anything. That just means you won't be total ass.
Also means your division. I know you don't like to believe this around here, but they're going to get better too. The Packers and the Bears. And I don't know what the Vikings are doing, but I think they're a quarterback away from being legit again.
I don't know what they're doing. And now reports are at the Combine, they're scouring for a quarterback to compete with JJ in the worst quarterback draft in history. Guys, what are you doing? Take a 3rd-round pick, go get Mac Jones. Seriously. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls coming up next. 97.1. All right, talking Lions a little bit. Combine, the interviews are coming out. And I'm just asking, if you're just joining the show, it's a question. You're not wrong if you don't agree. It's not right or wrong. It's just we feel like they are doing exactly what they swore they couldn't do. They fall in love with their own people, and they just won't let go. Taylor Decker even being allowed back. Why? I mean, Kenny, do me a favor. We do not make a habit of playing old audio. Can you get me Dan Campbell from yesterday about Taylor Decker? Just for the audience just joining the show. This is not a confidence-inspiring moment about, well, even if he comes back, da-da-da-da-da. You have it. This will explain why we're talking about this. Go ahead, Kenny. Great. So I got a $20 million left tackle on a pitch count. No. Super Bowl franchise, that guy's gone. He's dust. Then you get the report today. Will Birchfield from the Combine. Oh, the Lions want David Montgomery back badly. Demo's the one who's unhappy. You're openly courting a player who don't want to be here no more because you're in love. Then we hear about the Jahmyr Gibbs. What was the quote today? Jahmyr Gibbs is the centerpiece of our offense. He's going to be here forever and blah-bitty blue. And I'm going, they're doing it again. Why would you sign a running back early? Why?
Right, because you could say, well, you're saving money down the line.
The cap keeps going up.
Or he's under contract. Don't bid against yourself. Pay him out. If you need to, franchise him to 1 year. And then you figure it out.
No, sign him early and let him blow out like Kirby Joseph. Let's do that again, because that was so fun. Yeah. So I'm asking the question, do you view it that the team is too set in their ways, that they are too insular, that they fall in love with their own? And if you don't, you're not a villain. That's not what this topic is. I just want to know if it's starting to irk you the way it's irking me. Let's go to DJ in Detroit, 97.1. DJ, I thought you were retired, to be quite honest.
What up, though, my dog? No, man. So, I'm smack dab now at the end of high school basketball. The state playoffs start. We got a game tonight at 7, so I've been full coach mode, man. That's where I've been. That's my thing.
Excuse me. All right, Pat Riley, take it easy.
Yeah, so check this out. Rico, I ain't gonna never say what's up, my dog. What's happening, Rico? You good?
I'm good, DJ.
Yeah, so check this out, man. Before I get to what I want to say, I'm gonna tell you what annoys me more than anything. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Penei Sewell a 2-time All-American left tackle at Oregon, and we just moved him over to the right?
I believe freshman year he was an All-American at left tackle. I'll go back and check. But yeah, and look, TJ Lang, who joins us, DJ, he agrees with me on it. He could easily play left tackle, and he'd probably be more fluid at it.
Because that's more of his natural spot, and I kind of thought that was the plan when we took him, just until Decker got so old where we was going to move him to the right. So to keep hearing them say that just baffles me. But anyway, I'm about to give you all a take that I know the horn might get blown. It's so far out in the ocean, but I'm going to say it anyway. This is what I'm kind of hearing. I'm hearing that Rod and Sheila has had a conversation with this regime. Not a big one, not a mandate. But the past history of the Lions failed relationships with players in the organization when we were a dump and we were terrible and we treated players bad, and a la Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson were exiled because of the way we treated them. Hey, guys, let's just be a little different. We're winning now. Let's treat our guys. Let's make sure we treat our guys accordingly. And, we make it hunky-dory, happy-go-lucky around here. That's kind of what I'm hearing. I know that's a far out there take, but that's the only thing I can make of it, except because Dan Campbell is contradicting his own words, saying that we're not going to make it all about our own, but then he turns around and does that.
Well, he's also contradicting the way business is done in the NFL, and he well knows it. Nobody runs it this way.
Exactly, Mike. It's bad business. I mean, and then so I'm thinking, is some of this maybe the fact that Dan Campbell is as tough as the images he presents? He's actually a player's coach at heart.
He
is.
Is
some of that, or is it more so that Rod and Sheila just had a slight conversation with them? And I'm thinking it's that. Just my opinion.
Well, I can't go there on that, but I'm not laughing at you to say, look, they've had a terrible relationship with players in the past. And now you finally drafted players you like, and you're finally winning games. And it's new, uncharted water for everybody involved. So the natural response is these players helped us out of hell. Let's pay them and keep them. The problem is what got you to this point isn't going to get you over the Rainbow Bridge. It's not the same. Getting up off the floor and just being seated in a chair is one thing. Now I need you to get up and run. Well, it's a different process. Like, I just want them to play the game the way the best franchises in the league play it. I get so tired in this town. Every team wants to be different. Nobody can just conform and do it the way it's supposed to be done. Right. Hell, even with the Pistons thing. I mean, even now, well, we're not going to shoot threes and we're going to get into fights every night. God, come on, man. You know what? The league has moved on. Right, 35 years ago. The league's moved on. You know, look, this year the Tigers finally spent. I can lay my sword down and roll with it. Does it mean I love how they run their offense? No. But, like, you get my point. Why do we have to be the smartest guy in the room? The roadmap is there, DJ.
Absolutely, and it's bad business. Now, I'll take something that I seen Rico threw a shot at earlier, and I was floored when I heard this. The whole thing about the draft, I started to say, Brad Holmes, as much as I loved you coming in, how dare you speak of your recent drafts? I mean, I was just kind of floored when he was talking about
DJ. Yeah, and the funny thing, DJ, that was a draft that was held here in Detroit, and that may be his worst draft ever.
Oh, man. Then I heard the quote about the we just trying to keep the door open or who said it's closed. I said, come on, man. Now you starting to kill me with the condescending, like, kind of a little bit arrogance, man. Like, come on, bro.
DJ, all he had to say is this league is a blood sport. Windows open and close on a week-to-week basis. We understand the urgency. We are in this to win a championship, and we're going to do everything in our power to get that done now. I can't stand he gets up there like he's football Jesus, and it's gotten old for me.
Minus the rings.
No, I agree 1,000%. Man, I got to go coach a basketball game, my dogs. I'll holler at y'all later, man.
All right, hit him with that 3-2 zone matchup. Hit him with that Boeheim.
Oh, no.
And then put Ben Carter in the game.
I was going to say maybe a little 1-3-1.
Hey, DJ, you got any kids with leg braces on? Pull an Izzo. Put him in the game.
Where'd this come from?
I get so upset. That game will haunt me the rest of my days.
I was about to say, bro, that was a long time.
Buddy, they had the game here. I know.
Just or
it's back when I cared.
I know it's all Ben Carter's fault. Or one of your big three hits one basket in the last 7 shots.
That's fair.
How did we get here? We're talking about the Lions.
Not that it was DJ talking about basketball. And I'm still upset about OKC sitting all their damn players, and now we can't enjoy the game tonight, okay? We'll get more to people. 97.1.
Brought to you by Leo's Coney Island. The Thunder have a laundry list of injuries for tonight's game against the Pistons at LCA. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Jalen Williams, Isaiah Hartenstein are all out. Second leading scorer Chet Holmgren and Alex Caruso are doubtful. The Pistons have everyone playing, but Isaiah Stewart. Here the 7:30 tip right here on 97.1. Pistons also take on the Cavs Friday. Shams reporting that James Harden has a fractured thumb and needs further evaluation. The Athletic posted their top 20 MLB rookies most likely to make an impact this season. Number 9 is Tigers top prospect Kevin McGonigal. Quote, I don't think McGonigal is going to make the team out of spring training, but if I'm right, it probably won't be too long until we see him in Detroit. The number 2 prospect in baseball has ranked everywhere in the minors, only slowed by injuries in the 2 years since the Tigers took him with their second pick in the 23 draft. He isn't blocked by a real shortstop in Detroit, end quote. The Tigers have shut down Troy Melton for now as he deals with arm soreness. The NCAA proposing several strict penalties for schools picking up football players outside the portal window, including suspending the head coach through the first 6 games of the season, a fine worth 20% of their football budget, and reducing the team's roster by 5 spots the next year. Detroit Mercy Hoops, Oakland, Robert Morris are all tied for second in the Horizon League with 2 games to play. The Titans and Grizzlies both in action tonight. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We'll get right back to the phone calls. We'll touch table on some football. It is the Combine. It is a lot of NFL news. Music, Kenny.
All right, as you said, Mike, the Combine is going on. A little bit of news and happening out of the Combine. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and we'll see where this goes. First of all, let's just start off with, is Kirk Cousins still good enough to be a backup QB? The Falcons have said he's going to get released. They've made no bones about it. You're not going to be a Falcon again. But is he good enough to become a backup QB in this league?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there are some real stiffs who are backups in this league. Yeah. And look, I think in the right spot, especially if you're a team drafting a quarterback, he could be a starter for the 5 to 7 weeks before you're ready to start the kid. Yes. But again,
seat filler type of thing.
Yeah, but he's got to take backup money. That's the problem.
You know, if anybody can, he can afford to, because I've never seen anybody bet on themselves and keep winning.
Oh, he's the bag man. The point is, does he have the desire? If I'm him, I walk away. I walk away. I go enjoy my life. I did it all.
Go into TV?
I hope not.
And that, I think, is where Mike is right about this is, yeah, I think he could be a backup if he's actually has the desire. And I think he'd actually be the perfect guy to mentor a young guy, teach you how to be a NFL, like a professional in this league. But yeah, he's absolutely good enough to be a backup.
Sit around the fire pit.
Yes.
I think he's good enough to be a starter. I mean, I know it's talked about on a year-to-year basis, but the NFL quarterback pool, I mean, what, after you get like past like 10 or 11, it's like, okay. I mean, take some of these teams, plug in Kirk Cousins. Like, imagine this. What if he goes back to Minnesota for 1 year? ESPN predicts that.
Oh, dear God.
I'm not saying they're going to win the North or whatever, but by all means, I think they're better off than putting J.J. McCarthy.
I can't.
May have a point.
No, he does. I mean, I hear what he's saying. No. I've watched Kirk Cousins. The problem is he was never mobile. Post Achilles, he's an insult to statues' mobilities. He can barely on a stretch handoff get the ball to Bijan. Corbin,
And I hear what you say as well. And obviously the Achilles injury does play a large factor at that age. And you just might be right on he should just leave because isn't he the highest grossing NFL quarterback of all time or something?
It's like Corbin, think about it. Like if you're him, you've done it all. You had an unbelievable career. You bet on yourself. You've got the most guaranteed money in the history of the sport. Now your options are compete with 9 or be a backup. So, no, you know what? I'm good. He'll get paid $7 million a year to go do brainless TV, and then he can read Bible stories to his kid every night.
If it were me, if I'm Cousins, I'm picking the team I think is gonna win the Super Bowl, become that backup, just to get the ring.
Oh, because he's got that thing at his house where there's room for the trophy.
I just need a ring now.
Just hold the clipboard and then win yourself something to put in that trophy room.
He just turned Kirk Cousins into Karl Malone.
Yeah.
Going to hop on with the Lakers and try to get a ring.
Well, how far off is he?
Just saying. All right. What is the value of a kicker? Dallas Cowboy kicker
Aubrey?
Brandon Aubrey is asking for $10 million a year.
I'd pay him.
It would be, I think, the highest paid money for a kicker.
I'd pay him because the minute you get to the 40-yard line, you can send Aubrey out there. And that's not hyperbole. The guy is a threat to break the league record every week. He's a sensational kicker. And with the salary cap touching almost $300 million, I'm not going to get lost in the figure of $10 million. Look, I still will always find it more shocking a team drafted a kicker in the first round when the Raiders took Sebastian Janikowski. That's far more shocking than good kicker get good money. I'd pay him. That's my answer.
And think about the conversations we've had all year long about the direction of the NFL and how kicking is quickly becoming even more important in terms of field goals. I feel like, that means the value of the kicker will go up. And this is a symptom of it.
Don't get it twisted. Brandon Aubrey, I would pay a lot of money to have him on my team. But are we entering an era where kickers are and hear me out, are slowly becoming like wide receivers where every year you can pinpoint a young guy or something? There's always going to be someone that can help out. I mean, I'm blanking on his name, but isn't it Cam Little, Jacksonville?
Yeah.
He's the new guy. People thought Brandon Aubrey Brandon Aubrey is the main guy. Cam Little is the new guy. Give it a year or two. There'll be another kicker that
are they
going to
become divas? Is that where we're trending here, Corbin?
It might be. They might put out the weird
kickers. The problem is, okay, Rico's team invested a good pick and good money into a kicker, and the guy was a space cadet, Jake Moody.
Well, he never should have. He was injured, came back too soon because he feared for his job.
Then he got the yips.
Yeah. And then Pinero came in and took his job from him. Okay. Here's my surprise face, guys. Jacksonville is going to play another game overseas in London.
No way.
Again. I know we're not in Jacksonville, but if you're a Jacksonville Jaguar fan, season ticket holder, does this upset you that you constantly are seeing games going overseas?
Let me offer something. Just to be devil's advocate versus the easy way of agreeing and making fun of them. They are bulldozing and rehabbing and renovating their stadium. It's going to be construction fiesta this year. If there's ever a year not to go to Jacksonville Stadium, it'd be this year.
Okay.
Just in fairness.
I like what you bring.
Yeah, and it's funny because Lions fans are a little bit crestfallen at losing a home game to Germany, and Jacksonville's been dealing with this basically for what feels like a decade now. Yeah, every single time.
Two games this season.
I don't think they're upset anymore. I think they're just like, well, my team sucks and I'm used to this. So, okay, whatever you say, NFL.
Any thought to the announcement they are going to put Travis Hunter as a full-time corner and just toy on offense?
Well, that's what I thought he should have been the entire time, because I just don't think that anybody can play both ways in the NFL with the wear and tear. Like I understand he's a terrific athlete, but it's the wear and tear on his body. It's going to end his career a lot sooner. So I'm with you on that. All right. The Eagles, between the coach and the GM, says they are not going to guarantee the return of A.J. Brown.
Wait. You mean they didn't go out there and tell you how much they love him and how much they want him back?
No.
Oh.
They both pretty much said he's not coming back here. They're not guaranteeing it. He could come back, but they're not saying that he will. Where does he end up? Does he actually leave Philadelphia to play for another team? You don't have to tell me the team.
No, I mean, I can have some fun and give you two options. I think Buffalo has to be an option because they're in the eternal search for that number one physical, red zone target for Josh Allen. I think that could be a good place. And I again, Kansas City, they've tried it with all these mighty mites. You need to have a number one target out there. Maybe a little revival in Andy Reid's offense. And now they got fresh powder with all that cap space. But I'd move him. I think there's something wrong, as our man Charles Ramsey says.
Yeah, he ends up.
I just watched that interview again.
He ends up leaving. I hate the idea of Kansas City just because it seems like this is a move that they always somehow find a way to make. Buffalo makes a lot of sense, and if it doesn't work in Buffalo, Buffalo might just have to, call it a day with that current regime and that current system that they're running.
True.
Yeah, I've said it before on this show. There's been something wrong with the Eagles behind the scenes for a couple seasons now. They should be happy they got the Super Bowl when they did against the Chiefs. I think A.J. Brown goes out. I think if I had to choose right now, and I don't know cap situations and whatnot, I would say the Bills. And mark my words, I think Bills will be the most desperate team this offseason. They're going to do stuff to try to make it work now.
They have to. They're going to blow out the budget and overpay. All right, real quick, two more. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have come out and said that they're on the same page with Trent Williams, but they haven't come up with a new contract yet. He's owed $39 million this season. What happens there for that offense, for the left tackle for the Niners?
He either takes a pay cut or he's cut. He's 37 years old, and availability is not on his side. He's been hurt a lot. I think if Trent wants to win and stay where he's at, and they'll give him a commemorative boombox, you cut the salary down to $20 million like Taylor Decker, and that's it. There's no other way around it. They can't pay him $40 million. Not if they plan on trying to win a Super Bowl.
Just a back end. We'll give you $10 million when it's all said and done.
Yeah,
parting gift.
Look, the way they structure these deals. I bet, buddy, they could say one thing today, and then next year they could convert it all to a bonus, and he's worth zero, but he gets all his money. It's McConaughey and Wolf of Wall Street. It's a weasel. It's a wazzle. It's in the air. It never was.
I think Mike's bang on with the pay cut. I think we always talk about it. Availability is your best ability, and when you don't have that, you can't expect to be making bags, especially not in this gladiator sport.
Yeah, I agree with both of the gentlemen here. Either he takes the pay cut or go find another team.
All right, and lastly, Lions related. Lions want David Montgomery back. Looks like Montgomery does not want to come back. He wants a bigger role. Where does Demo end up?
I mean, the Lions are Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction. So here.
They're boiling rabbits?
Yeah, I just here.
You seen that movie?
They'll stand outside of Demo's door, and I don't know. Here.
Flicking the lights on and off.
Here.
I mean, what did we spend an hour talking about already today? At least is that they love their own guys, and he's one of their own guys. I agree with Mike. Here is the correct answer.
You should see Fatal Attraction. Good movie.
In where I think Demo might go, because I don't think he's going to be a Lion start of this upcoming season. If this particular team doesn't get a running back that they are rumored to in the draft, I think he's going to be a Kansas City Chief.
Oh, okay. I can see that as well. All right, that's your latest news and rumors coming from the NFL Combine, 97.1.
All right, we're going to get right back to the phones. If you're just joining in, simple. All the messaging out of the combine for the Lions, it's more of the same. They love their own people. Taylor Decker being back. We've played you the audio of Dan Campbell. That's not some ringing endorsement. Why the hell would you even let Decker back? Guy's going to be 33. His body's betraying him. And you still have to go out and get someone as insurance for him. For $20 million? No, thank you. But they took him back because they love him. David Montgomery, he's not happy. But they want him back. They love him. Now we're hearing about the Jahmyr Gibbs stuff. Brad Holmes, very forward. Oh, Jahmyr's the centerpiece of he's the engine of our offense. We want to keep him here forever. What are we doing? We're going to sign a running back. You could have him 3 more years without any long-term commitment, and we're going to do this again? Mm-hmm. So it's just a question of, do the Lions have a loyalty problem? They are just too loyal to their own people. They are too insulated. And if you don't think so, that doesn't mean you're bad or a bird brain. I fear if they keep going down this road and keep believing all the answers are in their own 4 walls, we're never going to win a Super Bowl. And that's the only thing this is about. And I understand that at the beginning, when you had a cheap quarterback and everybody was on a rookie scale deal and you were up 17 at San Francisco, that was your best shot. But now it's 2 years without a playoff win. And I'm not going to blame injuries. I don't think that that's appropriate. Not for not winning a playoff game. Not winning a Super Bowl, we can have that conversation. So we're asking you, does it feel the same way to you? Did I miss anything?
No. Yep, you got it.
People. Jay, he's up next, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. First and foremost, Mike, thank God you're back. I love Stoney, but thank God you're back, bro.
Okay, I'll take it.
I mean, it's actually kind of annoying because the Lions are on the brink of going. I don't want to diminish what they've done, right? Because what they've done from what they were is tremendous. But you hit the nail on the head a couple seconds ago. What got you here isn't going to get you there, right? And I love what they've done, but we're staring down the barrel of going, man, remember that 3-year stint? That was cool. I don't know why we're even entertaining this let's give Taylor Decker the respect and make his decisions. And then, rug got slipped out. I don't even think they knew. He said that he was going to announce that he was coming back yesterday. And I put my hands on my face and I went, crap, right? That's not ideal. And now I'm hearing all this Jahmyr Gibbs stuff and I go, crap, that's not ideal. And what I think ideal is I thought Brad Holmes was going to be like Les Snead. And I thought Brad Holmes was going to be like Howie Roseman, aggressive, put some risk on the team, because that's what's going to take to get us to that next level. You see the Rams get to the Super Bowl with Kyren Williams, and then they draft Blake Corum. They trade their first-round picks, but they get late-round compensation back with it so they can still play around in the market. Brad Holmes is doing the complete opposite, and I'm over the cool 3 years. We almost made the Super Bowl. I don't care about 15-2 because we laid a fat dud against the Redskins. Oh, I'm sorry, the Commanders. And then we missed the play. Like, what are we doing? We're going backwards. They're operating outside the recipe.
Yes.
To your point, smartest guy in the room, you're looking pretty dumb.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, look, I'm hoping that we have a different conversation in, say, 6 weeks, and their actions in free agency or in the trade market defy the messaging. But all we have to go on today is same as it ever was. And I'm very concerned, to Rico's point, they're going to create cap space only to spend it on their own people.
Mike, we haven't seen it yet, though. Right? Why am I going to sit here and believe, out of nowhere, poof, they're going to go, you know what? We're going to attack free agency. You know what? We're going to move around and draft talent. I haven't seen it yet, so why do I think it's going to happen?
No.
I'm being a little glum about it, but
no, but you're fine to do that. I look, Jay, I have no issue with it. That's the same way I am with stuff. You got to show me. You don't have to blindly believe. You're not a child. This isn't Santa Claus. If the team hasn't shown you they're willing to do certain things, then I'll believe it when I see it. You're not glum. I think you're realistic.
Yeah, I'm in watch and see mode, right? I want to be pleasantly surprised, but I'm expecting a lot of the same in the last 3-4 years.
Yeah, Jay, that's the biggest problem. Rico brought up the core 4. I'm not rushing to the altar for any of them. And before you freak out at me, just hear me out. A, I don't pay running backs. B, Sam Laporta is off a back injury and he's a tight end. And if his plan is to reset the market, I hate to break it to you, Sam Laporta is good. He's not great. Okay? There's a difference. He's very good. Love to have him. But he's not great. This isn't Rob Gronkowski in his prime. I'm not resetting the market for you. Brian Branch blew an Achilles. That disqualifies you on basis. And Jack Campbell, I love you. You're an off-ball linebacker. I don't prioritize that when I need to rebuild both lines of scrimmage. I'm just making a point. I'm not saying you don't bring any of them back. I'm saying on an individual case-by-case basis, you're not a quarterback or a pass rusher or a tackle, then you're on the back burner. Yeah. Especially when you have 2 years left on your deal
right there,
plus a franchise tag.
Right there. I don't have to bid against myself. You're under contract. And for those, well, you're saving money. Not really, because you don't have to pay him that much money right now. And you don't know what's going to happen in the next 3 years. So, as John would say, let's let this play out.
Go to Gene, 97.1. Gene, what's good?
Hey, how y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call. I'm a fan of Sonic and Knuckles. Now, you see them on the field, on the bench, laughing at each other. Now, and David Montgomery taught. I would say he took Gibbs under his wing. He taught him to go, hit the middle, hit the middle. Don't go on the outside as much. Now, reminds me of Rick Mahorn effect. Like when the Bad Boys, when Rick Mahorn, they left him undrafted. He had to go expansion draft, and the city was in an uproar. That's what's going to happen if they let David Montgomery go.
Yeah, but you're leaving a key part of this out, my man. It sounds like David's the one who's not happy. It's not them letting him go. Will Birchfield even said it. Everything out there, they desperately want him back. But to Brad Holmes's point, the player has to want to be here. My point is, if you
want more playing time, he want more playing time.
Okay.
Do you think they'll give him 50-50 or 60?
Well, wouldn't that fly in the face if you're about to pay Jahmyr Gibbs $22.8 million a year? Because I could find a rookie to timeshare with for $5. This is the point. But, Gene, here's the thing. You're not wrong with what you're saying, and you like the pairing, and it's very good when it's at its best. The O-line dictates the success or failure of Jahmyr Gibbs and company. This is – and, Gene, look, I have a bad habit where I make things harder on myself because I don't kiss ass and I just shoot straight. Did Jahmyr Gibbs help you win last year? The offensive line wasn't that great. Did Jahmyr Gibbs overcome it? No. Go look. How many 100-yard games do you have? How many games above 68 yards rushing did he have? Go look. I know the answers. Next time you're taking a dump in your board, you Google. Guys, running backs don't pace winning. You win with the tip of the sword. So when you wonder why I don't want to have two of the top 10 highest paid running backs, David Montgomery at 8 and Jahmyr will be number 1, this is every reason why. The O-line dictates whether you're successful or not. Within that, the scheme. In the absence of Ben Johnson and in the absence of an elite offensive line, great. You had this explosive game against the bum-ass Giants. What did Jahmyr Gibbs do week in, week out? Because you didn't make the playoffs. That's the whole point. Running backs don't power winning. And the ones that do are largely carried by an elite scheme and an elite line. Go look at all the expensive running backs. How many of them have titles? And it's not a shot at you. Don't take it as I'm coming at the CMC thing.
I'm not taking any shots.
You get my point.
No,
it's just... It gets so flustered.
But once again, their offensive line wasn't that good. It was breaking down, and his running game, it tailed off. And if you don't have an elite line, then you could have the best rusher in the backfield.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't work.
Hey, you know what it's called? Ready? Saquon with the Giants. Boom.
Mike wins. No, you're right, but that's that's what it boils down to. So, yeah, Gibbs.
But there you go. Rush out and pay him 22.8 versus hand that money to an all-pro like Tyler Linderbaum.
Well, not only that, make sure you bring back Montgomery.
Yeah, do that too.
So you can keep Sonic and Knuckles.
Let's have $30 million in two running backs.
Because I laugh because they have a nickname. Like you're like, what is it with the city and nicknames? Sonic and Knuckles, and you got to keep them both.
Mr. Hustle off the high glass. I'm like, okay, Ron Holland's not Mr. Hustle.
B-ball Paul.
Yeah, another one. I can't take. 248-539-9796.
All-Star McKinstry.
He doesn't have a nickname.
I said All-Star.
I mean, like Baez is El Mago, but yeah, I mean, we need a nickname for McKinstry.
All-Star. AS.
I could say something right now, and I think you know right where I'm about to go, but I am not interested in being provocative. You could add a letter to that. All right, let's move forward. 97.1.
Guys, spring is on the way. Actually, if you look outside, grass, you can kind of see it. Doesn't look great. Yours probably doesn't. That's why you need to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. 888-GET-GREEN. They will come out and they will get your lawn prepared. And if you do it right now, you can save green when you prepay by the end of the month and get that early bird discount. Look, they have been serving Michigan since 1990, and it's 100% satisfaction guaranteed. So you won't be fighting your weeds in the spring. No, they'll come out and treat your lawn and get it ready because it is so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix it, because once you see the weeds and all the bad things in your lawn, it's probably too late. 888-GET-GREEN is what you need to call right now to get started. And as I stated, if you do it by the end of the month, you'll get in on their early bird discount and you save some green when you prepay. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com. Simple question that we're asking: have the Lions fallen in love with their own players? And we got a lot of people on the phone line, Kenny. Before we get back to them, a couple texts.
Find you someone who loves you as much as the Lions love their own guys. Yes, it's a problem. That's from Phil. Holmes' 25 offseason / draft was negligent, and he's quickly heading towards incompetent. Hubris at its finest. Chuck in East Lansing. The fear of change is crazy to me. I don't know how many of my idiot friends were blue chewed up when they heard the Ragnow was coming back.
It is just, I guess it's either you absolutely love the fact that he's coming back, or you're like, well, why? Because it did feel as if he had moved out of the house, you cleared out the room, you repainted it, you started moving in a pool table, and then he knocked on the door saying, yeah, I quit my job, I'm coming back. I'm like, huh? But we've already, okay, give me a minute. Let's clear all that stuff out of your room.
I hate to say that you're right, but Holmes needs to make a move to prove that you're wrong. Brad Holmes, he's willing to dip his feet in the pool, but he will never jump in, even the shallow end. That's from Alan Canton.
It's just weird because it's not just a Holmes thing. Kenny, it's almost a Detroit thing where it's the pressure of putting yourself under the microscope to win a title. Because if you don't, well, you've given your owner a chance to fire you. But so long as you stay good, so long as you keep people in the stands, and so long as you have people buying your merch, then, yeah, at that point, life is great and it's longevity for your job. But the second you say Super Bowl or title or anything like that, your clock is ticking.
Is that not the impetus
Had to get a refill
of
there on the water. Apologies, boys. Go
Is that not the impetus of the Coney Island conversation that we always have, though?
It is.
That's the very beginnings of it.
Beginnings and end.
Do you want to mix this into before we go back to the phones? Do the Gibbs thing. If people think I'm out of my mind for not being amped to pay Jahmyr Gibbs a market-setting, record-setting deal at running back, I'll have the conversation. I'm not mad, and I love Jahmyr, but I also love football, and I've watched him my whole life, and I understand the business of it. Paying running backs big money is bad business.
Right. You're looking at it very pragmatic, business-like. But a lot of Detroiters are like that phone call we had. I love Sonic and Knuckles. I love Jahmyr Gibbs. He's our guy. What do you mean he's going to leave? He has to retire a Lion for life. We got to put his statue right next to Barry Sanders'
And then
statue.
here's what I would encourage you to do. Go look at the average NFL lifespan of a running back. And then take the next step. Elite functioning years. Before 26, after 26. And tell me what you find. I'm playing a game that's got decades of data. Oh, what about Derrick Henry? Let's check that Super Bowl hotline.
No, it is.
I'm just telling you, I really don't want to go there.
He's not really splitting the carries like he used to as well. He's taking a lot more wear and tear this past season, which is why the other running back kind of wants out.
Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, good to talk to you, man.
Yeah, absolutely, pal. What parlays you got cooking? You got another championship spectacle for everybody?
No, nothing.
All right.
I'm just focused on. Let's talk Lions. Listen, yes, I agree with you. We are too loyal, and I keep banging my head against the wall. And the core issue I keep coming back to is Jared Goff. And I know I complain about him a lot on your show. I apologize for that. But I never said you can't win with him. He is Sam Darnold. He has, because of his limitations, in order to win with him, we're going to need a top 5 O-line and a top half defense. So, if I, aside from just Brad Holmes being loyal, if I just put myself as Brad Holmes and go, okay, what do I need to do to get my team back to that? You need a new offensive tackle, regardless of what Decker decides to do. You need a new center. You need a 3-tech or an edge. You need a linebacker, and you need a safety. And that's before we start talking corners and tight ends. So that's 5 impact players. Maybe that's 2 in the draft, 3 in free agency. Maybe it's 3 in the draft and 2 in free agency. That seems more likely. And those free agency moves are just marginal moves because we're bringing back this core 4. So, yeah, if you put on rose-colored glasses and Holmes works his magic like we've seen him do, it works out, and maybe we can have that conversation. But that's so glass half full.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he can thread that needle. I don't think he can, and I think the odds are he doesn't. So that brings me back to just, man, I had this albatross of Jared Goff. I know he's a good quarterback, but I couldn't watch a single game this year and feel confident. And if people think I'm crazy or being a hater, go rewatch that Eagles game. Go rewatch the Vikings game where he couldn't identify a simple blitz. I struggle with him, man.
No, you're not wrong. Look, I'm not going to build him out to be the perfect player. You can win with him, but the covenant you have signed is you are going to deeply insulate him and must have an elite offensive line. Okay, well, the offensive line was far from elite, and I think his numbers got trumped up a little bit, and in the big spots, he came up small. You're not, Mark, you're not wrong. Like, it's not like you're signing some loyalty oath. This isn't a cult. You're a fan. It's okay to feel the way you feel. At least on this show it is. The point I'm making is you know what road you're going down. We can't unwind the yarn ball. So he's here. Now, I think you're kind of in a spot like the Bears were. I think, because I actually agree with Mark Rico. Like, I think the needs are both sides of the ball, specifically both lines of scrimmage.
Yep.
I think they have to make a commitment to fix one side of the ball and throw the weight of the world behind it.
Very much like the Bears.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. If you're going to sign Jahmyr Gibbs, Mark, and you know you got your quarterback, you best fix that offensive line. Kenny's drunk. You best fix that offensive line or all the money's wasted.
I thought he was agreeing with
you. I
agree
with you. I agree with you, but I also just want to say this. I'm actually pretty pro Holmes. If he doesn't do what we want, I'm not ready to fire him. And I think you haven't said this, but I've heard callers get to that point, and he has such an ability as a scout. I know 24 sucks. I think we're being a little premature on 25. I think Tate's going to be a dependable guard. Tyreek will be a dependable run stuffer. And Tesla, while it was priced horrifically, he could still turn into a really nice player of value. I don't know. I think we're riding through the storm. I think, Mike, you agree with me. This next year, in all likelihood, isn't a strong year. It's not a Super Bowl year. So maybe we should position for 27. I'm not trying to be the Tigers here, but I don't know, man. Anyway, you guys do a good job. I'll catch you later.
Mark, you're actually making a lot of sense, but I think fans don't want to hear that. But it is that gap year. It's let's really not focus. Let's build up one side and then go to the other side of the ball and really hit the ground running in 2 years. Very similar to what the Chicago Bears said that they were going to do. I expect the Bears to take a leap forward next year because, they're going to spend everything on defense now because they went out and they signed some free agents on the offensive line. And they fixed the offensive line. And they won some games, and now you can repair the defense, and now you're a balanced team. I don't think you can go into this offseason just kind of – you got to figure out which side of the ball. You can't fix both sides.
Well, you can. Patriots did, but what did the Patriots have? They had $100 million in cap space.
Right.
You have to do the things necessary. The deep restructuring of Goff, ASB, and Panay.
Right.
If you do that, now again, I'm not the one who brought Decker back.
But see, I'm being realistic because I think that with Decker coming back, and then you're also going to have these guys coming up for contract. We may not sign them, but I think that Detroit has shown me that they will. You're going to eat up all of the cap space that you just freed up.
If they do what you're talking about, then you're going to be right. I'm just trying to keep hope alive that they will have a hybrid plan and join us in the real world here and get in the open market. And they know, there has to be urgency. But I don't know, man. If they do what you're saying, I can't argue. I wouldn't waste the breath. 248-539-9797.
Take it to 40.
What? Okay, well, Rico just told me I'm number one. No, I'm only kidding. Thank you for the tip. Tom is up next, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, bud?
Hey, what's up, Mike? How you guys doing?
Good, Tom.
So at what point do we just call these guys Jake and Elwood and they're just trying to get the band back together? Driving down Woodward in a nice little police car, blue and silver, with big horn on it, saying, go Lions, go. That's what it's starting to feel like, man. I mean, with Decker, come on. Between Decker and Demo, if you get rid of them, it's $26 million. You go out and get whatever offensive lineman you want. This is getting ridiculous.
It'd be about 15, but your point is well taken. You would have cap space, and again, I don't like the idea. And we played the audio, Tom. Dan Campbell didn't sound over the moon about Decker coming back. What are we doing? A real organization to me, you just tell the guy, well, you can come back, but it's going to be on a different contract, and we're going to do some wizardry here. I wouldn't have had him back because I can't depend on him.
And as far as the running back position goes, to me, I remember you saying yesterday it'd be kind of dumb to cut him just because it's a friendly deal. But even if they did get rid of him because they want to be here, you can go get a big running back like him and probably get the same production from someone in the draft.
Well, the idea is you have Gibbs, you have him for a few more years on a rookie scale deal. You would draft his replacement or partner, if you will, somewhere in this draft, or you go to free agency. You saw what the Cowboys did with Javonte Williams on a pretty friendly deal last year, just to name one. Yeah, Tom, their MO of signing their own super early is getting very tiresome to me. And they're already going to pay a dear price because if they had waited on Kirby and then used the transition tag this year, guess what? We're not in that spot. You just cut them loose.
Can I ask you one more quick question?
Sure.
Do you think there's a chance, they don't restructure deals because they don't want to upset their own players?
No. Players don't get upset at it, Tom. What happens is, think of it like in your line of work. If I said, hey, Tom, you're a salary employee. We're going to move some of next year's salary. We're going to convert it to a signing bonus now. So you're not going to make that money next year, but you're going to get all of it up front. That's all these restructurings are. You're not screwing the player over. And the redoing of it, yeah, you're just converting actual salary into bonus. And the bonus doesn't hit the cap in the same way. No, man, you're not Suge Knight putting Vanilla Ice over a balcony here going, give me the money back. That's not what's happening. Right. All right, listen. You know what can make the cold a little bit better? A new ride, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row because, well, they make car buying easy. GM employees and immediate family members lease a 26 Equinox EV starting at $159 a month or purchase it outright for $24,999. A little more power, 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab starting at $259 a month. Both are only $999 down. No games, no runaround, no BS. Just good business. It's Moran Chevrolet. Stop by MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Pistons take on the Thunder. They're limping into tonight's matchup, though. Star Shai Gilgeous-Alexander continues to be out. He still holds the top odds to win Western Conference MVP, but his eligibility is starting to dwindle based off the new rule of games played. Second leading scorer, Chet Holmgren, is doubtful, along with Alex Caruso. Isaiah Stewart, the only piece out for Detroit tonight.
Jalen Williams, Hartenstein, keep going.
Here, the 7:05 pregame right here on 97.1. Cavaliers player James Harden sustained a fracture in his right hand yesterday against the Knicks. According to ESPN, he still needs further evaluation. They play them Friday. Red Wings captain Dylan Larkin rejoined the team today. Yesterday it was in question whether he would practice, but one of the first things he told Todd McClellan is that he wanted to skate. Todd also is sick of questions about the team's struggles in March the last 2 years. Tigers manager A.J. Hinch said the pitcher Troy Melton is dealing with arm soreness. They've shut him down until it goes away. Although Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez have not thrown in a game yet, they are not considered behind schedule. The team took on the Jays in split squad action. Number 5 prospect Tyrone Lorenzo hit a 3-run homer. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Nice to have you with us. Multitude of topics. We're going to bring something back, continue the Lions conversation, and then apparently, Kenny, I think we need to do this for Kenny before we get to the callers. Kenny, I want you to play the audio because Kenny was physically throwing items behind the glass. Todd McClellan was asked about the team's struggles in March, basically how, they've been a clown car down the stretch. And have missed the playoffs. Here's the audio, and then I'm going to let Kenny speak because he's very emotional about this.
It's not even March. First of all, I'm not going to answer. And by the way, in Jeremy's update, he says he's tired of March questions. I'm sorry. I'm tired of the March results. Read the room, dude. What do you mean you're tired of March questions? This is what happens when you're bad in March. You get March questions, and you're going to have to answer them. I'm sorry that it hurts your feelings and that you're tired about it. Guess what? We as a collective fan base are tired of what we've seen in March for the last, call it a decade. Jeez, man. When I hear, and by the way, Todd McClellan, in my mind, he's actually done more good than harm in this. I think he's been actually pretty good for this team. Since he's got here, the team's looked a little bit better each year, and I don't really have an issue with Todd McClellan. But this is a symptom of everything we talk about, whether it's the Lions, whether it's the Red Wings, whether it's the Tigers or Pistons. This is the attitude that these guys have. I don't know what it is about this city that turns people this way, but when I hear a quote like that, I'm tired of March questions, well, I'm sorry, I'm tired of March results. What do you want me to say?
That's Kenneth Cott.
Those were all the cheers.
Am I off base here? Am I wrong?
No, I didn't interrupt you. I'm not arguing with you. You're not wrong. I laugh at stuff like that. I'm not going to answer the question. Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind what he's saying, how they're going to write their own story, and we're going to go play, but yeah.
That part of it's fine. That part of it I understand.
I think he would have been better served while saying, listen, respectfully, while I understand the question, I'm not answering. We're going to answer with our play. That's a much better way to handle it.
You could have said, I'm going to show you what we're going to do in March. It's going to be better.
Okay.
And here's how.
Then issue 2, if you were excited about OKC and Pistons tonight, you better find alternative programming because the NBA is struck again. Pistons are now out to a 12.5-point favorite. No SGA, no Jalen Williams, no Hartenstein, no Caruso, no Holmgren. And more. It's basically second half of a back-to-back, and OKC is just running a G League team out there. And that's not the Pistons' fault, but as a fan, if you spent good money, $200, $300, $400 to be in the lower bowl tonight, you wasted your money. It's a G League game. And this is symptomatic of the NBA and no other league. No other league has this problem. None.
No.
So we had a ton of people that were furious, and rightfully so, who have tickets tonight. They're like, what the hell, man? Like the other night, we were able to have a bit of a showdown game. And it's not a huge referendum. Spurs, Pistons, it was just good basketball. These are two of the best teams, and they both, by and large, had their best players.
Little playoff preview.
That's what tonight is supposed to be. And I know I can't prove it, but I will go to my grave believing this is a playoff game. SGA plays. Jalen Williams plays. They all play. Chet plays. Caruso plays. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of the league not respecting their fans. And it's going to get to a point they're not respecting their broadcast partners. ESPN's running promos for 3 days on this game. Now, this game's garbage. It's useless. Poor Brian Windhorst is up there trying to burp out a take to hype up the game on NBA Today. Yes. I mean, good luck. Good luck, Windy.
No. You seriously, you'll want to watch this because it's going to show you the depth of OKC.
Right. But wait, we have another Jalen Williams. He's just the bad one, as Rico says. So that's issue 2. Where do you stand on it? And I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to build some sob story about you bought your kid tickets for Christmas and now Christmas is ruined. That's possible that happened. It's just for people who wanted to see a showdown tonight. We only get OKC one time a year here. And you know what this game is tonight? Null and void. It's unwatchable dreck. And that's an NBA problem because it happens all the time. The other issue, and then we've got a lot of people who want to talk about this, it's just the Lions stuff. Everything coming out of the combine. We love Taylor Decker, and he's back. And then you listen to the Dan Campbell audio, and you're like, yeah, sweet. He's got things that'll have to be managed, and we're still going to need somebody over there because as much as I love him, ... Then why the hell did you let him come back? Cut him. Move on. Then it's the Demo stuff. Will Birchfield was on with the middays. Lions want him back. He's got to want to be back. So now we're in the phase of courting players to return who don't want to be here anymore. Then the Jahmyr Gibbs thing happened today, and there was this illustrious quote from Brad Holmes, and Gibbs drives the offense, and we want him here forever. I'm like, why are we running to the altar to sign a running back who has minimum, once you trigger the 5th-year option, 2 years left, plus a franchise tag? I got 3 more years at Jahmyr Gibbs. Hey, you know what? If he's still standing at the end of the 3 years, I'll worry about it then. Do the Lions have a loyalty problem? Do the Lions fall in love with their own people too much?
Yes.
I know you and I feel that way. It's about the people. And if you don't, you're not wrong. You're not bad or evil. It's just, if we're going to win a Super Bowl, don't they have to break character? They can't keep looking in the same 4 walls for all the answers. And if we're starting the offseason, to Rico's point, we're going to free up some money just to hand it to our own people. What the hell's then how did you get better?
Right.
So those are all the things available to you, including Kenny Cott's rage. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's good, buddy?
Good afternoon, Mike, Rico, Kenny. Kenny, it's okay. He's only had one March here. Let him experience one, and then he can say something better. Look, guys, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, Mike. You know that. And I'm going to be as brief as I possibly can because I'm sure you got them lined up, and plus you have hard outs. Look, guys, let's use the Wayback Machine for a minute if we can. On your very show a couple of years ago, you, I, Rico, David, and Kenny all talked about how rough of a neighborhood the NFC North was about to become. And this is before Ben Johnson went to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's all wake up and take a look at just how rough it became, because it did. And it's only going to get rougher. Now, if we saw that, if everybody else who calls your show said that, then you would hope and think that your general manager, your president of football operations, your head coach, and your owner, and everybody else connected would see that as well. And yet we go business as usual, and we have that season that we had. Now, you're all right when you say, let's really judge this in 6 weeks' time. But what track record, and you've had caller DJ today, and you've had the other guy with the Jake and Elwood. By the way, that was very funny, young man. I got that. That was good. What have we seen that is going to change our minds? Well, that should happen within the next 6 weeks. You're right when you say Mahomes is restructured. They know what they got to do. Well, we should know what we got to do. And it's pretty simple, okay? And the only other thing I'll say is, look, if you Lions fans with the motors on the top of your head and your paint on your face and all this money you come up with to follow and travel with the team, if you're happy being the Steelers and the Ravens minus the Super Bowls, well then buckle up. Because if they do business as usual, that's what you're going to get.
I agree. No, Paul, that's my fear. And look, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They have an opportunity to do a difference. Why I asked the question. I just feel like the messaging so far is very, this is how we do things. There's a rigidity to it. And in order for them to get into that Super Bowl conversation, I think it's got to be a little bit different. Can they do it? Yeah, I know Rico and I disagree a little bit. I think they absolutely could bounce back, be a Super Bowl team this year. But it's going to require certain things. Those certain things don't include that insular, love our own. I mean, the first thing I did this offseason was get rid of Taylor Decker. And now he's back. That's a $20 million left tackle.
You did.
You know what? So it's, and I'll tell you the other thing. If David Montgomery's not happy, see ya. And I'll draft a running back or I'll sign somebody because the offensive line is going to dictate whether any of these guys are any good.
But what if you go to couples counseling?
I'm all set.
You guys work it out.
You keep the airline miles. I'm all set. Take him to church, will you please?
All right. Winning hits different with Fanatics Sportsbook, and with the trade deadline over and teams gearing up for the stretch run, you don't have to wait for that what-if moment. Switch to the only sportsbook that protects all pro basketball player props across straight parlays and single-game parlays across the entire first half for any type of injury. That's right. If betting player props is in your playbook, whether it's points, assists, rebounds, steals, or blocks, Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Some books protect your bet for just a quarter. Some do absolutely nothing. But not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they're flipping losing bets into winning bets on every night on the court. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will continue on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Others copy trends. We set standards. Fair play keeps every first half protected. So bet with the book that always has your back, Fanatics Sportsbook, because winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. All colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, get on that schedule now. Let's get the damn thing built. Let's do it with the best stuff at the best pricing. Stop by the showroom, take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we're going to get to the callers in a second, but let's get the text communications. A multitude of topics are out there. Kenny, what do people have?
So there's basically every major food group people are chiming in on here. The Lions have a loyalty problem. This is not how Super Bowl teams operate. That's from Bill.
All right.
Fake outrage. He gave a perfect answer. Just stop. That's regarding me being upset with McClellan. I don't know that fake outrage after how many years of not making the playoffs. And by the way, I'm not putting all the marches of past Red Wings seasons on Todd. He wasn't here for a lot of them. But when you are not a good team in March, you have to answer the March questions that are asked. Here's from John. He's taking his two sons, 13 and 11, were gifted tickets. So frustrating. And my brother-in-law from Missouri, an OKC fan, is flying in for this game.
Yeah, there you go. They deserve a refund is what they deserve. That's a disgrace.
This reminds me of the COVID season when the Pistons had dudes from the British Basketball League playing on 10-day contracts. That's
and again, understand, like if you want to view it from an Oklahoma City perspective, there's a defending NBA champions. In their world, the Pistons aren't a pimple on an elephant's ass, and they don't care about the regular season. This is all about April 18th and repeating. Okay, that's fine, but OKC doesn't run the league. You are a member of the NBA, and I'm sorry. The NBA has a distinct problem here because this happens all the time. And now tonight, this is Detroit's one shot to have OKC here. You want to sell me that SGA can't play? Fine. But the rest of these cats, it's ridiculous. And it just wrecks the product. Now, here's the other part. They don't care about us. They don't care about the fan. What, you think broadcast partners are going to do this 30, 40, 50 more times? Those conversations go right to Adam Silver. You negotiated this media deal. We paid the piper. You're not delivering on your end. Now national TV tonight, they got Rico Beard playing two guard for OKC. You think... Good luck. You think ESPN's pumped up about this?
No, and you know what? I don't mean to sound like old guy, but yeah, back in the day, you're not going to see Kobe or Michael Jordan saying, "Yeah, I'm just going to take this night off," because they knew people bought tickets to see them play, and that it was great that Pistons fans could see Wemby play on Monday. Why? You only get to see it once a year, so. It was kind of cool to see that anomaly. Even though you lost, you can say, hey, I saw this guy play back in the day.
That's the point of attending a game.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
And it'd be one thing if the team was bad and tickets cost you basically a song to get in the front door. But now these tickets are costing a premium, especially once you get to the Friday night games, or especially when you're talking about a big team coming into town like tonight. You expect to see the best product on the court.
It's what the fans are owed. They've spent their hard-earned money, man. It's not right. And it's no different than when the Lakers sat their starters with the Spurs in town 2 weeks ago. That's embarrassing. And it happens again and again and again. And it's not right. All right, that's it. Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, just on the Lions quickly, I don't understand what's happening. Like, none of these four whatever they call them, these four players, none of them should, like, you don't have to discuss them now. I can't look at giving a contract extension to Laporta or Branch until I see what they are. Jack Campbell still has time, and I'm never re-signing Jahmyr Gibbs. So what are we doing?
I mean, Jeff, listen, I don't think you're crazy to take a patient approach with it, but they have shown you this is their plan. They're going to draft their guys. They're going to sign them way early. And they believe it's a money-saving event. But you're not going to save a penny on Gibbs or Laporta or Campbell. Brian Branch, there's nothing to talk about. He blew his Achilles. If they sign him right now on a torn Achilles, my head will explode.
But they may.
Yeah.
I mean, do you believe they have a loyalty problem?
I think they do. Yes, I think it was last off season they signed Derek Barnes as if he's Bobby Wagner. Like he's not running away. Like where are you going?
Yeah, see, I'm glad you brought the Barnes thing up because even it's bad if John bristles. I mean, they paid $8 million to Derek Barnes, and again, they'll tell you, well, Derek Barnes is so key to us because we could stay in base defense and blah 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, well, you can draft somebody and they can play in that role, and they don't cost you $8 million. But again, that's their guy. And none of it's necessary.
Well, hopefully soon the problem will be over because as the past two drafts Brad Holmes has, hopefully he won't have so many more guys he could resign.
Well, I'm going to tell you, you're right. 24 for sure. And look, 25, I'm not ready to have a ruling on that, but yeah, Ratledge or Tyleek have to turn into high-end players for you to think about bringing them back. So you're not wrong. Like, this is a massive offseason for Brad Holmes. It's a massive draft. If you want to directly trace, like, how did Seattle get here? Look at the two piles of how they put it together. They had the pendulous balls to hand Sam Darnold money. They traded for Leonard Williams 2 years back. They went out and got DeMarcus Lawrence, who people didn't know, did he have anything left in the tank? He was fabulous. Go look at all the little moves, then look at the drafting over the last 3 years. It's all there. Like, it's like solving a crime. Here's all your evidence. Right. It's in a Ziploc bag. Open it up.
Don't have to be Gil Grissom?
No. Great show, though. The original, not the remake. The original CSI was awesome. Yes, it was. When they brought old Grissom back, problem. I couldn't do it. Yeah. Okay. The point is, you can also trace how the Lions haven't won a playoff game in 2 years. And the longer they keep blaming injuries, I think the worse it gets. You have to just identify you haven't drafted well, and you're not using free agency and trades to the fullest extent that you can. That to me is the biggest thing. They got to go out and get help. I hate the idea they're bringing back. Like, do you have that Dan Campbell cut? You want to play that for the 5 o'clock audience? I'm sorry if you guys have been listening, you've already heard it, but out of respect for people just getting into their car from work, like, this is Dan Campbell before he finds out Decker's coming back. Does this sound like a thrill ride to you?
Not a ringing endorsement.
He's basically telling you, I have a $20 million left tackle on a pitch count, and we're going to need somebody for when, not if, he misses time. Why on earth was he allowed to come back? Get rid of him. I mean, it's no disrespect. Taylor Decker's been a warrior, but his body has betrayed him. It's no different than a pitcher who can't gas it up at 97 anymore. And he's Frank Tanan of the late years, and he's throwing 87. Right. Like, there just comes a time, all right, man, there's no room at the inn. Mm-hmm. So basically, you got a $20 million tackle, and now I got to invest more into that position. The head coach is telling you I have to have another guy there.
Because he's not ready, and I don't think that he can play the entire season.
That's the stuff that kills me. It's the same thing as his pursuit of David Montgomery. If Demo isn't happy, and by all accounts, Brad Holmes kind of foreshadowed the player has to want to be here, then why are you pursuing him?
Right, because then when it comes to the offense, Mike, more is more. You just keep bringing in more people. It's why you have so many wide receivers. You want to have so many running backs, or you can take that money and allocate it to other spots where you have deficiencies, and that's how you become a winning team.
Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, pal?
Good, thank you. How are you guys?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Well, yeah, I know I've been thinking, about Brad Holmes. I like the moves he's made, but they're playing with mediocrity, like you said, and they want to pay their people. But I'd get that guy from Baltimore, that center.
Oh, Linderbaum?
Do whatever you got to do to pay that guy, and use that money there and worry about Gibbs later. And then, in the draft, get maybe a left tackle to if you could find them, they're out there, or some off, that could, switch with Decker, and kind of like, he'll be his, because Decker ain't going to play every snap.
Well, there's a couple of things. So we need to say this up front. It's very dangerous to say go get this guy when the league year doesn't open till March 11. And again, we have to make sure he gets to free agency. But let's do this. Let's assume Linderbaum wants to go to the open market, which it sounds like, seems like, feels like. Yeah. I'm with you is that what I would rather do is if I got to spend 20 or 21 or $22 million, I'd rather go sign a 25-year-old who's an all-pro at a grave position of need for me. And I will draft a tackle. They could have swung Sewell to the left side, drafted a tackle for the right side, get Linderbaum, Ratledge stays, find a veteran guard to compete with Mahogany, and away we go. I agree with you totally. I'd rather do that. What are the odds that they do it?
They won't.
10%.
They won't do it, But then against Scott Harris, we didn't think he'd spend money, but but hopefully he takes the script off him, and
Look, we have to give all these guys a chance to do their job. And part of the fun of sports, again, unless people are highly sensitive, part of the fun is the timelines don't always add up to the way the fans want it, right. But we debate it. Look, if they restructure all these deals, like if we're sitting on the air and they've restructured Goff and created $40 million, and they restructure ASB, there's another 25. All of a sudden, if they have that cap space, then you can bang the drum and say, listen, I'm gonna beat whoever is bidding on Linderbaum. If the Giants came in at 20, I'm 21. They go 22, I go 23. I don't care. DGAF. I want what I want. Yeah, I bang the drum. He's arguably the number one free agent on the market.
Everybody wants him.
He's the centerpiece of a bulldozing run scheme in Baltimore. He's in his prime. You spend and you go get it. And then if I have to go and get a tackle, I'm either going to free agency for a Braden Smith or I would go out and draft somebody. But by Decker being back, that takes away some of that cap space we had talked about for that all-in off season.
And he's not one of yours, so.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah. You know how that goes.
Thanks, bud.
Okay. Hey, what if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you would need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. With Xfinity Mobile, you would have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere. So whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps while you're watching the Gallimimus run, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home, at the park, because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity, imagine that. Now, you can cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet requires savings based on promotional rates for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees are extra. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today. All right, as you said, Mike, the combine is going on. A little bit of news and happening out of the combine. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and we'll see where this goes. First of all, let's just start off with, is Kirk Cousins still good enough to be a backup QB? The Falcons have said he's going to get released. They've made no bones about it. You're not going to be a Falcon again. But is he good enough to become a backup QB in this league?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there are some real stiffs who are backups in this league. Yeah. And look, I think in the right spot, especially if you're a team drafting a quarterback, he could be a starter for the 5 to 7 weeks before you're ready to start the kid. Yes. But again,
seat filler type of thing.
Yeah, but he's got to take backup money. That's the problem.
You know, if anybody can, he can afford to, because I've never seen anybody bet on themselves and keep winning.
Oh, he's the bag man. The point is, does he have the desire? If I'm him, I walk away. I go enjoy my life. I did it all.
Go into TV?
I hope not.
And that, I think, is where Mike is right about this is, yeah, I think he could be a backup if he's actually has the desire. And I think he'd actually be the perfect guy to mentor a young guy, teach you how to be a NFL, like a professional in this league. But yeah, he's absolutely good enough to be a backup.
Sit around the fire pit.
Yes.
I think he's good enough to be a starter. I mean, I know it's talked about on a year-to-year basis, but the NFL quarterback pool, I mean, what, after you get like past like 10 or 11, it's like, okay. I mean, take some of these teams, plug in Kirk Cousins. Like, imagine this. What if he goes back to Minnesota for 1 year? ESPN predicts that.
Oh, dear God.
I'm not saying they're going to win the North or whatever, but by all means, I think they're better off than putting J.J. McCarthy.
I can't.
May have a point.
No, he does. I mean, I hear what he's saying. No. I've watched Kirk Cousins. The problem is he was never mobile. Post Achilles, he's an insult to statues' mobilities. He can barely on a stretch handoff get the ball to Bijan. Like, Corbin,
And I hear what you say as well. And obviously the Achilles injury does play a large factor at that age. And you just might be right on he should just leave because isn't he the highest grossing NFL quarterback of all time or something?
It's like Corbin, think about it. Like, if you're him, you've done it all. You had an unbelievable career. You bet on yourself. You've got the most guaranteed money in the history of the sport. Now your options are compete with 9 or be a backup. So, no, you know what? I'm good. He'll get paid $7 million a year to go do brainless TV, and then he can read Bible stories to his kid every night.
If it were me, if I'm Cousins, I'm picking the team I think is gonna win the Super Bowl, become that backup just to get the ring.
Oh, because he's got that thing at his house where there's room for the trophy.
I just need a ring now.
Just hold the clipboard and then win yourself something to put in that trophy room.
He just turned Kirk Cousins into Karl Malone.
Yeah.
Gonna hop on with the Lakers and try to get a ring.
Well, how far off is he?
Just saying. All right. What is the value of a kicker? Dallas Cowboy kicker
Aubrey?
Brandon Aubrey is asking for $10 million a year.
I'd pay him.
It would be, I think, the highest paid money for a kicker.
I'd pay him because the minute you get to the 40-yard line, you can send Aubrey out there. And that's not hyperbole. The guy is a threat to break the league record every week. He's a sensational kicker. And with the salary cap touching almost $300 million, I'm not going to get lost in the figure of $10 million. Look, I still will always find it more shocking a team drafted a kicker in the first round when the Raiders took Sebastian Janikowski. That's far more shocking than good kicker get good money. I'd pay him. That's my answer.
And think about the conversations we've had all year long about the direction of the NFL and how kicking is quickly becoming even more important in terms of field goals. I feel like, that means the value of the kicker will go up. And this is a symptom of it.
Don't get it twisted. Brandon Aubrey, I would pay a lot of money to have him on my team. But are we entering an era where kickers are slow, and hear me out, are slowly becoming like wide receivers where every year you can pinpoint a young guy or something? There's always going to be someone that can help out. I mean, I'm blanking on his name, but isn't it Cam Little, Jacksonville?
Yeah.
He's the new guy. People thought Brandon Aubrey Brandon Aubrey is the main guy. Cam Little is the new guy. Give it a year or two. There'll be another kicker that
are they
going to
become
praising.
divas? Is that where we're trending here, Corbin?
It might be. They might put out the weird kickers.
The problem is, okay, Rico's team invested a good pick and good money into a kicker, and the guy was a space cadet, Jake Moody.
Well, he never should have. He was injured, came back too soon because he feared for his job.
Then he got the yips.
Yeah. And then Pinero came in and took his job from him. Okay. Here's my surprise face, guys. Jacksonville is going to play another game overseas in London.
No way.
Again. I know we're not in Jacksonville, but if you're a Jacksonville Jaguar fan, season ticket holder, does this upset you that you constantly are seeing games going overseas?
Let me offer something. Just to be devil's advocate versus the easy way of agreeing and making fun of them. They are bulldozing and rehabbing and renovating their stadium. It's going to be construction fiesta this year. If there's ever a year not to go to Jacksonville Stadium, it'd be this year.
Okay.
Just in fairness.
I like what you bring.
Yeah, and it's funny because Lions fans are a little bit crestfallen at losing a home game to Germany, and Jacksonville's been dealing with this basically for what feels like a decade now. Yeah, every single time.
Two games this season.
I don't think they're upset anymore. I think they're just like, well, my team sucks and I'm used to this. So, okay, whatever you say, NFL.
Any thought to the announcement they are going to put Travis Hunter as a full-time corner and just toy on offense?
Well, that's what I thought he should have been the entire time, because I just don't think that anybody can play both ways in the NFL with the wear and tear. Like I understand he's a terrific athlete, but it's the wear and tear on his body. It's going to end his career a lot sooner. So I'm with you on that. All right. The Eagles, between the coach and the GM, says they are not going to guarantee the return of A.J. Brown.
Wait. You mean they didn't go out there and tell you how much they love him and how much they want him back?
No.
Oh.
They both pretty much said he's not coming back here. They're not guaranteeing it. He could come back, but they're not saying that he will. Where does he end up? Does he actually leave Philadelphia to play for another team? You don't have to tell me the team.
No, I mean, I can have some fun and give you two options. I think Buffalo has to be an option because they're in the eternal search for that number one physical, red zone target for Josh Allen. I think that could be a good place. And I again, Kansas City. They've tried it with all these mighty mites. You need to have a number one target out there. Maybe a little revival in Andy Reid's offense. And now they got fresh powder with all that cap space. But I'd move him. I think there's something wrong, as our man Charles Ramsey says.
Yeah, he ends up.
I just watched that interview again.
He ends up leaving. I hate the idea of Kansas City just because it seems like this is a move that they always somehow find a way to make. Buffalo makes a lot of sense, and if it doesn't work in Buffalo might just have to, call it a day with that current regime and that current system that they're running.
True.
Yeah, I've said it before on this show. There's been something wrong with the Eagles behind the scenes for a couple seasons now. They should be happy they got the Super Bowl when they did against the Chiefs. I think A.J. Brown goes out. I think if I had to choose right now, and I don't know cap situations and whatnot, I would say the Bills. And mark my words, I think Bills will be the most desperate team this offseason. They're going to do stuff to try to make it work now.
They have to.
They're going to blow out the budget and overpay. All right, real quick, two more. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have come out and said that they're on the same page with Trent Williams, but they haven't come up with a new contract yet. He's owed $39 million this season. What happens there for that offense, for the left tackle for the Niners?
He either takes a pay cut or he's cut. He's 37 years old, and availability is not on his side. He's been hurt a lot. I think if Trent wants to win and stay where he's at, and they'll give him a commemorative boombox, you cut the salary down to $20 million like Taylor Decker, and that's it. There's no other way around it. They can't pay him $40 million. Not if they plan on trying to win a Super Bowl.
Is this a back end? We'll give you $10 million when all said and done.
Yeah,
parting gift.
Look, the way they structure these deals, I bet, buddy, they could say one thing today, and then next year they could convert it all to a bonus, and he's worth zero, but he gets all his money. It's McConaughey and Wolf of Wall Street. It's a weasel. It's a wazzle. It's in the air. It never was.
I think Mike's bang on with the pay cut. I think we always talk about it. Availability is your best ability, and when you don't have that, you can't expect to be making bags, especially not in this gladiator sport.
Yeah, I agree with both of the gentlemen here. Either he takes the pay cut or go find another team.
All right, and lastly, Lions related. Lions want David Montgomery back. Looks like Montgomery does not want to come back. He wants a bigger role. Where does Demo end up?
I mean, the Lions are Glenn Close in Fatal Attraction. So here.
They're boiling rabbits.
Yeah, I just here.
You seen that movie?
They'll stand outside they'll stand outside of Demo's door, and I don't know. Here,
flicking the lights on and off.
Here.
I mean, what did we spend an hour talking about already today? At least is that they love their own guys, and he's one of their own guys. I agree with Mike. Here is the correct answer.
You should see Fatal Attraction. Good movie.
In where I think Demo might go, because I don't think he's going to be a Lion start of this upcoming season. If this particular team doesn't get a running back that they are rumored to in the draft, I think he's going to be a Kansas City Chief.
Oh, okay. I can see that as well. All right, that's your latest news and rumors coming from the NFL Combine. 97.1.
To win a finals trip for two, whether it is Pistons to make it out of the East or I think win the championship, they're plus 1,600. Whatever you want, FanDuel's got more betting markets than anyone else. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started and play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. Limit one entry for Profit Boost token. Opt-in is required. Must apply Profit Boost token on select market. Restrictions apply. See terms, including method of entry at sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, Kenny, a couple texts, and then Reegs is down at LCA for the most depressing, what was supposed to be great game that's now a G League showcase. OKC G League versus the Pistons.
There were a number of people saying that they're not even going. They had plans on going to this game. I was going to go to this game, spent $60. Now I'm not even interested anymore.
No,
that's from Jeff.
This is happening in cities all over the league. The NBA has problems that must be addressed.
And see, I don't even know who wins if you don't go to the game. Did the NBA win because they're going to keep your money, or did you win?
Well, the NBA wins because of their media rights deals. That's why I always keep coming back to it. Until the networks start complaining. I mean, ESPN promoted this game for 3 days. This was supposed to be something we were all locked in on tonight. Now, you were looking up French movies about killer tires.
Rubber. Yeah. Now, you know what? I think it may not even be ESPN, Mike, because I think they're kind of used to it. But it may be Peacock and all the new streaming services like, whoa. We just paid a fortune for this.
And they also killed Inside the NBA.
What was the point of
buying
them out for 4 episodes a year?
I hate it. I miss it. I like Shaq and Chuck. It's fun.
Their final episode on TNT was hilarious when they were just like, we're just dropping F-bomb. We don't care anymore.
They might be the last fun sports talk thing that happens on TV. That might be the last thing that is there, because I don't find Stephen A. or any of the talking heads entertaining. It's not hot take theater like a lot of these guys are.
Kenny, the funny what made it so good, they weren't bought and paid for. They told you how they felt. They would sit there and say, this guy is not playing to the best of his ability. This guy's bad. And you couldn't even play the whole, well, who are you? I'm Charles Barkley. I'm a Hall of Famer. I'm Shaq. I'm a Hall of Famer and won titles. I'm kidding. Like, they had the credibility, they had the credentials, and they told it how it was.
And it was just fun.
Yeah, they had fun with it.
Like, if you were watching an NBA game and it was the fourth quarter and it's TNT, you'd actually, watch the rest of that because you knew Inside the NBA was coming up. Yeah. And it's just fun.
You wanted to hear what they had to say. Those guys had fun. It wasn't scripted. It wasn't yelling at screen.
No. Yeah. Uh-oh. Hold on. I hear it.
What's going on, boys?
I heard you. You were breathing into the microphone. What's going on?
Oh, you can just tell. Yes, absolutely.
Eli Manning impersonation.
Are you playing for the Thunder tonight?
Yeah, I actually am finishing the show at 7:05. We'll hitch some Pistons pregame, and then I'm going to go play a little point guard. Me and SGA